Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, or good evening to wherever you are in the world. Thank you for watching. This is our final day. It's the final. It's a very exciting day today down in Southwick. We're at the Sussex County Croquet Club on the south coast of England, watching the Golf Croquet Women's World Championship 2023. Your finalists will be Rachel G and Jamie Gumbrell. Your commentators this morning, a little bit later on, will be Aston Wade and I believe Stu Smith, and then later on we'll have the Clarks back in, and I might even get some other nice people to come and chat to you as well along the way. Meanwhile, let's switch over to our commentators, which I can see are not there. So I think I might go and join Aston for a chat beforehand. So stick with us, and at 10 o'clock, hopefully play shall begin. See you all on the other side.
Back.
Just in case there was no sound earlier, welcome everyone to Southwick for the finals day. It's a very exciting day. We've got Jamie Gumbrell versus Rachel G. Yesterday was so exciting. Did you watch?
I was trying to watch. I played my own tournament yesterday, so it was in and out of the live stream.
How can you play when you've got such great croquet to watch?
I was more invested in watching this than actually playing my own match at times, but yes, it was really good.
It was amazing. So this is Aston Wade. In case the commentary didn't come through earlier, we've had a few sound issues going on, but you know, that's life. It's been an issue kind of week, so we're used to the issues now.
All set before the action, so they just missed us chatting, which is not a disaster.
That's right. So both players are here. We saw Rachel walk past us, giving us quite a wide berth earlier. She doesn't want to be caught for an interview. Jamie is also here, and I already know that both of them will happily give interviews afterwards, after the game, whatever the results. So hopefully we'll get to chat to them later on, which will be lovely. So what have you most enjoyed about the tournament?
Well, it's been the first women's golf croquet worlds that I've watched, so it's nice to see a lot of women from other countries that I haven't met before. Always enjoy meeting new players at tournaments. There has been some really good croquet, particularly over the latter stages of the knockout. Yesterday, as we've mentioned, Rachel against Sohar was just a fantastic match.
Wow.
I mean, that could have been late stages of a main worlds, and that's the standard it was at. It was brilliant. So yeah, really enjoyed that.
But last game, last hoop, it's watching it. And what was quite funny, there were about 30 people, 20 people in the hut over here watching the live stream whilst it was going on inside rather than being out here.
Oh, okay.
And so we had a big cheer at the end out here, and then 20 seconds later, because you guys are unfortunately a little bit delayed, 20 seconds later there's a big cheer that comes from the clubhouse, which was really quite fun actually.
Good.
So it's lovely that so many people are watching it, even here.
Yeah, no, brilliant. And thank you very much to Alison for helping to get all of this set up. So yeah. I always enjoy the live streams, so it's brilliant that we've had it running throughout the event.
I haven't really done a lot, I've just been quite bossy.
Well, that's not entirely true, but if you want to be modest, go for it.
But we've had an amazing team, well over 20, maybe booking on for 30 people that have been helping each day. So there's a rotation of people that do the camera work, that run around finding the scores, that Andrew, who you won't be able to see, but he's up there right now fixing our Sky camera. Sky camera is my term. It's a PTZ, which is a new addition to our equipment this year. So very much thank you to the Croquet Association, who have purchased all the equipment that we can use. And so yeah, just bringing in the volunteers, we all turn up, do a little bit of a job each, and eventually have a production.
There we go.
So yeah,
I think the Sky camera has been really good actually. I've enjoyed the view from that.
It's really nice. We've also managed to get hold of another little camera here, which gives it's so that hopefully you guys out there can see sort of what the commentators see. So it's situated with the commentators, but hopefully we'll have it manned by somebody today. And if the commentators are sort of going, I wonder if we can get a close up on this, they actually have the control to show you what they can see. So hopefully that will work quite well today.
Yes, that'll be nice. Don't necessarily get the best view of the court from the commentary zone, so viewers can probably see more than we can half the time.
It's difficult. So one of the reasons the commentators are specifically here under this umbrella at corner 3 is because when we had everyone at corner 2, the cable was too long and it was acting as a giant aerial, and we were picking up the lovely local radio station.
So that was the issue. Okay.
So that's why the commentators have moved.
Okay.
But hopefully it's worked pretty much okay for everybody. So
yeah.
Now what I like to talk about is, well, first of all, the talent. Such talent that's here.
Yeah.
These women
all over the world.
They're incredible, and so many countries.
How many is it that's playing?
Well,
we could count the flags in front of us, but
I
I'm
thought it
wondering
was
if you know.
16 off the top of my head, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16.
16. There you go. Well done.
So it was 56 players, 16 countries, and they've just talk about best foot forwards.
Yep. Yeah. Really, really good. Egypt had a strong performance. No finalists this year, but
which is actually really surprising.
It is a surprise. So Sohar played Rachel yesterday, reigning world champion.
She looked incredible though, and I have to admit there was a point where I thought, she's got this. She's going to get this, but
Yeah, after going 2 games down and levelling it at 4 all, and then I think she took a lead in game 5 as well.
Yeah.
You're backing her to finish that.
Yeah.
So
But that last heat was was a killer.
you're going to have to talk me through it because I haven't seen Hoop 13.
Oh my goodness! I honestly can't because So let me tell you where I was. I was stood with Noha, and Noha is best friends with Soha, and I mean obviously I'm kind of rooting for Rachel, but at the same time I root for everyone. You know, I'm a bit of a flake like that. I can't help it. And so the two of us are stood on the north boundary, far away, and half of it we just couldn't watch.
Yeah.
Because it was, I mean, the clearances that they were making, and you go, oh.
Scared on the sidelines, let alone playing it.
Every point. Mohammed who is one of the coaches for them and does a lot of work with the team, and it is a team. It's an Egyptian team, which is very important to note. Although obviously they want to win themselves, they come as a team and they leave as a team.
Yeah, and I think that's a nice approach to take.
It's fantastic. And Mohammed, you could see him in the background over there, sort of hiding behind hands, and he was sitting on the floor, and then he'd get up and then he'd pace around. But the support that I think both players felt was incredible.
Yeah, no, really good. We were picking up a lot of the applause watching the live stream as well, which was nice to hear.
So that was nice as well. I mean, I've just heard at Compton Croquet Club they had maybe 80 people watching.
Oh wow, okay.
And then at Ride Croquet Club they were watching as well, and someone said to me they kind of had to open the doors to kind of see if they could squeeze more people in or around. So that was really quite fun. So we're just looking at who's wandering on in now. We've got people coming up. The lines have turned up. Debbie and Ian.
Is Debbie playing the bowl final? Is that correct?
Yes,
I might
maybe.
have to check croquet scores.
Yes.
We will be keeping you updated on the consolation event matches. I think they're on the 3 lawns around us. Is that correct?
And I've just in case you've got binoculars.
Oh, and we've got binoculars. Perfect.
Just in case you need. President of the WCF has just turned up.
Yes, Ian Burridge.
So the croquet celebs have begun to roll in. I thought Ewan might have been here today.
He did think about it.
Has he chosen
I think he's
not
just
to?
Moved into a place in Manchester, so he's a little bit busy at the moment.
Ah, very good. I see. Okay.
I'm sure he'll be watching the live stream.
I should hope so too. I wonder if I could send Ian to come over and have a chat with you.
You can certainly ask.
Shall I see if I can do that? Meanwhile, tell the folks what you think is coming up in the diary, because we're nearing the end of the season. But have we got the 8s coming up over here?
We do have the 8s coming up, yes. So the next big event in UK croquet will be the Golf Croquet 8s. So the first 8, the Ricky Savage Memorial, is being hosted by Colchester at the end of the month, and the second 8 will be down in Ramsgate. Ian Burridge, who may or may not be joining me in a minute, will be playing down there, along with Toby Savage, who I'm sure will also be watching the stream later. And then following that in September we have the Association Croquet 8s, first 8 President's Cup, Chairman's, which I'll be playing up at Southport, all the way down to the Treasurer's Tankard, the 4th 8, and then the Selectors Weekend as well. So we're reaching the end of the season, but plenty more high quality croquet to come. Morning, Andrew. All good, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Right. Quite a few more spectators starting to show up. I'm not entirely sure what the start time for this is. I presumed it was 9:30, but it looks as though it may well be 10 o'clock. Morning. So while we're waiting for something to start, I might as well talk you through the players and how they've got on so far. So Rachel came into the tournament as the 4th seed. Is that correct? Let's have another look. So Rachel was the 5th seed at the beginning of the event. She won her block without dropping a game, so very impressive start. And she's had an excellent performance in the knockout as well. Very convincing win against Jenny Clark of New Zealand in their quarter-final. And then that incredible match against Soha yesterday.
Do you know that was a shame that we weren't able to stream that one actually?
Okay.
That would have been really good.
That would have been good. What was on the stream at the time?
Do you know, I can't remember, but we've struggled because we've had to really stick to one law, and otherwise everything goes wrong.
Yeah.
We try, we have obviously yesterday for the semi-finals tried to turn our cameras round.
Yeah, if there's a pause in the game, then you can pop the camera on the other one. But you don't want to move mid-game or mid-match.
No. Really. Problems. So, but yeah, sorry.
No, that's
where did
right.
we get to?
So Jamie has also had a very good run so far. She won all of her matches in her block, dropping just 3 games, and then in the knockout, in her quarter-final, she beat Amani Hassan, who I believe was the 3rd seed coming into the event, and in her semi-final, she had a convincing win against Maram Nabil from Egypt. 3-0 in that, 7-4, 7-4, 7-5. So both players looking really strong coming into this final, and hopefully they'll be peaking at the right time for today.
Thank you. Sorry, I've just been given a piece of paper with a bit of information on, which maybe Aston can have a look at and read out. So this is to do with, there's going to be the coin toss at the beginning of the game. And there's a little story, so maybe when we get nearer the time, you can
we'll
enlighten
tell you the story
everyone.
about this when they perform the toss. Yes.
Now, don't forget, everyone, we do have access to the chat. Well, hopefully we do.
I was going to ask you to set this up. There we go.
As long as there is internet. Sometimes the Wi-Fi does elude us, but hopefully we'll have access to the chat, and you'll be able to ask Aston or whoever is in commentary some questions. And what were you playing this weekend?
I was playing at Hurlingham in the Hurlingham Cup, so association croquet tournament, which went quite well. Came away with 12 bottles of wine, so
wow.
Fairly happy about that.
Hang on a minute, why was I not playing in this tournament?
You should have been.
Oh, okay.
Fairly happy with my performance. First ever TPO and first ever 6-turn triple as well. So it's quite a good event.
Very good.
And I was fortunate to have Keith Ayton, who was here earlier in the week doing some commentary. He came along to Hurlingham for the weekend to support me and give me some debriefs after the matches. So really good to have his coaching.
So Nicholas Denizor?
Yes.
Aston, you're playing my little brother next week. You better behave.
I have been told this, yes.
Emoji.
So I'm off to Latvia next week for the Under-21 European Championships.
Okay. Are you still under 21?
I'm 21 now, but at the start of the year I was under 21.
It feels like you've been under 21 forever.
only
Surely there's a time when you're not allowed to do that anymore.
This will be my last under-21 event, sadly.
Oh, I see.
It's nice to play with other young players. So.
Okay. So yeah, people are asking what's the start time. So the start time will be 10 o'clock, we've been told.
There we go.
So hopefully not too much longer of listening to me drivel away. Lots of support coming through for both players.
That's nice to see.
And lots of people from lots of places. Cumbria, and we've got people in Oz, obviously.
Good to have them watching.
Obviously, got the support. Oh, there goes Jess. Hello. Wave at the camera. Under a tree.
I can't even see.
Say hi, everyone.
Hi.
Good luck today. So it's been just lovely to meet all of these fabulous women. The atmosphere here at the event has just been amazing. It's been cheery and smiles and supportive, and everybody's been so supportive of each other, but still with a massively competitive element,
Yep.
which is it's just great to see.
Yeah. No, I had a friend along earlier in the week. She doesn't actually play croquet, but one of the things she picked up on was that everyone here is just, really friendly to each other. They're happy to share advice, in between days. And yeah, it's just been a lovely atmosphere, as you say. So that's one of the things I really enjoy about croquet, is that wherever you go, you seem to get a great atmosphere.
It is. It's definitely one of the special things about our sport. I mean, I'm sure everyone says the same. All sports will say the same, won't they?
I'm sure they do.
But here we go. Oh. Here is Ian Burridge. Ian, come and sit here. You take my place, and you can have a little chat with Aston and tell the world all about WCF and what you expect from today.
Morning. Morning, Ian. Thank you for joining me. Are you going to be doing some commentary, or are you just here for a brief chat?
I'm just here for a brief chat.
Okay.
I'm going to watch it.
Wonderful. Have you come down just for today, or were you watching the semi-finals?
Yeah. No, I watched the semi-final from a car park in Bridgend after I was knocked out of the Welsh Championship.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no internet connection at the club,
right,
to speak of. So I was, and when I did get it, it kept buffering on the top of people's backswings, and it was really irritating.
Well, nice commitment to stick it through and watch it in a car park. Yes. How was the Welsh Championship, aside from getting knocked out?
It was okay, same as usual. We've got really good lawns now, so it's actually quite nice to go there and play on, 2 good lawns. And,
okay, good.
And the play wasn't brilliant, and mine was even worse.
Okay.
But yeah, so have you watched much of this?
I've watched a fair bit. I was down for a couple of days earlier in the week for the block games. Caught a little bit of the semi-finals on the live stream yesterday. So nice to be back in gorgeous weather for the final.
I don't think it's going to be gorgeous for long.
Is it not?
No.
Okay.
No, I think we've got about an hour of this.
Oh, brilliant. Rain or just cloud cover?
It's going to rain about 11.
Okay. I was going to say the lawns are looking nice and green, and hopefully quicker than they were when I was here earlier in the week, after quite a bit of torrential rain.
Yeah, it does look perfect, doesn't it?
So yeah, really nice conditions.
Yeah.
So I take it you're here to present the trophies, is that correct?
Yep, that would be right.
Excellent. Prepared a speech?
I've got a little bit of paper in my pocket with a couple of notes on it.
Perfect.
I've not gone for the prepared speech. I'm hoping I can ad-lib it.
Will this be one of your last duties as president?
It will, really, I suppose. There's still the over 50s World Championship in Australia.
Oh right, I'm flying out to that. So.
No, I'm not. So
okay.
So I won't be there. So no, this will be the last presentation.
Very good. How's the search for a replacement going?
I'm not huge amounts of progress. I've had a couple of people sort of chat to me about it. So I think there will be candidates, but I'm not 100% sure whether any of them are definite or confirmed yet.
Okay, you might have to stay on for another 4 years.
So it's like they're about to start the knock-up.
Excellent. So I can tell you about the coin toss now. I've been handed some information. So the championship referee for the final is Francis Coleman from Phyllis Court, who's just performed the coin toss with a solid silver Mary Therese coin from 1780. And I'm told the coin was given to Francis by Smokey Eads, if that sounds right.
Yep.
At a tournament. So he's an AC player from the 70s and 80s. Sadly died 2 years ago, aged 102. So nice to use his coin for this event. Chris Roberts getting a pre-final photo.
I don't think it's not actually been tossed yet, has it? This is.
I'm not sure.
Here we go. Rachel's called tails, as she always does.
Rachel has won the toss. Do you think she'll choose to play first or second, Ian?
I reckon she'll go first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they seem to have performed the toss before doing any kind of warm-up.
Yeah, I don't like that myself. But
no, I'm not a massive fan of. What it means is that the player who knows they're going first can then spend a bit of time bit of extra time practicing that play over to hoop 1, knowing that they're going to be playing that shot.
And Rachel very obviously did it yesterday before the semi.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it looked like the warm-up had finished and Rachel just took her 2 balls and knocked them over to hoop 1 again.
Yep, nothing wrong with doing that if you know you're going to be playing the shot.
Yep.
So it looks like Rachel is taking blue and black. You're quite good at this, Ian.
That's one of the things about the commentary, isn't it? Is it's really quite difficult to call some of the shots some of the time, isn't it? Yeah. So
you come up with a shot that you think you'd play, and then they find something completely different, and it's actually quite good most of the time.
Yeah. So anyway, I think I've been given one good prediction. Thank
there
you
we
very
go.
much.
I can ask you some harder questions if you like.
No.
Like who's your money on for the final? That's a difficult one.
Well, I think if Rachel keeps running hoops, Rachel will win.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just if Rachel, I'll be very surprised if Jamie wins if Rachel's hoop stroke works.
Fair enough. I haven't seen very much of Jamie play, but I have heard she has a very nice hoop stroke as well.
Yeah. The bits I saw, that match she was live streaming the other day, wasn't she? I thought she looked good. I think this is going to be a good match.
Yep, hopefully so. Always nice to have a close final.
Yep.
Especially if we take it to 5 games, plenty for everyone to watch. Apparently the spectators that were here yesterday can't handle another 5-game thriller. So I'm up for it, but we'll see what happens.
There was just a few occasions I was a little bit nervous yesterday.
Yeah, it didn't look great in Game 5, did it? And Soha pulled out a lead. Was it 5-2?
Yeah, it was 5-2. I was worried that she had 2 shots of 3-0 and failed them both. I was quite worried that I thought I was okay at 5. I was thinking 5-2's playable, but I didn't want to see her playing 3-0. 3-0 would have been horrible.
Okay.
Yeah, and she hit her clearance at 9 after she got it to 5-3, and then it's like, okay, this is just a normal game.
Yep, back on.
It's just
yep, very good.
It's just the semi-final. And you've got to put your hearts in your mouth when she's taking this shot from the north boundary.
Which hoop was this for?
For 12, when Soha's on the north boundary of 12.
Okay.
And Rachel, there's a ball down there, there's a hoop down there, and it's just
plenty
like
could happen.
Anything can happen here. Yep. So those are the moments that I was like,
Bit scary. First question that I've seen on the chat, Lester Hughes wants to know if I'm a heads or tails caller. I always call heads.
I always call heads.
There we go.
Rachel always calls tails, which is a bit of a problem when we play doubles. Particularly when we both call.
Who's in charge of calling?
I think she is.
Okay. She's in charge of most things.
Charge of
there
most
we go.
Apart from speeches.
Okay. How was she looking at the national doubles when you played together?
She played amazing. We went out in a quarter-final in which she was amazing, and I wasn't good enough to get us through.
Okay, you shouldn't have asked about that really, but...
She seriously played one of the best matches I've ever seen her play.
Okay.
She was staggering, and my hoop running wasn't really very good.
Right.
Yeah, and we lost, I think it was 7-6 in the third, so it was a bit sad.
Fair enough.
Presumably, is it the first time these hoops have been used? They weren't used yesterday, were they? Or were they?
I don't know. I'm assuming that they've been reset for the final, but I don't know.
Hello.
Hello.
I've brought you a co-commentator.
Oh, wonderful.
Right.
I've brought you Ian Lyons.
Right.
Just going to come and sit and chat. Thank you very much.
It's
Ian,
okay, thank you.
for
Thank you.
chatting. And I hope you enjoy watching the game.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, Aston. How are
Morning,
you?
Ian. Thank you for joining me. I'm doing well.
Excellent.
So, has Debbie directed you not to watch her game?
I'm allowed to watch for about this distance. So
Okay.
Debbie is over my shoulder, so I may occasionally be a little distracted.
No, I think that's
So
alright. I'm sure the viewers
that's-
would like to hear how those games are going. So,
That's,
who's Debbie playing today?
Debbie is playing Perhan Elwi, who is Egyptian, who's been playing quite well. So that should be quite a good match behind us.
Excellent.
So, yes, I shouldn't be watching too closely because I don't want to put Debbie off. But
So yes, Debbie was knocked out of the main event by Rachel 2-1 in the second round, is that correct?
that's right. It was actually a very close match.
The scores certainly looked good.
Debbie
yes.
took one game off Rachel, but then Rachel found an extra gear, as she does. Yes, that was a very good match. Not as good as the match we had yesterday, the semi-final, which was a glorious match. Well
Yes.
worth watching. That's all recorded, presumably.
Yes, that should be up on Croquet England's YouTube site for anyone that wants to go and watch that if you couldn't catch it yesterday. As I say, I'll certainly be going back to rewatch all of that.
So I understand you were busy. Did you win at Hurlingham something yesterday?
I did win at
Congratulations.
Hurlingham, yes, thank you.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you. Yes, very close final with Robin Brown. I said to him afterwards it was probably my favourite ever AC match so
Really?
far. So, yeah, really good.
So was that a best of three?
It was a
or-
best of three. I won +2 in game 3.
That
So it
sounds
doesn't get
very
much
close.
closer.
That sounds very close. So congratulations on winning that.
Thank you.
So you're looking forward to your trip to Florida
I am,
in
yes.
November. So playing in the Solomon team.
Yes, so that's a AC event, GB versus USA, hosted by Sarasota in Florida. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. That'll be my first time playing croquet in America.
I've spoken to a few of the Americans here who know Sarasota, and they say it's a lovely club with 7 lawns.
Excellent.
And sounds a little different from some American clubs, in that it's more a public club rather than a private club.
Okay.
But it sounds like they've got 200 or 300 members, all very keen.
Yeah,
So,
very good.
You should be well looked after there.
I think some of their members are hoping to set us up with some accommodation as well, which is very generous of them.
I think that's the plan.
And I should mention that Ian's wife Debbie is the Great Britain captain for that event.
She is, yes.
So, first time captaining the team?
First time she's played for England or Great Britain abroad.
Oh wow.
I think,
Okay.
which is kind of surprising given how long she's been playing.
Yes.
She obviously played in the Robertson Shield in 1996, but that was on home turf.
So both players here just doing a standard warm-up routine of taking position as you would do in a game. So generally my warm-up is going round the hoops, play position over to 1, position over to 2, position over to 3, etc. And a little bit of gentle hoop running as well. You can't run the hoops by a pace that would go more than 7 yards through, which may well be a kind of standard hoop attempt. So you do just have to dribble at them in the warm-up. But it's still good to get familiar with them. Rachel's just playing up to 13 from the south boundary. Again, another shot you want to practice.
It's interesting because yesterday that was the shot that won her really the match when it went to 13 on the last hoop.
Right.
Because Soha was first to the hoop, first to 13, but she didn't allow for the hill quite. It was a good length, but it just hilled a yard or so sideways.
Okay.
And consequently she didn't get hoop position, which allowed Rachel to get into the hoop, and it made all the difference. So just knowing exactly how the lawn is behaving and the speed of the lawn to go up a hill or to allow for a bit of hill, massively important.
Yes, both players will have played on this lawn earlier in the event. Rachel probably has quite a bit more experience on lawn 1 here than Jamie does. But taking some time to get familiar with the slopes during your warm-up is really a key part of that 10 minutes.
And of course these are quadway hoops, and I understand that the hoops have actually been moved. I don't know whether it was this morning or last night. It's probably this morning. So they should be in fresh hoop holes
Excellent.
for the final. So the hoops haven't been too difficult. People have been running them from reasonable angles and reasonably without a huge amount of difficulty, certainly compared with the quadways in Christchurch
Yes,
for the women's
which I've
AC,
heard
which were
a great deal about.
somewhat challenging. So I think we'll see a few long hoops today.
So yes, Rachel just taking her last couple of shots to practice that shot over to hoop 1. And I think the players are now ready to start.
So has Rachel won the toss?
Rachel has won the toss.
So
They
she-
performed the toss before the warm-up.
Right. I never know whether you should warm up with your own colour balls or whether you should play with any ball and then do the toss. What's the etiquette?
My preference is to play with one ball from each pair, as you would do in AC, and then to perform the toss once both players have completed their warm-up. That way, no player has an advantage of knowing that they're playing first to hoop 1 before the warm-up begins.
Oh, that's interesting. Yes.
Which a lot of people don't tend to pick up on, and it is a very minor point, but
No, I think that's a very good point. I think that ought to become a standard etiquette, shouldn't it?
it would be nice to see. A lot of the referees like to perform the toss as soon as the players walk onto the lawn, particularly for finals like this, and it does kind of add to the atmosphere.
I suppose it helps
But
the scoreboard people organise
That's
the
also
names.
true, and on the
in
live stream to
advance.
get things set up. So practically, it's quite sensible, but in terms of the game, it's less than
Oh, that's
ideal.
interesting. I hadn't really thought that through before.
So, here we go. Rachel with first play over to 1. You can tell she's practiced it. That's a pretty good start.
That looks pretty good. Just a foot beyond. Probably better to be a foot beyond than a foot short.
Generally, yes. Key is to be anywhere in hoop running position.
So have you seen Jamie playing very much?
I haven't, no. I saw a little bit of her in the block stages, but only parts of the game.
No, I mean I've not seen her play very much. Not a very strong hitter, but very accurate.
Yes, yeah, she has
Um,
a nice kind of comfortable style where she's not forcing any of the shots.
so that seems a fairly standard response, going sort of 2 yards off the boundary deep.
Yes, so you want to be south of blue here, so that if blue declines its hoop and tries to clear red, it can only really clear you to the south boundary. If you go level with or north of blue, then it can pump you into the lawn. So the short boundary side is the general play there, and I think she's got red in a position where it can run the hoop as well, which is key.
So Rachel will just be trying to put a ball in really good hoop running position now.
Yes, ideally a little bit better than blue. So she's tried to take some of the pace off because blue went a little far and black's now just a little bit short. But again, I think it is in hoop running position. We're not at the best angle for hoop 1, but I'm sure the viewers will be able to tell.
If you want to see something interesting.
Okay. Is this actually on the live stream or is it just for us?
It's for both.
Okay.
So if you find something interesting to look at, we might look at it as well.
So who have we got on camera, Alison?
So we've got Andrew Grant is on camera.
Andrew Grant on
over there,
camera, so thank you, Andrew.
which is very kind of him to put up his entire week, and the lovely Heather, his wife, is having a little holiday down here somewhere, a break. So we're very lucky to have him.
Excellent.
Very lucky.
Okay, so Rachel's first hoop attempt there, just taking the near wire and rejecting over 5 yards to the east. Jamie now has a choice between stop shotting black or taking off her hoop. I think early days in the match, you just want to stop shot black. It's a nice, safe, defensive play. Doesn't force you to do anything difficult. And that's a really good shot.
So has that managed to stay in hoop running position?
I can't quite tell from here, Ian. I think it's very angled if it is in front, but she hit pretty much exactly the middle of black there, so couldn't have done any better with that.
That suggests it's probably not in hoop running position, doesn't it?
It does, and that looks a little bit short. This yellow looks quite angled, could be trying for a jaws, could
Or is
just
it
be clearing black.
Taking black out,
Yeah.
I think. Oh no, that was a hoop attempt. That
Yep,
looked
no.
very angled.
No, that was a
I
full
think-
strength hoop.
I think maybe these hoops are in fresh ground, freshly set, probably quite firm. We've had a little bit of rain this week, so they're not as baked into the ground as they could be, but they're obviously still challenging.
Nothing wrong with trying a difficult hoop there. Red can remove black if it is in a hoop running position, but based on this shot, black's not in front anyway, so fairly free go at the hoop for yellow there.
So one of the things I've learnt here is it's important to get both red and blue off the boundary with this shot. Is that right? Or
It depends on the position. So
you
here,
don't want to leave blue a simple clear.
yes, so that's good. Blue can't clear red anywhere.
Yeah.
If you leave it somewhere where blue can stop shot you and hold hoop position, then it's not very good.
Yes.
If you hit it on the other side so that red stays the short boundary side and blue goes off the boundary, then that's not a disaster. But generally, both balls off the lawn is a sensible play. So yellow here could look to just take out black. That would be the safe neutral play. Could go into position and let red clear black, but she's going with the easy choice of shot to start with, and I think this is exactly what I'm doing at the start of a match. Just play a series of easy shots to get yourself into the swing of things. She's played that very nicely again.
I think that's one of Jamie's strengths, is she does manage to hit balls with medium strength, bang in the middle.
It's a really powerful move if you can
That's-
centre ball.
I think that's
at a
why
nice
she's got to
pace.
the final.
Mhm.
She's done that a lot.
Based on what Ian's been saying, one of Rachel's strengths so far this tournament has been her hoop running. She's also a very good positional player.
And I think tactically, there were just one or two occasions yesterday where I thought Rachel made good tactical decisions, and one or two occasions where Soha perhaps didn't.
Okay.
And I think that was a turning point really, because they were both shooting incredibly well.
No, tactically, Rachel is a brilliant player. She employs tactics that suit her style of play brilliantly. But
And that's an excellent
straight
hoop
hitting
from Jamie.
is also quite a good tactic. So boundary hoop 1 from Jamie.
And that counts as a break because it's black and blue went first, and yet red and yellow have scored the first hoop.
Yeah, you're feeling quite positive if you're Jamie there to have turned around hoop 1 early days in the match.
And also winning hoop 1 means, even if you lose hoop 2, you're first at hoop 3, which gives you an advantage perhaps at hoop
Exactly.
4.
Yep.
And it can just help swing a match.
You've been playing a little bit more GC this year?
Debbie and I have played a little bit in order to get a bit of practice.
Okay.
We played a lovely advanced tournament at Hunstanton, which we enjoyed. But I think Debbie is more talented at it than I am.
Okay.
Just her ability to hit the ball straight, which is kind of important for GC, is she's a little better than I am.
I remember a game in the counties that I played with Debbie. We're both on the Essex team in the AC counties. and we had a kind of diagonal spread where we had to take a lift shot, and we agreed that Debbie would take the lift shot.
On the basis this is a better shot than you.
I thought she was more likely to hit at that point in time, which our opponents thought was nonsense, but she is a brilliant shot.
Debbie, historically, going back 30 years, was well known for being a very, very good shot. Didn't hit the ball terribly hard as some of the men.
Fantastic centre ball clearance.
Shot. Again, centre ball. So will Rachel be worried about yellow just running the hoop from there?
Yellow will likely take on its hoop, so black can attempt to clear it. If it misses, yellow can stop blue and gain full control. So Rachel would take position, trying to block yellow at the hoop.
That's not gone well.
No, it may well have taken a bit of hill. She was on quite a tight line to get the block at yellow, so needed to be near the hoop, but you don't want to go into the back of it.
So just needs to stop in hoop running position here, presumably.
She'll be trying to, but even if she doesn't, she's in a good position, as long as she middles it. Okay.
Not quite.
First one she hasn't middled. So blue can come back in.
So does blue try to find... Oh, there isn't really a good wide spot, is there?
Wide from red won't be good hoop position.
Yeah.
So you can go a little bit deeper, as Rachel has done.
So that's allowing red to clear it, isn't it?
It is. But it's saying that red needs to centre ball it to gain an advantage.
Is she worried that red might just trickle through the hoop and take position there, so she needs to be close enough to jump?
I think black should be able to deal with that if red were to just trickle through the hoop. I think the clearance on blue is a good choice if she has it, or if she can get wide from black, that's strong. Black looks to be in quite a nasty spot there, so just wide from black is good.
So was that blocking yellow at blue?
It should have been trying to, I think. Although Jamie's lining up a shot.
Looks like it's gone a fraction too far almost. So was that just an attempted cuddle up to blue?
Yes, it's a block / snuggle, attempting to get a good result there, and she's hit it in the middle but hasn't got the block. Okay.
Well, that should be a relatively straightforward jump for red.
It should be. So blue isn't quite in the jaws, but red does need to go over the top. Very clean.
And the ground is just very nice for jumping at the moment. It's slightly soft, but not too soft, so people have been jumping remarkably easily, even with these quadways.
I think it's pretty much ideal for jump shots at this ground at the moment, so we should get some exciting jumps throughout the match. So good position from black. red will be trying to clear it. Yellow's in a position where it can run the hoop. I don't think it's blocked by blue.
No, Rachel's failed 2 hoops now, so maybe Jamie might be tempted to let Rachel have another go at an angled hoop.
You could do. Having put yellow there, the plan was always to clear black. Otherwise black can clear yellow down to the south boundary and let blue run. So you do need to follow through with the plan here and take out black, I think. Another really good central contact from fairly long range there. So if yellow's blocked at the hoop, or if Rachel doesn't think she's likely to run, black can play back in. If it's open at the hoop, Rachel will be looking to clear it. So this indicates that yellow either has a very difficult hoop or can't run the hoop at all.
An excellent hoop from almost 45 degrees, I think.
Yeah, really good shot.
So Jamie takes a 3-0 lead.
And it's interesting there that Rachel decided not to clear yellow with black, and this is kind of central to a lot of her tactics, is she'll let the opponent play difficult shots, and most of the time they won't make them, and Rachel will then be in a good position to clean up the hoop. But if the opponent plays well, as Jamie has done so far, then Rachel may need to start employing some more aggressive tactics.
Yeah, it's good blue, it's good red. Red going to the left-hand side of blue as we look at it, presumably so that it can only be cleared to the short boundary.
There we go. So if red goes to the west of blue there, and black takes even nicer position, blue can not only clear red, but it can clear red potentially getting over to 5. So at 3-0 up, you don't want to be conceding any advantage at 5, even if you lose hoop 4. So sticking to the short boundary side of blue there is a good choice with red. It's excellent position with yellow. It's blocked red. That doesn't particularly matter, because if blue fails, red can just clear black.
A slightly hampered shot for Rachel. And the hoops have not been working for Rachel today.
No. May just be taking her some time to get her hoop stroke, but that was near the middle of the hoop, and it was a difficult hampered shot, but just not quite good enough. So Jamie can just stop shot this and maximise her chance of winning 4 for 4-0, or if she wants to be a bit greedy, she can flick off the left hand side, sending black to corner 2 and getting over to 5.
Well.
So she went more with the stop shot option, got a little bit unlucky to rush black into the peg.
So this does give Rachel a shot back to clear yellow. I was surprised. I thought red would make more of an attempt to get in front of hoop 5.
I think at 3-0 up, you maximise your chance of winning 4 and take 4-0. It's really tempting, and I might well play it if I'm the one on the lawn, but maximising your chance for 4-0 cannot be wrong. It's a good shot by Rachel.
Given that black hit the peg, it was the right choice. But I think if you got black all the way up into corner 2, it just feels that it's just such a big advantage.
You're probably still favourite at 4, even with red over at 5. So I think the flick would have been nice. It's not necessary, but it would have been nice. So yellow here, not trying to take position in front of the hoop. It's stayed on the short boundary side so that blue can't clear it anyway. Red here might have a hoop shot on. Again, not an easy one.
I think Jamie will take it, I think.
She's been running hoops well, and for 4-0, it looks good. The alternative is just clear blue and maintain a neutral position.
Was that maybe a slightly attempted in-off?
It might have been. I think it was probably just trying to centre ball clear blue. Trouble with going for the in-off is if you take too little of blue and flick off down to the south boundary, and then suddenly you've lost your advantage.
Control of the hoop, yes.
So Rachel here looking for a controlled clearance on yellow. Doesn't need to be cleared, it's not in hoop running position, but if black were to just take position, yellow could turn around and clear it.
That is one of Rachel's strengths. She's really good at that shot.
And that's just an excellent result. Black staying in a hoop running position.
Is it even... I don't think it's wide from red, is it?
It's possible.
If it was, that was a fantastic shot. It looks like Jamie is shooting it, so maybe it was even wide from red. So a really terrific shot from Rachel.
In the middle again. It's fantastic to see her come out and produce such a strong performance early on in the match. Often I find it can take me a while to get going at the start of a day, but this has just been brilliant.
Well, there was some fantastic shooting yesterday, particularly in the 5th game. Yesterday Rachel and Sohar, they had a real battle for hoop 5 with a series of 14-yard clearances, which was very impressive. So this will be a firmer clearance on yellow now, I think.
Yeah, so this is looking to then run the hoop with blue. So this will be a kind of smashy clearance. Okay, she hasn't got a lot of that yellow ball, but she has hit it hard enough that she's still shifted it about 10 yards from blue, maybe 9.
So a big shot here.
Yeah. It's another good shot.
Had a very good view of Jamie, a very straight swing, which obviously is very good under pressure.
It's good under pressure, it's good for consistency. You get some very good shooting players with quite crooked swings, but they don't necessarily hold up under pressure. So if you have a perfectly straight swing, you're just making life easier for yourself.
So Rachel here, she's asking for a referee. Now I assume that's because she wants a little bit of relief from the boundary.
That's correct.
And she can probably only see a third of red or half of red, maybe.
It looks as though yellow or possibly the hoop are covering a little bit, so you just need to be careful with how you bring this in.
So best to get somebody else to do it rather than...
And it's good to see that they've removed the fence from this boundary. It was too close to the lawn. It always is, to allow room for people to come in on the path behind. But it means that at times you have to bring the ball in by a yard to take relief.
Yes, I think it's a good idea during the block stages and early on in a tournament, because the people sitting around the lawn might not be concentrating on the game,
right,
and therefore, there is a risk that people could get hit. So there is a health and safety issue, particularly with some of the players here who can hit the ball quite hard.
Yes.
I think for the final now, everybody sitting around the lawn is concentrating
paying
on what's
attention,
going on.
aren't they? Yeah.
So Rachel can hit the ball quite hard, but I don't think there's any particular danger to people.
No, there shouldn't be, and they do have stop boards in place.
Yeah. Yes, you didn't have much more than half a ball to shoot out there, I don't think. So
this will be 4-0 to Jamie, with both of Rachel's balls in poor positions for 5.
Yes, blue will be offside. No, blue's not offside.
Neither ball is offside, but they may as well be.
Yeah. They're twice as far as red and yellow from the hoop. So I wonder what's going through Jamie's mind now.
Well, this is a dream start for her. Second approach to 1, and now 4-0 up. So she'll just be looking to remain calm and keep doing what she's doing for the rest of the game.
Jamie, I think she's only dropped 1 game so far. In
the knockout, I think that
lost
seems
a game
feasible.
To Jane
Yep.
Stevens, I think. That's a beautiful approach from Rachel.
Yeah, good response.
So this all looks very standard. You put your first ball in position and clear with the second ball.
Yes, it is.
Standard GC tactics. As an AC player, I'm beginning to get the hang, having watched
You've
many games
picked up
now.
on pretty much everything so far, so it's good.
There's a few things that I'm beginning to notice now, and just like in AC, there are set ways of doing things and recognised.
Yes.
You
get into
there are lots
patterns.
of things you can do, but there are certain options which give you the best probability of winning the next hoop.
So this is blue into position, having a go at blocking red at black.
It looks quite close.
That's certainly close. So the key thing with that shot is to get blue into a position where it can run the hoop, but you may as well try to get that block red at black as well. It's obviously played in from a long distance, so it's low probability, but worth going
red
for.
can still see a little bit of black.
Certainly shooting at something, yes.
So is that the first shot Jamie has missed in this match?
That's the first miss I recall so far.
So maybe a bit of a turning point.
She may well not have had all of the black ball to clear there.
I'm pretty sure she didn't.
So Rachel needs to be running this into good position at 6. But first of all, she needs to run her first hoop. So understandably not feeling fully confident quite yet, so just restalking the ball, taking her time to settle into it. It's a point.
Well,
It's getting applause. It's not good enough.
she'll be disappointed with that. It's one of her strengths yesterday was running hoops well up to the next hoop.
Yes. So you can still get a mallet quite easily to black to play it up to 6, but it's going to struggle to clear yellow. So blue now needs to look at clearing this yellow ball. In general, you don't want to have to be clearing with the first ball. You want a ball in position before you're taking on a clearance. She's nicked it.
Left about a 45-degree hoop, I guess.
Yeah, it's certainly runnable for Jamie. But blue has disappeared to the north boundary, where either red or later yellow can come into wide position. So I think red is probably open, but only just, and it's still quite a long shot for blue to clear it.
I think black has to just take position now, isn't it? Or
Yes, yeah. I'm going to struggle to clear anything with it.
Oh, wow.
Well, that is excellent position.
Except that it possibly makes the hoop even larger for yellow, I think.
Yes, so this will definitely be taking the left-hand side of black as she sees it. Yellow is pretty much guaranteed to hit the hoop and stay around, and has a very good chance of going through on this in-off as well. Okay, so that perhaps didn't hit the hoop at all.
No, surprising that from
that is
the
surprising.
angle we
From
were looking at. So
our angle, it looked like a really easy in-off, or at least clear the ball and hit the hoop.
Jamie was just...
As I've said, the viewers will have a better view of the lawn than we do, so...
So blue gone back wide from yellow.
Yeah, perhaps it couldn't see any of red. At the very least, it could have tried to play in on the blocking line to get a block on red, or get in the way of Jamie's stance. But this is just a fairly trivial hoop for 5-1.
Yes, I think perhaps Rachel didn't want to take on a difficult shot at half a ball and end up somewhere near hoop 8, because then you're not in a very good position for hoop 7.
Yeah.
So a little bit of discretion.
So yes, I don't mind not shooting at the red there, but I did want to see blue coming into better blocking position to try and deny red's hoop. It's another good positional shot from Rachel. So yellow's clearance at black is slightly shorter than red's, and you're clearing it to the short boundary side anyway, so there's nothing wrong with just taking this clearance immediately with yellow. Alternatively, yellow can take position and leave red to clear black, but with yellow in position and black cleared to the boundary, black can then turn around and clear it.
I think if you're red and yellow at this stage, you just want to try to get back into the hoop, don't you? So I'm sort of slightly surprised at that.
See, I think the standard pattern now is blue takes position, red tries to clear black. If it connects with black and moves it to the boundary, black has a 7-yarder at yellow with blue in position.
Yes.
So I didn't mind yellow shooting at black there and just taking both balls out to the boundary. That would have been quite nice.
Yes, I think given Jamie's strength at shooting, hitting 7-yarders, I think that would have been a better option. I think.
Yeah. May well just be that she's going to put some balls in front and put pressure on Rachel to run her hoop.
So Rachel attempted to block there, but I think it was just 2 balls short.
So you can go for the block on red at black and or the block on yellow at the hoop. But when you're taking position, if there's a potential to get a block as well, you always want to think about going for it. So, as predicted, she's hit this shot, but Rachel can now just turn around and hit her own 7-yarder, which she's going to do the majority of the time, clearing yellow a good distance away, and yellow will then have a difficult shot back at blue to get back in the hoop. So I'm not sure I like this line of play from Jamie. Rachel is thinking about turning down this 7-yard clearance and putting another ball in. If blue's blocking yellow at the hoop, then putting another ball in and forcing yellow to jump is playable.
I think
but
Jamie has shown that she's quite capable of doing a 2-yard jump and
she
hitting
is,
the ball
yeah.
straight.
So
I would be...
So we've gone for the little stymie here, and that's gone straight into yellow.
I'm a little surprised by that. I would have thought the standard play would have been to smash yellow.
The standard play is to smash yellow there. And again, this is Rachel turning down difficult shots and trying to force her opponent to play the difficult shots. Okay, so yellow has not run the hoop there, it's gone for blue. So we're going to say that Rachel nudged it into a position where blue was blocking its hoop shot. So in that case, good shot by Rachel. Jamie turned down a 2.5, 3-yard jump and went for the clearance. Blue comes back in. If both blue and black are there at the end of this shot, black can just clear yellow. So Jamie now has to play another clearance, and it'll take her a while to work her way back into the hoop. And that's the result of having turned down the 3-yard jump with yellow.
It's interesting, I suppose, in a match like this, you try to suss out what your opponent is and isn't willing to do, and try to find out. And that's part of the tactics, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. And Rachel will have picked up on the fact that she's turned down a 3-yard jump shot. It doesn't mean she can't play them, but it would indicate that Jamie doesn't particularly like those kinds of shots.
So why did black go so deep there?
It doesn't need to be that deep, I don't think. Tighter position would have been better. Yellow wants to hit this on the right hand side so that it straightens itself up for a hoop shot.
And again, that's not got off the boundary, so that leaves blue with a potential clearance on yellow.
Blue can clear yellow with a bit of control. Blue can take tight position at the hoop, and then if red clears black, black clears yellow. Multiple good options for Rachel here. She's quite good at the controlled clearances, so clearing yellow probably would have worked for her.
I mean, is Rachel trying to manoeuvre a position where she can make 7 running down to 8? So she doesn't just want to make the hoop.
Yep, that's the other thing. So
with the score at 5-1, she really needs to be making multiple hoops.
So she can get a ball close to hoop 7 that she can run with. That'll give her an advantage at 8. So it's worth taking her time to generate that. Possible that blue's blocked black's hoop shot though, which would be a bit unfortunate for her. So red coming back into hoop running position. Rachel now has a bit of a dilemma. She can try and block yellow at blue and or yellow at the hoop. If yellow's open on blue at the end of the shot, then it'll clear it and let red run. She can clear red and let yellow take on a difficult hoop, or what she's going to go for is clearing yellow, ideally to a spot on the boundary where red is blocking its shot at blue.
So that's not quite there, is it?
No, I don't think so. We're assuming that red is in decent hoop running position. It looks a little bit angled, but definitely runnable.
So that was presumably at blue. I don't know whether she could see all of it. Maybe it was...
I think she could see all of that. I think she's missed it on the side that was closer to red. I think it went between blue and the hoop. My eyesight's not brilliant, but that's what I think happened. So Rachel's got this position now that she wanted, where she can run 7, giving her an advantage at 8, and that's a really nice hoop shot. So immediate lead at hoop 8 now.
So maybe Rachel's beginning to think she can claw her way back into this game now. Yellow's presumably offside.
It is offside. They haven't indicated that they want it moved yet.
So the rules now are that both players are responsible for asking?
I don't know what the official rule is. What normally happens is one of the two players will spot it and indicate that it's offside. But I don't know whose duty it is to point it out. It's another good positional shot from Rachel. Red didn't take particularly nice position.
Interesting.
So she's left it there. It's a little bit more difficult to get hoop running position from where the yellow ball was than if Rachel had moved it to the penalty area.
She's got a clearer run through from the penalty area, maybe.
So from where the ball was, it's approaching at 90 degrees to the line of running the hoop, whereas if you move it to this penalty area, you're a little bit more down the line towards the hoop.
Yeah.
So nothing wrong with leaving yellow there. Blue attempting to block red at black. Looks well short from here.
Was that attempting to block hoop and black? It's a bit of a double target, maybe.
That is a bit of the dilemma. Do you block the hoop or do you block the clearance at black? I'm not sure what Jamie will be going for here.
So that was an attempted hoop from 7, probably 8 yards almost.
Yeah. Quite a difficult hoop, but good to see some aggressive play. When you have a lead in the match, you quite fancy your hoop shots.
And with both opponents' balls in front of the hoop, not an unreasonable line of play.
Nope. And this is better from Rachel. Quite a simple hoop shot, but she's run it with no wire, and that's always a confidence booster.
Yes, it's good for Rachel to settle in. This is a best of 5 match. Yesterday's match went on for 7 hours, so plenty of time for her to...
That's excellent position from Jamie. Looks to be about 1 yard straight in front of 9.
So Rachel will shoot twice at this, presumably.
Yes, particularly given she's 5-3 down. Ordinarily, my thinking at hoop 9 is that if the opponent puts a ball in position where they can run it, gaining an advantage at 10, then I'll have 2 shots at it. If it's in a position where it can run, but is unlikely to run nicely down to hoop 10, then I'll put a ball in and go for the clearance.
You're quite happy to just exchange hoops then?
Yeah.
But I think at 5-3, you
at 5-3
can't
down,
afford to exchange hoops.
With yellow being so good, this needs 2 attempts at the clearance.
That's a brilliant
great
shot from Rachel.
Alex Lake said on the chat, Rachel right back in this. Before she took that shot, now that she's hit it, she certainly is.
Probably just hoop running position.
Just a couple of balls short there. You don't want red long there, because black can play in where red blocks yellow's clearance at black, and then blue can smash red. So it's on the correct side of the hoop, it's just a little bit short. This way, if black now comes into hoop running position, yellow can take it out immediately. If she's worried about blue at red. If she's not worried about blue at red, yellow can take position as well.
We haven't seen Jamie doing any strong takeouts yet. Is that perhaps a weakness in her game?
In terms of strength of clearance?
Yeah.
I haven't seen her hit anything particularly hard, no. And the style that she uses is a kind of slightly wristy Solomon, which doesn't look to be capable of generating that much power. She's got a lovely, what I would call mid-pace clearance,
yes.
which as we've seen, she's hitting centre ball with a lot. And that's really powerful, but she doesn't necessarily have a big smash, or I haven't seen it yet.
So maybe that's a bit of an advantage that Rachel might have over the course of this match.
So black not in ideal position, so yellow's felt no need to do anything about it and has just taken good position. Blue here will probably just take deep position. Okay, not deep position. So I expect red will just turn around and centre ball blue there. And where Rachel's put the blue ball, red might have a decent chance of staying in front.
Yes, so you think that should have been 2 feet further south?
I either want it further south so that if red clears it, it clears it to the south boundary pretty much directly south of hoop 9. Whereas this way she can clear it over to corner 4 and get a straightish hoop for red. So I think blue just went a little bit further than I'd like it there. There we go. So she's cleared it to corner 4 and red has stayed in hoop running position. Rachel may well have just said, okay, I'll let you take that and I'll run with black. But she has now backed herself into quite a difficult hoop shot. Another restalk. Perfectly understandable given the pressure on this shot. Not a terrible effort, but it was a difficult shot. Jamie can look to run this up to 10, but for a 6-3 lead, the key is just to run the hoop. There we go. Nice confident hoop shot.
another point for Jamie, so... That's a perfect shot from Rachel, I think.
Fantastic. And she has been taking really good position this game. Jamie's positional play has been her weakness so far, I think. The other aspects of the game have been really strong, but she's just come up a little bit short on that red, and now if yellow does clear blue, she has a difficult hoop. If yellow goes 2 yards further, if red goes 2 yards further and yellow clears blue, she's favourite to run the hoop from where it is. So she's just making life a little bit more difficult for herself.
Another good ball from Rachel. Jamie, is there a bit of a double target with blue in the hoop? I don't think so.
It's possible.
I think this is just shooting at blue. And again, Jamie hits.
So there may have been a double target, and she aimed in the middle of it and hit the middle of it, and just clipped blue.
I think that was just going for blue. I don't think the hoop was in play.
So Rachel here looking to block red at the hoop.
And I think that's perfect.
Looks really good. So she could have cleared red there. Trouble with that is that it's losing blue, and she does need to win the next 4 hoops, so she needs to keep both balls close to 11. Red has cleared black to about 8 inches from yellow.
So there are more tactics that I know about.
Talk us through this one then, Ian.
Well, I shouldn't really say anything with Rachel listening, but I doubt whether I can tell her anything about tactics.
It seems unlikely.
Yes, I'm very generous of you.
There's not a lot that I can tell Rachel about tactics either, so... So it could snuggle yellow here, is what we're considering, and deny yellow any opportunity to clear blue.
The risk with that is that yellow could just ping off black and sit in front of 11. Presumably.
Yes, and red is also in quite a nice position for 11. So black's gone back in. The thinking now is that if yellow fails to deal with blue, blue can clear red, gaining an advantage at 11.
Another good shot from Jamie.
Yeah, really nice. So had black played the snuggle, it would have guaranteed the hoop for Rachel, but that's not enough to win the game. So black taking position and letting Jamie have that shot was perfectly reasonable. So blue looks to be blocking yellow at the hoop here.
I'm not sure it's completely blocking it.
I'm not sure it's covered it. Might be able to squeak past on the right hand side as she plays it.
Rachel's looking at yellow.
That would suggest that yellow is open on the hoop. You want to try and hit this at a nice mid-pace so that black hangs around for 11. But it's greedy, but there's no good winning 10 and not getting anything at 11.
That was a good effort. Needed to be just a little bit more central, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, she went at her fairly hard pace for that, just to try and maximise distance on yellow.
I mean, if yellow misses also, it is now more into the corner here, so it is further from 11.
Yep, that's another good point.
And it's another excellent top shot from Jamie. His shooting has been really remarkably good.
Yeah. So Rachel here can just take position. Trouble is, red will play in and Jamie will have a 7-yarder with yellow at blue. So
Yes, but then Jamie doesn't have the firm clearance. So
she doesn't, but she has enough pace to move blue a good 12 yards away if she hits it in the middle. So Rachel here looking to go wide from yellow. That's gone a little bit too far, so yellow is open on blue and blue is not in hoop running position.
So probably not worth yellow trying the firm clearance. Or
It depends on how confident she's feeling. So Jamie can stick to the plan of putting red in and clearing blue with yellow, but it's no longer necessary now that blue isn't in hoop running position. So she's put red in a position where blue will have an easy stop shot on it,
so
which would indicate that she's queuing herself up for this clearance yellow at blue.
So that looked like an attempted block. Or was it a...
I'm not sure what that was. Could have been trying to nudge blue into position, could have been trying to nudge red out the way. So she's missed that on the left hand side. The hoop would have been in her mind on the right hand side of blue. So forgivable to miss that. But again, it wasn't at a particularly hard pace. So if she doesn't hit the middle of blue there, she's not sending it very far away.
I mean, and I think that looks like a strong clearance. You know?
Yes, so
I mean,
that should
why
have
wouldn't she
been
be?
a hard clearance. The pace to play that shot at is hard. So that's about as hard as she feels comfortable hitting the ball.
Well, she just begins to lose a little bit of accuracy even at that pace.
And she's got a lovely backswing. You know, it comes up in a really good arc.
Perfectly
but
straight.
It's all quite
really good.
slow motion, which is why she doesn't generate that much power. Just clipping the right hand wire of the hoop there.
I think that was probably an attempt at the hoop, wasn't it?
It may well have been.
I think.
There's nothing wrong with clearing blue, given that black isn't in front. But there's also nothing wrong with having a go at your hoop for the win, given yellow's all the way over on the west boundary. So black here can either take position where it's wide from red through the hoop, or it can try and block yellow at blue. I prefer wide through the hoop, and that's what she's gone for, but hasn't quite reached.
Wouldn't the wide spot have blocked blue at the hoop?
It might have done, but it doesn't really matter. If you get wide from red, red has to play a worldie of a shot to go through the back and clear your ball. So you don't mind blocking blue if black is wide from red. As it happens, it's not.
Is there a risk of...
Okay, so interesting choice here from Jamie to play yellow into position rather than attempting to clear blue.
It's just putting the pressure on, isn't it?
It's putting some pressure on. It's also avoiding bad balls for 11 if she misses over to the side boundary. But it does give Rachel some options, so I think yellow needed to go past blue there. Rachel can play this flick, getting over to 11. Okay, she's gone with a bit of a halfway option, which is getting towards 11 but still staying in a commanding position for the hoop, because red can clear black. So I think that's a good choice by Rachel to edge towards 11 but stay near 10.
That's another good shot from Jamie. Red staying reasonably close.
It's almost stayed too close to blue, unfortunately. So,
Rachel will be disappointed with that, I think.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say if black takes position, blue can just smash red. But as it happens, black at best can jaws. Just gone a ball too far.
But even blue smashing red isn't getting the advantage at 11, is it?
It doesn't give her 11, but it would give her a pretty high chance at making 10. Yellow coming back into position, and from down in corner 1, that's a really nice shot. So blue here can just stop yellow away and hold for position, potentially stopping where it's blocking red at the hoop. What she's a little bit worried about here is that red is possibly open at hoop 10.
I think red can run the hoop
with a 4-yarder for the win.
Black's not blocking it.
Yeah, your position's slightly better than mine to see that, so thank you. So she's gone with a stop shot on yellow. She would have liked blue to stop a little bit shorter than that and cover red at the hoop.
So again, I think Jamie will be going for the hoop here.
Yes. Not a lot of use in clearing black or blue here.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, okay, she is going at blue.
So what's the logic there? Is that because just wants to make Rachel really earn the hoop, and Jamie thinks that given that...
It just prolongs the hoop a little bit more. It may have been that black was just covering red's hoop shot. If red was open, I think she should have had a go at the hoop. But here, what we've seen happen is Rachel's tucked into the jaws. Yellow now has a difficult shot to dig it out. I'll stop talking for a bit because the players are quite close. really good shot.
Fantastic shot.
So blue looking to come in wide from red. It's definitely close to having got it, but I think it's just open. Yep, fully open there, so another nice controlled clearance.
So Jamie beginning to develop an advantage for this hoop then?
She has done, after hitting what was quite a difficult shot with yellow. So with black in the jaws, I think Rachel was probably favourite for the hoop, but Jamie produced a good shot there to work her way back in. And now yellow can just take out black and tee up red for a hoop shot, or it can take position and let red clear black. That's what she's going for. There is now a little bit of a concern though with red's clearance on black that she'll clear it into yellow, because those two balls are quite close together. So she's got to be a little bit careful with that. Try and hit it just on the right hand side. Rachel looking to block red at black potentially.
So anything could happen here.
Anything could happen, you're right. She could come off the right hand side of black and clear both black and blue.
Yellow could get peeled through.
She could nail black into yellow into the hoop. It's, yeah. Okay, well, we've got everything.
Pretty good result, really.
Yeah, so clearing black into blue into yellow, but yellow is still in a position where it can, at the very least, jaws potentially run hoop 10. So that's a good outcome for Jamie there. Rachel will probably feel the need to shoot at this yellow. You don't want to leave it there and Jamie walks up and runs the hoop and takes the game. At the same time, missing yellow here is probably game over. Yellow can tuck in wired from blue through red, or it can go for the hoop, get in the jaws.
Move yellow now, don't you?
I think you do need to shoot at yellow here. Rachel just taking some time to assess the options, and she's not going to shoot at yellow.
So what do we know?
So we'll see if Jamie just walks up and has a go at running the hoop here.
I suppose if it goes in the jaws...
If it goes in the jaws, blue will clear it. Blue will probably clear red.
Red, and black will jump.
So that is a nice way for Rachel to get an advantage at 11 if yellow jawses. Blue clears red, getting over to 11. Black jumps yellow, leaving yellow in the hoop with no approach to 11. But yellow may well just run the hoop here. There we go.
And that's an excellent win for Jamie, 7-3.
Yep, really strong performance.
So, probably a little bit of a turn up for the books.
Yes, probably not the anticipated result, but it is just game one. And Jamie, physically there, the far better player. Tactically, I think Rachel still has an advantage. She took better lines of play, but Jamie's shooting was just far superior, and she had some excellent hoop running as well.
I think if Rachel had run a few of those early on hoops, it would have been a very different game.
Very different game, yeah.
I think
It's
so.
hard to
Hopefully-
recover from 4-0 down.
Hopefully Rachel has settled down now. She's run a few hoops.
Got a new friend for you to talk to, Aston.
Wonderful. So David Openshaw is going to join us
Then
over
Ian
here.
gets let off the hook. Say bye-bye and give everyone a wave, because I think you're on camera.
I'll go and concentrate on the main event, which is happening on lawn 7.
Excellent.
I don't know if anyone actually knows what's going on over there.
Okay, well, cheer on Debbie for me, and thank you very much for joining me,
Right,
Ian.
thank you, guys. Welcome, David.
Thank you very much for joining me, David.
Pleasure, Aston. Nice to be here. I've only just arrived, so that last hoop was the first hoop I've seen today.
Right,
So I don't know
okay.
much about the story of the first game, but
So I can recap it for you and for any viewers that have just joined us. So Rachel won the toss, had first play over to 1, and then managed to go 4-0 down. So Jamie ran hoop 1 from the boundary, which is always a strong start, and then had another couple of good hoop shots to take the 4-0 lead. Rachel ran 5, but only by about 2 inches, so no advantage at 6, went 5-1 down.
yeah.
Got back to 5-3 and hit the clearance well over at 9, and at that point she's well back in it. Ended up having to take on quite a difficult hoop 9, which she didn't get, and Jamie proceeded to run that nicely, and eventually ran a short angled hoop 10, which you saw to win the game 7-3.
Good.
So yeah, it's been a really high standard of play for game 1 of a final from both players, but Jamie in particular, her shooting has just been brilliant.
She seems to have a very placid approach to things, which is a nice, calm approach, which is, I think, worth a lot, particularly when you're playing in the final.
Yes. So the temperament of both players is excellent. They both look really calm. I obviously know Rachel quite a bit better than Jamie, and Rachel's always a really calm player, doesn't tend to show a lot of emotion when she's on the lawn, and I think that's just a good way of staying focused, particularly when there's a lot of pressure on in a final. Amir Ramses says hello, David.
Oh, hello, Amir. Hope to see you in October.
So talk us through what's happening in October.
Okay, so October, first week in October is a traditional Egyptian Open Championship, which is a very, very competitive event. I've played in it, I think, maybe 10 times, so it's one of my favourite tournaments. And this year it's expanded to around about 64 players. They've got a lot of entrants from England this time. We've got a team of 5 going out, and they'll be playing a match against Egypt after the main tournament has been played. So we've got a 2-day England versus Egypt match after the main championship has been played. So there'll be at least 5 players from England. There are, I think, apparently 6 players from Spain coming out, and around 10 players from the US coming out. So instead of the normal 32 players in this event, it's going to be expanded up to as many as 64 players. The matches will be played all day and up until midnight at night under the floodlights there. It's a very nice place to play under floodlights. That's the prime time. We get some good spectator involvement at night time, and it's a lovely time of the day to play. A bit hot in the during the day. It'll be round about 30 to 35, I would think, and in the evening it's 25 to 30, something like that. So a very good tournament. All the top Egyptians play in it, and players like Robert Fulford, Reg Bamford, Stephen Mulliner have been have played in it. It's always been won by an Egyptian so far, so this time, with so many more non-Egyptians playing in it, I think it might be, well, it'll be very competitive. So we're looking forward to seeing how that develops.
Yes, I'm certainly looking forward to playing in it. It'll be my first time playing in Egypt, so I've heard lots of good things. I'm very excited.
Yes, it really is a very nice place to play. The club that it's played at, the Gazira Club, there are 3 lawns that are owned by the Federation, Egyptian Federation, and there are also 3 club lawns by the Gazira Club, which is an old British officers' club. It has horse racing, 9 holes of golf, some squash courts, tennis courts, basketball courts, 5-a-side football courts, and a whole range of other activities. So it's a very popular multi-sports club, which is probably the premier club in Cairo, but there are many other multi-sports clubs which have various specialities, like the shooting club, which does a lot of clay pigeon shooting, but also croquet at that club, and 15 clubs in Cairo have croquet as part of their mix of sports. So we're off and started with game 2 here.
Yeah, so similar first ball in from Rachel to the one she played in the first game, just a little bit on the long side, but in good hoop running position. I think Jamie might have to consider clearing blue, but she's put a first ball in, again, standard deep position behind blue on the short boundary side, so it can't be cleared into the lawn. Black now will try and take even better position than blue. Speaking of Egypt, David, you've also been invited to play in Tenerife on the chat.
Have I?
So yes, I've seen some photos of the club they have there,
right,
and it looks really nice. So I'm definitely keen to go and play at some point.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Is this the club where they've got quite a few lawns that they're just building?
Yes, I think it's a fairly new club.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's a nice part of the world. I had a holiday there many years ago, so I don't know it that well.
So that was yellow shooting at blue. Looked to miss by a little bit on the right. So blue now can turn around and clear red, or it can take its hoop shot. The confident play is just to go for the hoop, and that's what Rachel is after. Again, just a little bit of near wire on that shot. So red now can look to stop shot black, but I think the best choice is to go for the hoop.
Take the hoop on, I think, yes.
So it's a nice controlled stop shot on black there, with red possibly staying in front of hoop 1, but with blue nearby, red's getting cleared anyway, so this just prolongs the hoop.
Yes, I thought she had a chance there to go for get some initiative in the second game, following on 1 up and following Rachel's miss with blue, but of course it's a more risky alternative.
It is, but I think you're right that in terms of momentum, to take game 1 let Rachel fail her first shot and then to step up and run the hoop.
Yeah, I think
that's a big swing.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
So Jamie, however, has opted for the just more conservative clearance, and there's nothing wrong with that. She's backing herself to engineer a nice position at the hoop. So she ran hoop 1 from the boundary last time. I'm not sure that's what she'll be going for this time. She could go for the safe option again, which is just to move blue out the way, or she could have a go at the hoop.
Yeah, both good alternatives.
Black has a simple clearance on yellow, but there's nothing that red can do about black here. It's nicely in the short boundary side. Okay, she's gone for the conservative option of clearing blue. I think that's a good choice. She's actually hit that one fairly hard and less than half ball, so red has come up towards us at hoop 3. If black can middle yellow, it'll be a fairly neutral position. Okay, not the middle of yellow.
Not the middle, no.
Might have been thinking about an in-off opportunity there.
I think that would be a...
I think the middle of yellow is better.
The middle of yellow is definitely better, yeah. Yeah, it is.
So how many Women's World Championships have you watched, David?
Quite a few. Because when I was the president of WCF, we started them. They were Amia Ramses, who you just mentioned earlier, was on the chat, was on the management committee, and he and I were main movers in getting the Women's Golf Croquet World Championship started.
Okay.
So I went to certainly the first one I think was in Egypt, if I remember rightly. I saw one in, there was one in Ireland, one of the early ones, at Carrick Mines Club, and that was a very good event. And I went to Melbourne to see the one in Melbourne. I'm not quite sure of the chronology of them.
Fair enough.
But I think they've been very successful. And that's been followed by the AC events as well, which started off in a small way, particularly supported by New Zealand and Australia, and then became much more worldwide, and is also been very popular event.
So back at hoop 1, Rachel's played a poor shot, sending black into the back of the hoop. She can now think about taking on her hoop shot. With black in a bad position, this might be her best opportunity. Taking a little bit of relief, though the netting's gone, the grass verge is still quite close to the court, so you can move the ball on so that verge doesn't interfere with your stance.
Yes, she's probably got to go for the hoop here, hasn't she?
Yes, I think.
Okay, actually, do you guys want the scores for the other finals?
Yes, some of the viewers were asking. So
the plate final of Jessica and Cheryl, Jessica's just won the first game 7-3, and they're just about to start the second game. in the bowl final with Judith and Kate. They were on the 13th hoop on the first game, so it's 6-all. On the Shield final between Debbie and Perian, the first game was 7-3 to Debbie, and the second game is currently 3-1 to Debbie.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the update.
So we'll continue to keep you updated with scores from those other games. Meanwhile, back in the final, Rachel's had a go from the boundary and bounced off the wire. Jamie has run a nice, slightly angled hoop one there with red. So again, broken Rachel's first play over to 1, and Jamie takes a 1-0 lead. Got a couple of seagulls deciding they want a game as well, so I'm sure they'll move out the way.
Yes, I think they'll be frightened off by the ball coming near them, I imagine.
So it's a little bit unfortunate that yellow's just nudged into black. The trouble isn't that it's moved it close to the hoop. It's only a few inches closer. The issue is that black can turn around and either snuggle or stop shot yellow back to the south boundary, and red doesn't have any clearance on black because yellow's in the way. So not a great line to play yellow down there. Potentially just a little bit unfortunate if it took some hill.
Yes, it's a golden opportunity now for blue to take a good position at the hoop. Nice tight position. Yes,
Yep.
that
That looks good.
looks good. Yep.
And I think red will now feel the need to clear something. If it just takes position, black snuggles yellow and blue runs the hoop.
Or even red might even attempt the hoop.
It
as
could
well.
go for the hoop, yes.
Or the seagull.
Or the seagull, it's tempting. Was a go at the hoop, and it was a good attempt at the hoop.
Yes, it was. It was.
So, stop shot on yellow or snuggle?
Oh, it looks as though Rachel's going for the snuggle. I'm not.
So the snuggle is the better shot if you get it right. It gives yellow no chance at all of either running the hoop or moving blue. If you stop shot yellow down to the south boundary, yes, it's a long way away, but it does still have a shot. What you need to be slightly careful of on the snuggle is allowing yellow to flick off towards 3. So Rachel played it so that black was on the side of yellow, pointing towards hoop 3, so that yellow couldn't play towards 3.
Yeah, it was a very nice shot, but it is a very difficult shot to play, I think.
It can be,
Yeah. Yeah.
particularly if you get any further than a couple of feet away. They become quite challenging. Yellow's done the best it can by just taking position.
Nice hoop by Rachel.
Yep, nice to see another clean hoop run.
Yeah, I think the snuggle is something that players need to practice, because it looks like it's just an easy shot. You just roll the ball a few inches into the other ball, but you've got to A, not be in contact, and B, just on, as you said, just you've got to be just on the right side so that there are no easy shots to the next hoop, towards the next hoop.
And I'll admit it's not something I tend to practice a lot, because it does feel silly to practice these little tappy shots.
Yes.
But you don't want to have to be playing them for the first time in a key match.
No, that's
So
right.
just getting some experience at judging them is really valuable. It's an excellent position from red, so Rachel feels the need to shoot at this first ball. That's a really nice shot. And she's hit that on the left hand side, meaning that black has come down towards us on the north boundary, in a position where the hoop shot is actually viable. I don't think she'll take it, but it's the side of red that you want to hit.
Yes, it certainly is. That's another good positional shot from Jamie.
Pretty much exactly where the red ball just was there. So after the wonderful sunshine earlier, we're starting to get a little bit of drizzle now. Hopefully won't affect the pace of the lawns too much yet.
The forecast I saw was for a nice sunny day, but perhaps that's been overtaken by...
That's what I thought, but Ian Burridge was on here earlier and he seemed to think that it was likely to rain, so he would appear to be right. Meanwhile, we've had an update from Judith's game against Kate. Judith has taken game 1 at 7-6. Nice shot from Rachel there. Red played in, presumably looking to block black's clearance on yellow, but went a few feet too far. So yellow here can just play back in, looking to block blue at the hoop. There's not a lot to be gained by shooting at blue. You're not moving it that much further away. So just putting another ball in and putting some pressure on this is good. That's a lovely shot from Rachel.
A very, very, very nice shot, yes.
She's taken a difficult hoop and run it cleanly at a nice pace to get down to hoop 4. And it's those kind of shots which are nice confidence boosters for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think that's a big confidence booster because it'll be the first time she's been ahead as well, won't it?
That's correct, yes. So
quite a nice position, and red's also some she can perhaps use to get gone past the hoop, so she can perhaps wire black from red.
Yeah, if you go just a little bit left of straight, there's quite a big area that's wide from red. And she's just got it, I think.
Got it. Yes, I think just got it.
And that's pretty much perfect because it's as straight on the hoop as possible whilst being wide from red. Debbie and Perihan are now 3-all in their second game. Debbie's 1 game up.
Debbie's been playing very well. I saw her yesterday and she was playing very well.
I haven't seen any of her play this tournament,
yeah.
But based on her scores, she looks to have had a good event.
Yeah, she has.
So, blue coming in, trying to block yellow at the hoop, not interfering with red on black. If you put blue too close to black, that maybe opens up an opportunity for red to clear it into black, so staying well away there is good. Red doesn't have a lot of options here. It can try and play back through the hoop to give black a jump shot. It can just stop shot blue and hope that black misses, or it can try and nick black. I don't think she's got much of this. Yeah, that was a tricky shot.
I'm surprised she took that shot because it didn't look from here, although she obviously has a better look at it from where she's playing from. But it didn't look as though there was very, very much at all of black.
I think even if she hits as much as she could have done at that pace, it's not moving it very far.
No.
Because there was so little of black that she could see.
Yeah.
So yes, potentially just playing through the back of the hoop and forcing black to jump might have been nicer.
I would have thought that would be the better option.
The advantage of doing that is that even if black does get its jump shot, red is down at hoop 4, which is a lot closer to hoop 5 than where it is now in corner 3. The risk of playing through the back of the hoop is that you end up in the hoop, and then when black gets the jump shot, suddenly you're in a bit of trouble. So potentially a better shot, but more risk. A nice positional shot from where she was.
Very nice, very nice.
Rachel here looking to clear. Yellow's in a position where it can run the hoop, but it's difficult. She could preemptively clear red. That's what she's gone for. So yes, one of those two balls did need moving. If you just play black in, yellow can clear blue and let red run. So clearing red says to yellow, you can have a go at a difficult hoop, and if you don't get it, I'll have a go with blue.
Yes, and yellow's going to take this on then.
And she has been running these well, so I think this is a good choice to have a go at her hoop shot. The alternative is just to middle blue, but this is a nice, more confident line of play. Okay, just caught the near wire, so rejecting to a position where blue can potentially stop shot it and hold nice hoop position.
Yeah.
I think Rachel will favour that option over going directly for the hoop.
I think she will. Yes, that's very nice.
So red now needs to take out blue. Blue stop-shotted yellow to a position where it's wired from clearing blue. It would have to go through the back of hoop 5, so red needs to take this out immediately. It's okay. What it does mean is that even if blue runs the hoop, it won't have so much control over where it finishes. But it's going to be hard work for Jamie to get herself back into this hoop. I missed a question earlier on the chat from Alex about nudges and promotions. And he was asking why we don't see more nudges in top level play. Any ideas on that, David?
I'm not sure I have, but I guess it's there's some. I think at the top level there's so much players are so much better at clearing that opportunity for nudges and little promotions doesn't occur so much. And if you're talking about promoting a ball to the next hoop, it's usually not a great tactic unless you are very, very sure that you're going to be able to run the hoop with your promotion shot, after your promotion shot, because it puts you at a big disadvantage if you can't do that.
Yes, on the whole, both nudges and promotions are fairly low percentage shots to pull them off, and there are usually better options available for stronger players, particularly when their clearing's so good. So Jamie did well there with yellow to clear blue and go off the south boundary directly in line with 5. Rachel's played back in with blue, trying to block red at black. Can't tell from here whether she's got it or not. This would appear to be open on black. So alternatives for Rachel with blue, just take good hoop position, take good hoop position blocking yellow at the hoop, or what she went for, which is to block red at black. I think blocking red at black is the best option, but you also want to make sure that blue's in a nice hoop running position so that if you don't get the block and red does clear black, blue's good.
Well, that was a very, very good shot, and
she's been doing those on repeat. Nice mid-pace, middle of the ball.
Yeah. Leaves her ball still around the hoop to do more clearances.
Black just coming back in. Again, it can try and block yellow at the hoop. Do we think yellow will shoot at blue or shoot at hoop 5, David?
Well, I think shoot at blue, because she's also got red in a reasonably good position to. But perhaps she looks as though she's taking the hoop on.
This does look to be hoop.
Hard to tell quite from here.
I like this choice. I think I'm probably having a go at hoop 5 here. Otherwise it's going to take quite a few clearances before you get another hoop shot. So, although it's long, it is straight. It's a good effort.
Yeah, it's a good effort.
Not sure how easy blue's hoop is here. It's definitely quite angled.
Doesn't look so easy. Very nice.
So it does look as if Rachel's recovered her good hoop stroke, which is good to see. Should lead to some closer games.
Yes, she's in a nice position. She'll be a bit disappointed that blue didn't go through a bit further, but
at the same time, it is a 4-1 lead.
It was a good hoop to get however much you followed through with.
So, is this a promotion on blue?
Well, if black can't do anything better, probably. Is it wide from red? It's hard to know from here.
I think it can shoot at red, but promoting blue to potential hoop running position is
Yeah.
also a good option. Right, so she's played that down a really good line, just a little bit too hard, and I think it's possible that blue has actually finished wide from red.
Yes, it was a good shot, but it shows you just how difficult those shots are to get right.
A cut rush is never easy.
To judge the distance on those is difficult. Now then, what can Rachel do here?
I don't know if she can see red. She can try clearing yellow into red. It's difficult, but it's brilliant if you get it. That's what she went for. It's not miles off, but a tricky shot.
Yeah.
Really smooth hoop shot from Jamie.
Yeah.
So 4-2 to Rachel.
4-2.
So black's taken reasonable position at 7. It's straight, just a little bit longer than Rachel would have liked. Yellow's down on the south boundary, so it can have a shot at black here. If it misses, it's ending up slightly angled on the hoop, but it's only missing to the north boundary. Or she can just play into position.
She's had some very good long shots that play into position on this.
So she's gone for position.
Looks like another good one.
That's really nice position from where she was.
Yeah, it was. Very nice shot.
It took a few bobbles around hoop 5 actually. Might have just hopped over some old hoop holes.
Yes, I noticed yesterday that the 1 or 2 shots which were just long shots like that, which were just bobbling a little bit, which makes it a little bit more difficult to judge the pace.
Yes, in general the surface quality of the lawns is really good and consistent, but just a few bobbles. Right, I'm going to step out and Vanessa is going to take over. Oh, okay, right. Okay, I'm going to stay and Vanessa's going to take over from David.
Okay, I'll just say goodbye for the time being. I no doubt I might be back later on.
Wonderful, thank you very much for joining me, David.
Sorry.
That's alright.
Hello world.
Welcome, Vanessa.
Hello Aspen, thank you. Alright. Wait, let's see.
So have you been watching up at this point?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. I know Jamie won the first game 6-3.
7-3, yep.
7-3,
Really strong first game.
Yep.
Rachel's playing quite a bit better in this game, so it's currently 4-2 to Rachel. Jamie with a nice clearance on black. She's got a bit unlucky to cannon off into yellow, just shifting it out of hoop position. So we can take a minute to talk about your tournament, Vanessa. How have you got on?
It's been a really interesting experience. I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. But I mean, now that the week is over, I'm really happy with the way that I played. I feel like I represented well for this being my first Worlds tournament. Never played at this level before, so I'm really happy with the way that I played. Won a few games and definitely gave a few people a run for their money. So yep.
Good.
Yeah.
If you walk away happy, that's all you want.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I think that's the number one thing for everybody here is just to have a good time, enjoy it. Yeah.
Were you playing some doubles yesterday? Is that
I
right?
was playing some doubles, yeah. So for the people who got knocked out of the plate, we ended up just kind of making a little mini doubles tournament. And my doubles partner was Sylvia from South Africa. And so we ended up winning all 3 of our games. So we ended up winning a bottle of Prosecco.
Oh,
so,
brilliant.
Yeah. I was like, I'll take that for a win. A nice clearing shot from Jamie.
Have you played either Jamie or Rachel?
I haven't. I have
Okay.
not. I find it really interesting, though, how different they both are. Because Jamie, the other day I was chatting with her, and I was like, Jamie, you're like a robot. You do the exact same thing every single time. It's beautiful. And Rachel does the exact same thing every time, but I think it's not funny, but it's just really interesting how she does kind of like the little pigeon toes, and it looks like she's off with her mallet a little bit.
Yep.
Like she doesn't look lined up, but I mean,
Her swing isn't quite straight as Jamie's.
yeah,
but it
exactly.
still goes straight in the end.
Exactly,
So that's the key
exactly.
part.
Yeah.
As long as it points straight when it makes contact with the ball.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's a good point about Jamie.
Yeah.
It is a little bit robotic. It's
Mhm.
just a consistent swing on most of her shots.
Mhm.
She likes to hit things at the same pace.
Mhm.
And if you can do that, you're going to get better outcomes most of the time.
Yeah. So she's gonna go clear blue or black.
This could be black, could be hoop.
Ooh.
Right, so that was a very good effort at the hoop.
Mhm.
Difficult position.
I think Rachel's gonna go for a jump. Yes, she is.
Yes. So although she's got 2 balls in front, this will be her
So she
only
could
opportunity to jump. If she fails this, yellow will clear blue.
Yeah.
But this is a fairly trivial jump shot for Rachel. She's been playing them well so far this tournament.
Yeah. Oh, a little too high.
Bit of a reaction to that. She was not happy, and understandably so. That's one she'd be banking on getting most of the time. How are your jump shots?
It's about 50-50. I definitely have made a little bit over than half my jump shots.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and some a little bit challenging that I'm like, I have no other option, so I'll go for it.
Yeah.
And point, I go over, so it's good though.
They're always
Nice clean shot.
satisfying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing I definitely need to learn about Jamie is every single time I've seen her play, whether she misses or makes it or whatever, she always has the same expression on her face, and she's very good about keeping her emotion just chill through the whole game,
Yeah.
which I need to learn from her.
No, I sometimes struggle with it.
Yeah.
I had someone say to me when I was playing over the weekend, are you as calm as you look? I said, absolutely not. There's a whole load of panic going on inside, but I look calm most of the time.
Yeah. Have you ever thrown your mallet?
I've dropped the mallet intentionally. I haven't thrown it.
Austin Wade's version of throwing mallets.
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha. Do you think she's going to try and get red out of here?
Yeah, you can have a go. You probably want to hit this on the right-hand side. Peeling it doesn't look great, but red's going to run the hoop anyway.
Nice shot.
So that's great. So yeah, you might be worried about peeling it there, but it doesn't necessarily mean that much if you do, because red's approaching 8 anyway, so it's well worth a go. She's played it really nicely.
And that's the thing too that I've noticed about Rachel is if she misses, like the jump shot, she always wiggles her way back in and does like a what I would think, a hard shot, but she goes for it and she gets them. So
Yeah, and she is good at that.
Yeah.
As we've seen over the course of the game,
Yeah, of course.
she's responded with a really strong performance. So Chris is asking in the chat for advice on playing a jump shot. Jenny's put some helpful information. Stalk, keep your body still, and just focus on getting a nice contact when you swing the mallet onto the ball. If we see some more jump shots later on in the match, I can talk through how they're played.
Cool.
But we'll wait for another one to crop up.
yeah, sounds good. One of the things that I've kind of noticed about jump shots is just, walking people and showing people how to do jump shots. Whenever I first started learning how to do them, the guy who was teaching me was like, oh yeah, you just hit into the ball, like into the ground, and it's just like, yeah, into the ball. And the more players that I kind of talk to about, oh, how do you do a jump shot? A lot of them say it's the same swing. It's still a backswing and a follow through. It's not, you're not just kicking into the ball, which is something that I always try to keep in mind whenever I'm doing my jumps. Is, you know, I look, what am I trying to jump over, and then once I'm committed, I go. In my mind, I say backswing, follow through, and then I go for it.
Yeah, no, that's really good advice.
Yeah.
A lot of players, when they're starting out, as you've said, tend to stab at the ball. You just want to think of it as a nice, smooth follow through, just with the angle for the jump shot.
Yep.
So, having hit red out the jaws, Rachel's
Coming
had
back.
a few shots to play to get herself back in.
Yep.
She's playing
Live to
nicely.
fight another day.
Yep. And that's a nice clearance with blue staying in front of the hoop. Red here will just take position, and then yellow will clear blue. If red can take position so that blue wires black, that would be optimal, and that's what she's gone for, and I think she's got it. Black now has a bit of a dilemma. It can clear yellow. The furthest it's going to clear yellow to is corner 2, and Jamie's odds on to then clear blue. It can go for some kind of block, but that's really quite difficult to do. It can look at nudging blue past red, but all of these options are quite difficult. So she might have a bit of red that she can clear here. Clearing blue is not a disaster, because yellow's only going to clear it anyway. So having a go at the edge of red is nice. She's missed that well to the left by the looks of it. Might have been some kind of nudge attempt.
Yeah. So now yellow clears blue.
So this is the kind of shot that should be played at a hard pace. As we've seen so far, Jamie doesn't necessarily have a lot of power that she uses, but I would suggest that this should be as hard as she's comfortable hitting the ball.
And I was going to say, something that I've noticed about Jamie is, like you're saying, she doesn't have a lot of power, but every time she does her clearing shots, most of the time they're center ball.
Yep.
So I feel like a lot of the power that she is putting onto the ball, because it's center ball, it goes a good enough amount, I feel like.
Yeah, and that's massive. If you can hit stuff in the middle, you don't need power.
Yep.
Nice shot from Rachel there. Couldn't quite tell from here how much of the red ball she had, but yeah, good outcome.
And we start over again.
Yep, it's all fairly neutral here. Jamie can take position, or she can have a go at the hoop. I think taking position is better, it's safer. Black will then look to take position, and yellow will take it out immediately.
Do you think it would be worth anything to have black clear red?
It's okay if you get it in the middle at a nice pace. If you don't hit it in the middle and you lose black, then yellow takes position.
And then you
suddenly
have
you're in a
two
bit of a
balls.
mess. Yeah.
Very much.
So it does look to be what she's going for, but she
It's
needs
kind
to
of like
hit
a
it
get
well.
before you get caught.
Yeah. So a bit of applause. Problem with hitting it on that side is that after yellow takes position, if blue just takes position, yellow can smash black up the lawn. So hitting red on the other side would have been better there, so that Rachel's ball stays on the short boundary side. So blue now will probably feel the need to have a shot at either yellow or the
Or
hoop.
the hoop.
You got a preference for what you go for in these positions? Ball or
I
hoop?
would go for yellow.
I think that's a good choice.
Well, one, yellow's closer, and I think it's always easier to hit a ball than go through a hoop.
Yeah.
Yeah. which
Yeah,
she
she's
did
played it
very well.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with long hoops when you're backed into it,
Mhm.
but
I will say though, I think the only time I would go for a hoop from the boundary is if all the other balls are kind of on the other side and it's the only option and I'm the only ball in front that has a shot at the hoop, then
Yeah.
then I'd go for it. But
there we go.
yeah,
And yeah, recognising when you need to take on the
Mhm.
hoop, even if it's really difficult and you
Mhm.
don't think you're going to get it, it might still be your best percentage of winning the hoop.
exactly.
So yeah. But yes, in that case, just simple clearance was
Mhm.
probably better, and that's what Rachel went with. So Jamie's played red in a little bit far to the west, maybe an intentional to stop Rachel from clearing it immediately, but it doesn't have nice hoop position. Yellow coming into better hoop position. Rachel will now assess if she needs to clear the red ball. Blue.
Morning.
She was trying to go to be blocked.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, so it's a nice play from Rachel. She's tried to get wired from red with yellow in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Red, assuming it can't touch blue, also can't do much about black. So black can then clear yellow. Red's options are to snuggle black, to try and get some kind of block black at yellow. Or it
jaws.
It could have a go at the hoop or the jaws, yeah. It could nudge yellow to try and get blue in the way of black clearing it yellow. Lots of options.
She's going to snuggle up to black.
I think she's played that really well. That is a very difficult shot from the distance she was at.
What do you think black's options are here now?
Not a lot.
Yeah.
That's the power of the snuggle, is that she's got it so well that black can't do anything to stop yellow.
Do you,
So, yeah, so Rachel's just played that away. She's going to let yellow have a go at the hoop. If it fails, blue can run, but I think we're expecting Jamie to run this.
So again, it's interesting. I guess, croquet is a game of kind of like being risky, because for me, like, the safe option here would be just, stop shot blue away, still have two balls controlling the hoop. But you gotta risk it to get the biscuit, I guess. Run the hoop, get down to the next one.
Yeah, nice shot. Yeah, you can stop shot blue and it feels comfortable, but then blue comes back in and yellow's in the same position to run the hoop, and you have to run it eventually.
That is true.
So it's just having the confidence to go for it and know that you're the first ball to have a go and you're happy to make the hoop. That's good position from Rachel. Now, something that could have happened earlier with black and red in the snuggle position was that Rachel could have maintained the snuggle rather than playing away from red. That would mean that when Jamie runs the hoop to where she has and blue takes position,
it hampers the backswing.
Red and black are out of the game, and Rachel has a nice advantage at hoop 8, but she chose not to maintain the snuggle. She's just backing herself to win it with the two balls anyway. So good position from blue, decent position from black. Red's over to the side of the hoop, so could be a hoop shot here.
Yeah, whenever I'm in Jamie's position, sometimes it can be hard to decide, do I try and clear blue or do I try and go for the wicket, which she went for blue. Good point shot.
In the middle again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I'm thinking there she didn't need to hit it that hard, because the only, as far as she could push it was to the boundary line, so she didn't have to.
Yeah, that was a nice
super
power
hard
to hit at.
Yeah.
It's kept yellow close to the hoop. Any softer and you might take a bit of hill and end up missing it, so that was a good pace, well judged.
So here, options for red would be to either clear black or block it from going for the hoop.
Yep.
What are you thinking? Yep.
I think she'll favour the clearance on black. Yep, that's what she's lining up for. And again, this just wants to be a kind of gentle to mid-pace centre ball. Keep red near the hoop. The alternative is to hit it hard on the left-hand side. Red goes off the side boundary and black goes up to corner 2. But I don't think she has the power for that.
It's my center ball.
Yep, it's kind of a halfway option between the two. And it just means that blue isn't clearing red if it's left there.
Yeah.
So you're representing Mexico, but you play most of your croquet in America, is that right?
Yes. So a lot of the players here have asked me where I play croquet in Mexico, and I'm like, oh, I've actually never played croquet in Mexico, but
okay.
Nope. So that's on my bucket list. One of my goals this year is to play at the club in San Miguel. So my family and I go to Mexico every December, and we just spend Christmas time with family and stuff like that. So the San Miguel Club is only about like 3 hours away from where I live, so I'm like, that's totally doable. I could go play some croquet in Mexico.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll see. Hopefully I get to do that this Christmas.
Yeah, sounds lovely.
Yeah.
Got some decent weather at Christmas time.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm looking forward to Florida in November. It'll
Oh,
make a nice
yeah.
change from the English weather.
Oh yeah. And the beaches are very different.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good shot from Rachel there.
Yeah. Now it's forcing red to clear black.
It could clear black. She might be thinking about the hoop as well. Yeah, you called it right. So Rachel just needs to keep taking good position here, and Jamie will have to hit a series of clearances.
Do you have a preference on grips? Do you switch? Do you use the same grip with all of your shots, or do you change?
So I use a standard grip for all of my shots.
Okay.
I've experimented with both Irish and Solomon. I actually started out playing Irish, but then realised the wrists were going to get destroyed if I wanted any power.
Yep.
So I had to switch.
Which I feel like the standard grip is kind of a good in between the two.
Yeah, I think it's a nice compromise. I struggle to control the line with the Solomon grip, and usually end up mishitting half of it.
I think you get a lot of power with the Solomon, but yeah.
It allows for kind of a bigger backswing arc, the Solomon, because you don't have your wrists, impeding that swing.
Yeah. So here, red's gonna clear black, hopefully. Nice.
Good shot. It's worth highlighting the positional shot from yellow earlier. It was just gorgeous from the north boundary, down to about a foot in front of hoop 8. So blue took it out immediately, and Jamie's well back in the hoop now.
Oh, how the tables have turned. That's the thing I find really interesting about croquet is 1 minute, you could be controlling the hoop and then a minute later things flip and all of a sudden you're trying to get control back, and so it makes it really interesting to watch, that's for sure.
Yep. It can take just one or two shots to completely flip it around. It's particularly frustrating when you hit a series of good shots to get yourself into the hoop and then miss the critical one, and suddenly it's all over.
Yep. Huh.
So red here has a pretty trivial clearance on black. So blue needs to do something, either clear yellow or clear red. I think this is clearing red. Clearing red is better with black in front. So if you get it and red misses black, you win the hoop.
Nope, she was going for yellow.
She went for yellow. Clearing yellow is safer. If you don't clear red very well, and it then returns the clearance on black with yellow in front, you lose the hoop.
Everything's a mess.
So yeah, just taking yellow out extends the hoop. Means that Jamie isn't going to win it immediately, nor is Rachel. It's another nice central contact there. She's so good at this.
Here, do you think Jamie will just go for position? Yes.
Yes. So there's nothing scary that needs clearing there. So just taking position is good. Rachel now has a bit of a dilemma. Do you think black can run the hoop from there? Is it? It's not straightforward, is it?
Oh, I don't know. It looks to be a little bit off to the right.
Yeah, I think it's quite wide.
I don't know if she'd be able to run it. I think she could definitely get it in the jaws, but and it's kind of hard to tell from this angle. But
yeah, we do not have a good angle for this, but as I keep saying, the viewers will be able to tell what's going on, even if we can't. So Rachel here just going for again the safe option of taking out the danger ball, clear yellow.
Oh, she mishit that.
Yep. That was quite a big mishit, but ultimately doesn't make too much difference. You either hit or miss, so a bit unlucky to flick black.
Okay, it looks like she's going to be clearing black, maybe. Oh no.
Wide from blue is good here. So now black can clear yellow, but there's nothing blue can do to stop red. So black will potentially clear red and let yellow have a go. This might be yellow. Okay, she's gone for yellow, but I don't think blue can see red.
Unless maybe she's thinking about just coming through the back and either hopefully just staying there or hitting red.
Yeah, she may well have to try that. It's not nice, but
I can't tell how close red is to the hoop, but if Rachel, didn't go for the back. Okay.
Yeah, so
she's gonna let her.
Yeah, she's gonna let red run here.
Which I also find that very interesting from just watching this level of play. Even whenever Rachel played against Jenny Clark in the first game, I saw she had just given Jenny Clark a couple of hoops, and I was like, "What are you doing? Like, no, you can still do this." But it's very, very tactical in the way that she says, "You know what? You can have it. I'm going to get a leg up on that next one."
Yeah, and that's one of Rachel's specialties is giving up hoops to either gain or avoid conceding an advantage at the next one.
Yep.
We had some coaching earlier in the year, some of the top players in England, and Rachel was doing the coaching, all about giving up at hoop 11. When the opponent has two balls in front, you're in a really weak position, unlikely to get a hoop shot, rather than missing across, just put a ball at the peg, let them have 11 and say you're going to win 12.
Yeah, well, that's what she did against her first game with Jenny Clark. She let Jenny have those two hoop 12 and 11, and she just kind of kept her balls at the halfway by the peg, and she ended up getting the tiebreaker wicket, or hoop, as people here call it. Yeah, so I think it's really interesting because I'm like, I find myself to be kind of a stubborn player where I'm like, oh no, I still have a shot at this wicket, and I keep going and going. And
I hate to give up.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time it is a good choice.
Exactly.
So this is interesting. Black has a fairly trivial hoop shot and Jamie hasn't done anything about it.
She would have gotten a little bit further down to the next one.
Yeah, being as close as she was, she'd have been hoping to run that down nicely.
Yeah.
As it happened, it rattled around, took quite a bit of wire, took the energy out of the ball.
Yep. Oh, beautiful shot.
Yeah, really nice. So yes, 5-4 to Rachel. I think Black's come far enough through 9 that she should be able to get a perfectly decent swing on it.
What is your advice for players who maybe they're lack a little bit of confidence, maybe don't follow through all the way, or whatever the situation is, that they kind of just stop right in front of the hoop, they go through, but now all of a sudden on their next shot they're kind of stuck? What is your advice? How should a player take that shot?
So for running hoops with a little bit more power kind of thing, I think practice is really important. You're going to struggle mid-tournament to work on something you're not confident with. So just going out on a lawn where it doesn't matter if you get the shots wrong and just experimenting with your hoop stroke, slowly building up a little bit more power. The key thing is just to think about getting it smoothly. It's not about stabbing at the ball, hacking at it. It's just a nice, smooth, slow if needs be, but good follow through with the mallet. Yeah, Rachel had quite a big target there with yellow, red and the hoop in the middle. She would have been hoping for either yellow or the hoop. Just missed to the left. So this ought to be 5-all if Jamie just steps up and runs this. She could look at blue, that's what she's considering. So clearing blue doesn't necessarily help all that much. If you can clear it, getting an advantage at 11, that's good. But if she hits it on the left hand side to get yellow over to 11, blue's staying quite close to just turning around and hitting red. So I think just run the hoop.
Yeah,
take 5-all.
Looks like what she's going to do. Beautiful shot.
The other point about confidence with your hoop stroke is getting familiar with the hoops you're playing with. So at this tournament we have quadways, which I suppose you haven't played with before.
Very, very few times, but not enough to be super, super comfortable with them. But yeah.
And they do just take a while to get your head around. And, recognising that actually they're not as scary as you think they are to begin with.
Yeah.
And we had the Women's Open in England earlier this year where they used quadway hoops, and a lot of the players really struggled with them. They were very difficult at that event. I had a go with them. They were a challenge, but it was good preparation just to experiment with them and play with them before a key event like this.
Yeah, which I've heard a lot of the women here talking about how back home at their clubs they should get quadway hoops just to practice with them, and a lot of tournaments or high-level tournaments use the quadway hoops, so I think it's very valuable for players to invest in the hoops. That way, whenever they go to a tournament like this, they're not, freaked out by the hoops.
Yeah.
Because just, like what you're saying, it just takes practice and getting a feel for them, and kind of playing around with them. But
And yeah, we have had quite a few clubs start to buy a set of quadways for that reason. But they are quite expensive, so getting a full set of quadways is not always easy.
Yep.
So yeah, fairly standard pattern of play at Hoop 11 here. Rachel took position, Jamie cleared it immediately. So the other option is take position with the second ball, and then play a smash with the second ball. I don't think that's the optimal choice for Jamie because she doesn't have the power to play the smash very successfully. So playing to her strengths and just taking that initial centre ball clearance, as she has done with red on blue, was a good choice. She's kept red closer to the hoop than blue, and that's how you know you played it well. So blue here just looking to take out the danger ball yellow. She was thinking,
oh, is that yellow ball, huh?
yeah, it seems to be. She was thinking about whether yellow was covering red at black, but perhaps not enough to justify leaving it there.
And close.
Okay, so we'll find out if yellow's covering any of red at black. She's walking up to this fairly confidently.
Yep.
Yeah, good shot. So,
do you think Rachel will take? Well, I guess she has to.
Yeah, you have to go.
You have to go for yellow.
This is a big pressure shot at 5-all. Hoop 11 is really important.
Yeah, if I've learned anything from Jamie at this tournament, I was chatting with her and she was like, it doesn't matter what the score is, it doesn't matter the game, it doesn't matter who. You always want to get hoop 11, whether you're up or whether you're down. You always want hoop 11.
Yeah, it's a big hoop.
Yeah. Oh, she missed by.
Didn't sound very good off the mallet. Missed by about a foot. Jamie's actually won quite a few of her games at Hoop 11, so clearly that's working well for her.
Yeah.
She'll be trying to get this down nicely to Hoop 12. You pretty much always take 6-5 wherever this ball ends up, but given how close it is to 11, it's worth having a go getting it in front of 12.
Nice.
Yeah, really good shot again. So Rachel now with a tricky positional shot from towards us in corner 3. That's a fantastic shot.
Ooh, a very nice shot.
Catching up on the chat, we've got Addison Matthews joining us again from Australia, so good to have you with us, Addison. Glad you're enjoying the commentary. You've been invited to Tenerife as well, Vanessa.
Oh!
So
thank you for the invitation.
Is this your first time playing abroad?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was super interesting. I was like, jet lag's not going to do anything to me. It'll be fine. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the first day I got here, I slept, I would take just power naps. But they were not powering because I kept wanting to take more. And so then at night I would force myself to sleep with melatonin, wake up in the morning and be super groggy and still sleepy from the melatonin.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? A Red Bull or a Monster could fix that.
No.
So, yeah, it took a few days, but we're good now. Right as soon as I'm about to go back home, so, but not too bad.
Might be better on the way back home, I think.
Yeah.
So this could be blue, could be hoop. Yeah, nice clearance on blue. And again, Rachel's got a pressure shot here to save game 2.
One thing I've noticed, which again from my angle where blue was at, I'm surprised that a lot of players like Rachel and Jamie don't play kind of off of other balls to go through the hoop. Which a lot of times whenever I'm playing, I'm kind of, I don't know, like I hesitate a little bit because, I mean, you have to hit the ball at the right angle for it to go through and all of this stuff. So just watching them, I'm like, well, no, maybe I shouldn't. Just kind of simplify it and just go for the ball.
Yeah, in-offs are nice when they look easy, if you're confident of it. And if you're not worried about losing your ball if you get it wrong. If you just kind of flick the ball you're trying to clear and miss the hoop completely, then it can be quite bad. So just middling the ball is normally safer.
So Jamie setting up, going for position, a little bit deep.
Yeah, you can try
Not
and
that
get
deep.
wide from black there. She hasn't got it. If you can't get wide from black, then you want to be deep so that black doesn't have an easy clearance on it. So it's really important for Rachel to hit this in the middle. Probably shouldn't have said that before she played the shot.
That's bad juju, Austin.
Yeah. Never mind. Still in the hoop, but she's made it quite a bit harder for herself.
Yeah.
Ooh. So Jamie there trying to take tight position has just dribbled into the back of 12. Fortunately hasn't glued to the wire, it's popped out to the side. So not a great outcome, but not awful. Rachel now in a bit of a dilemma. If she takes tight position, it's too close to yellow. If she takes deep position, it's too close to red. So she's gone out wide. Be interesting to see if Rachel's interested in clearing yellow. If you miss, it's probably game over. If you hit, it's quite strong. But I expect if she can take position down a line that's likely to block yellow at blue, she'll go for that. But if you don't get it, yellow's just clearing blue and red's running.
Do you think there's any value in just letting her clear blue and black clearing red?
I think she is going to go for red here. I like that choice. Again, it's just getting rid of the ball that's the danger ball. So clearing yellow is really aggressive. Clearing red, which is what she's done, it's the safe choice. Yeah, she's hit that really nicely. So what are you doing with yellow?
Yeah. Oh. Again, I can't really tell. Do you? If she has a shot at blue, I say go for blue. Which looks like she might be doing.
Yep.
And
again, this is something you want to hit in the middle of the ball. I've said it for both players now, so it's not bad luck. She's
not
got
bad
it.
luck.
Okay. Right, there we go.
And what I liked about Rachel clearing red instead of yellow is because, I mean, if she would have missed yellow, well, all of a sudden both of Jamie's balls are in front of the hoop. So there I feel like if she, obviously she hit red, at least there's a little bit more security. It kind of neutralizes the wicket a little bit more and doesn't give her full control.
Yeah, spot on.
Yeah. What do you think Jamie's going to do here with red?
Again, she looks to be going for the kind of same idea of just clearing Rachel's ball, which is in front of the hoop, even though it's not next to play. Yeah, it's a good shot. A little bit more power than she needed on that one. I thought it might be a bit softer. All she needed to do was get blue out of position and keep red nearby, but she's hit that well. Rachel taking position. I think yellow's got a hoop shot here.
Yep, so it either forces Jamie to clear black or go for the hoop. If she misses, well, it leaves Rachel a further shot to clear.
I think she's looking at black here.
Yeah, again, I think it's the safe option.
It is the safe option. I'm going to be tempted into the hoop, I think, because it's a shot to win the game. But if you middle black, you're probably still favourite to win the hoop anyway.
Yeah.
Yep, good shot.
And we start over. What kind of mallet do you play with?
So I have a trimmer mallet,
Okay.
which is a carbon fibre head and shaft. I used to play with a wooden one.
Okay.
Michael Percival mallet.
Okay.
Won the British Open with a wooden mallet.
Okay.
Then kind of realised that most of the top players have trimmer mallets,
Yeah.
so I switched over.
What are some of the things that you kind of noticed, like different, that you like more about a trimmer mallet and how it feels, how it plays?
So I think in terms of accuracy of my shooting, it hasn't made that much difference. I prefer it for playing croquet strokes and association croquet. I think it just generates a more predictable, consistent outcome. But yeah, it's small margins, but
Shot.
over the course of the year and all the events you play, you'll take an extra 3% if that's all it is.
Yeah, I recently just tried a trimmer mallet, and at first it just felt different. But after playing a few shots with it, I really, really liked it, and I definitely felt like I was a lot more accurate.
Yep.
So we'll be getting a trimmer mallet soon.
There we go.
Yeah. Right to black.
Do most of the top American players have trimmers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here, looks like she's going to go for it and clear black.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's a really good one.
Nice. Yep. Yellow's still close to the wicket, relevant to the wicket. I think here it would be a better option. Well, it's a little risky, I feel like, for if Rachel feels that yellow's more of a threat, she might just go for that long clearance instead of clearing red. Red's off to the side a little bit, doesn't really have a great shot at the wicket.
Yeah, I'm not worried about red here.
Yeah.
If you put a ball in, red will probably clear it rather than have a go at the hoop. So again, red can take position, which is the more risky play, or it can just get rid of blue.
Yeah.
Which I think she'll go
Get
for.
rid of blue.
Yep.
For sure.
It's quite interesting that we've had a series of shots which have been clearing the ball that's just played rather than the ball that's about to play. It's generally considered quite powerful if you clear the opponent ball that has just played. Less of the middle of that, but you know, it's got it out the way. That's the key. Rachel here.
What to do, what
with
to
a toss-up.
Decisions.
Do you take position and let Jamie have a 5-yarder for the win? Or do you feel the need to try and clear yellow?
Yeah. What would you do?
I think I'm probably taking position, trying to block yellow at the hoop. Depends how confident I am in my shooting.
Yeah.
I'm confident.
Depends on the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If I'm confident that I can get most of the middle of yellow, then I want to be hitting yellow. But if I'm not confident of doing that, then at some point you do need to get a ball in front of the hoop. So Rachel's going for the shot at yellow.
Yes, nice shot and beautiful position with black.
Exquisite.
Very lucky. Love it.
Why bother taking position when you can clear and get position?
Exactly. We'll see if this whole hitting the ball that just played keeps going. It looks like it's a yes.
Yep, here we go. Yeah, you don't want to have to leave yourself the shot with red on black to save hoop 12.
Yeah.
So just get rid of it immediately and save yourself some pressure.
Oof.
Okay.
Barely, but got it.
Yep, it's okay.
Ooh.
Definitely passes the advantage over to Rachel now.
Control of the hoop.
That's a good position with blue. Quite possibly even wide
From red, that's what I was thinking.
Yep.
I can't tell though. Again, the angles.
So red is going to take position here. What you can't do is take position somewhere that blue can use it to flick off up to 13.
I'm trying to block black here, maybe.
I consider that to be a position where blue can potentially flick off it to 13. So if black takes position and yellow misses blue and black, blue will take the flick off red. If it hits it on the right hand side, it'll get nicely up towards 13. But Jamie has a shot to stop that happening if she can clear it here.
Moment of shine here.
Clearing black is fine because it stops blue taking that flick. But you need to clear either blue or black, preferably blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the stage where she shouldn't be too worried about losing 12. She should be more concerned about conceding an advantage at hoop 13 to Rachel, which you don't want to be doing when you're 6-5 up.
Oh, beautiful.
Brilliant shot. She's only moved it 8 yards away, but the key thing is you have to hit that. So hitting it at whatever pace is most comfortable is the correct choice, and that's a comfortable, consistent pace. So I'm not at all worried that blue should have gone further. That's perfectly fine. Rachel now thinking about whether she needs to clear red. I think you do have to clear red.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like black is in the way.
Maybe that yellow is cleared blue and finished in a position where it's covering some of red. Rachel's just crouched down, which would suggest that it's
Seeing
close.
that she has a shot.
Yeah, so I think yellow was actually covering a bit of red there. So it's lucky to get that on the cross-court clearance, that you clear the ball and block its return, but you have to hit a good shot to get it, and Jamie hit a good shot with yellow.
Yep. Jamie goes through, and yellow's good where it's at. Thanks for her.
So I think this is for the win in game 2, is this right?
Oh, yes, you're right. 6. 6 to Jamie. This will be 7. Beautiful. Alright, we've got one more.
Yeah, confident hoop
One
shot
more
to finish.
game.
So quite a bit closer
Yeah.
than game 1 there. Rachel produced a really good performance at the start, but Jamie played very well to pull it back.
Yep.
So Rachel now needs to win all 3 of the remaining games.
Oh, I'm feeling the pressure for her.
That's not a nice position to be in.
No.
But sometimes it can make you play with a bit more freedom.
Yeah.
Whereas at the start it can all be a bit cagey. If you know you just have to play well to win, then, you know, come out and go for it.
Yep.
Yep. Right, well, thank you very much, Vanessa, for
Checking
joining
out.
me. We're going to hand over. Just about. Yeah.
Thank you, Vanessa. And welcome Rob Fulford. Look who's arrived to support the women today.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I only live about an hour away, so it's not a bad trip over here.
Oh, I think it's so lovely that you've come here to support the women and this event. It's not just, obviously, I'm sure you're supporting Rachel, you know, one of our own in the final there. But it's great to see the support for the event itself. And it's the 7th Women's World Championship, I believe, for golf croquet. And yeah, how much have you watched of it so far?
Yeah, quite a lot. Well, the live stream is fantastic. So yeah, we've watched a lot, really.
Yeah, it's quite
certainly
fun
a few hours each every day, I think, really.
Yeah, you with the other, I think there's 600 odd currently watching, which is quite good fun.
Yeah.
So it's nice that we're getting it out there, and of course they're just, you know, single machines. You don't know how many people are sat around a said machine having a look.
Yeah.
So that's quite nice. I think Rachel, Rachel must be finding it tough today after that marathon yesterday.
Yeah, it was a long old match.
How do you keep concentration? Golf croquet, you're on the lawn the whole time. You go through a marathon semi-final, then you come into a final facing clearly a very strong contender.
Yeah.
You know, Jamie, she's young, she's on form, clearly.
Yeah, no, I've been very impressed with everything I've seen from Jamie. Just, you know, the temperament and just the, precision of her central clearances are fantastic. Her hoop running's solid. Position's good. I mean,
Everything. She's got it. She's nailing it.
So Rachel, I think Rachel knew she was going to get a match.
Yeah.
Before the start.
The composure that Jamie is showing, it's incredibly mature.
Yeah.
There is nothing. Good shot, bad shot. She's focused on the job in hand.
Yeah. She has played some poor shots today, and it hasn't.
She's just moved on.
Next shot. And I think that's one of the, as a croquet player, you play 100 shots. There's going to be a worst one or two, and you just have accept. Yeah, that was a bad one. Carry on. There's no, shouldn't be the next one's going to be bad one too. You just.
Wow, I think you've got to be a certain kind of player to do that, and it's the world champions that can do it.
Yeah, well,
that's how they make it to the top, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I should probably just congratulate you because we're on camera. We'll be on camera. You can wave to everyone over there.
Yeah, somewhere.
It's over under the tree.
Under the tree.
So congratulations for your recent win, world champion again. Though.
I know, yeah.
Because you've done it before. Does it get a bit old? Do you just think, oh well,
I feel
again.
I feel a bit more like a fake this time round because most of the world champion titles I won, I probably was the best player in the world at the time, or very close to it. And these days, I'm still a very good player, but I'm someone who's just trying to figure out how to keep going, rather than I'm not pushing any envelopes, So I was playing the final, knowing my hoop stroke was a bit dodgy, and it probably helped me that the conditions were a bit easier, because if anything, I was, I think Matt's probably slightly stronger than me these days. But
he had you. We thought he had you. He was, 2 games, strong 2 games. You go into the third, and I think he was going for a 6-2 pull.
Yeah.
And something happened. He maybe missed a cut rush, and that was. Well, you fought.
The end of the 6-2 pull, he was struggling because he was having to do a straight triple, but at that point he could still kind of be with good luck, with reasonable luck, if you like, he could still have finished. But yeah, he had worse than average luck at that particular point. But at sextuple, there are going to be times where you have bad luck in a sextuple. If you like, he'd already got to a point where he needed to have done better earlier, if you like, to avoid having a chance for that luck there. I think one of the key shots for me was actually he had a point where he was rushing in front of free back quite early in the turn. He just needed to peel free back to try and get a rush to 1 back.
Okay.
And he had a rush that he should have got in front, and you could see him shake his head a bit. But to me that was almost the key shot of the turn. That was a shot where I'd be hoping to get it into peening position,
And that's where
90% of the time.
Your killer instinct came out.
Well, I don't know. Well, it didn't. There's nothing. I'm still sitting on the lawn, but that was a shock. But for me, was a one I'd thought. If he gets the free back peel there, I'm in a lot of trouble. That was. I thought that was, if anything, the key shot to me of why the Sussex people didn't finish, in terms of what he could have done better.
Well, we are at a golf croquet tournament, so we probably shouldn't talk too much about association croquet. Although obviously a lot of our players now play both codes. I'm not sure how much Jamie plays. Does she play association croquet as well?
I know. I'm
sure.
terrible in terms of knowing anything about anyone. I haven't played much croquet outside the corner of southeast England.
I mean, I know
for 10 years.
I know. Obviously, both you and Matthew play golf croquet and association croquet, and it was a bit of revenge, wasn't it? Because Matthew pipped you at the world championship for golf croquet last year.
Yeah, I don't know about revenge. I mean, Matthew's a great player, and it's such a privilege to get to play. All the players have played in the world championship, but Matthew in particular is someone you can see how brilliant he is. No, it's a real pleasure to be involved in matches like that.
So, going back to the game that we're watching here, or the match, sorry, we'll be going into game 3. What do you think the women are thinking? What are they going through right now, each of them?
I mean, to some extent, you do take each game as it comes, and there isn't any tactical advantage for game 3 being 2-0 up. It's not like the middle of a game where it matters what the score is within a game. There's no kind of tactical point. I think in terms of energy, I think for Rachel, you just have to be careful with kind of nutrition and what you're make sure you're hydrated and things, because she can see, she probably is feeling the weight of I'm maybe a little bit tired, and for her to come back, she's got an awful long way to go.
I mean, well, the thing is they've already had 8 days of play as well, 7 days, and that in itself is exhausting, coming through your blocks and playing. Well, they were playing 2 matches a day in the blocks.
I mean, some of the block days might have, for the favourites, might have actually been quite quick. If they had,
and they got last day off.
2-0 wins, which were fairly one-sided, and a day off. So up to the knockout, then it shouldn't be too tired. But in the knockout, you can have a string of matches in a row where you're there all day. I can tell you.
From experience.
But yes. It's not an athletic sport. It's a concentration sport. As long as you muscle-wise, you should be getting too tired.
So
I think you can, if you're carrying an injury, that can be an issue.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got something that's that can get tired. But as long as you're not doing anything like that.
So if you could give a piece of advice to both of them, what would to each of them, what would it be? So we've talked about nutrition. So you'd be saying to Rachel, keep hydrated, or to both of them, keep hydrated. I mean, I think to some extent, in a World Championship final, you're not looking to kind of push it unless you feel the game forces you to. If you suddenly try and play at a different level to the level you're playing, you're asking for trouble. So no matter what, even though you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders because you're in the final of the World Championship, you're still going out there to play your own game.
Yeah, and you might get forced to take on some difficult shots, but you don't want to suddenly start thinking, I've got to now go and do something incredible. I mean, that game was it was a close game, so I don't think Rachel needs to feel like she's not getting chances. you know, and Jamie's hitting a lot of good shots, but she's hitting some poorer shots as well. So, you know, there's enough there for Rachel to think, you know,
I can have this.
I'm still well in this.
Well, it's going to be an exciting rest of the day.
Yeah, no, we're going to enjoy it.
So you brought your family down.
Yeah, no, I can just sit and enjoy it. I don't have to.
Have they not had enough croquet? You have to bring them to watch more croquet. Your poor family.
We haven't brought them for the week.
Just the day.
We only turned up at 12. So,
okay, so we're limiting it.
We don't have to.
Very good.
They're going to wander off and go around the village and get lunch. And,
oh, very nice.
You know, so, you know, we're trying to, you know, they're being indoctrinated slowly.
Slowly. Well, thank you very much for coming to chat with me.
It's a pleasure.
We'll leave the commentary booth, and I shall send some other commentators in very, very soon for you. But enjoy the atmosphere. And enjoy the watching for the rest of the day.
All right.
Take care. I found your first commentator. Ashley Cook, who has been amazing all week, and what you guys might not know, she's been behind the scenes working on the live stream with me.
They've let me loose in the control room, behind the cameras. Either they really trust me or they were really desperate. Not too sure which.
We trust you. You've been amazing.
That didn't sound very convincing.
No, definitely. You've been amazing. So yeah, all the positions in the live stream you've been up to.
Yeah.
Whilst going through your tournament yourself.
Yes.
How's that been for you?
You know, it hasn't really affected me helping you guys with the tournament so much, due to the fact that some of them I have had like really big gaps in between games, so it's like kept me occupied. Oh, here's my other person. Hello.
There she is. We were just talking about Ashley's tournament and how that's been, and
okay, so going to the third.
We've got scores coming in.
Yeah, so in the plate final, Cheryl against Jessica. Jessica's just lost 7-6. And so they're going to a third game there.
I'm going to leave you to chatting, have fun, and I'll swap you out in a little while. I might have to bring your husband in to join you.
Yay!
In a while.
Yeah.
Have fun, maybe watch a bit more of the game first.
Yes, exactly. And the game behind us with Kate and Judith, it looks like Judith is up 6-3 in the second. Do you know if they're playing best of 5 or best of 3 for this one?
I'm assuming everything's best of 3. So yeah, This is basically, well, match hoop, but Kate does seem to be in control. And that's the bowl final is Judith Henneken v Kate McLaughlin. Judith won the first 7-6 and is 6-3 up.
Yeah.
The Shield final is Debbie Lyons versus Perry Elway, and Debbie won the first 7-3, but Perry's come back really well to win the next 7-6.
So they're going to a third as well, and it looks like they've stopped for lunch as well. Don't blame them, get some food into you.
So when I played Debbie, she told me that after she won the second game, she'd stop for lunch. So I guess Perry's got revenge on that thought.
Exactly. Hello, Mother.
Hello, Dallas.
How are you? How's it going?
We're very good, thank you.
Oh, close.
Bit nervy up there watching Jess, is it?
It is.
Okay, so Reese, the break is pretty much decided between the players on how long it's going to be. They'll eat, and then when they're both ready, they'll quickly get up and start playing again.
So yeah, I believe Rachel wanted to stop for lunch, and Jamie was quite happy to continue. But when you're on a roll, it's always going to happen. You always want to play the third. They always want to have a break.
Keep on going. Yeah, exactly. So yes, Jamie had the momentum, but as long as she can keep focused, then it doesn't really matter that they've had a break, because she can just come back in and keep on going.
Yeah, you can just see her sitting quietly over there. she's got wonderful focus. Her tempo's been amazing the whole week.
Yeah, I've been jealous of her style. She doesn't seem to rush her shots or get excited like I do.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, no, she's got a lovely straight swing, which helps. She's got a lovely tempo. When Chris is here later, we'll get him to chat about the clearances, because he does think that maybe that she needs to develop something of a stop shot for some instances. But she just does these lovely central clearances in the middle every time.
I know. I've been watching from the control room, and you can zoom up and you can just see them dead centre. Rachel's been doing some beautiful ones like that as well, so all go.
So Ashley, confess, and Dallas, Australia are our neighbours but our greatest rivals. Who are you supporting in this final?
That's hard because yes, Australia is our neighbours, but I've known Rachel for a couple of tournaments now, so and then Rachel bet you, Jamie bet Mum, so I'm sort of just going to both teams. So I'm sort of just cheering on whoever, just congratulating every shot and everything.
Better player winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've known Rachel for a long time now, and she's fabulous. She's lovely. She's given so much back to the game as well.
You're looking for your parents.
But Jamie, you always support the new person, eh?
Yeah, I sort of do. I have to admit, Jenny and Chris were sitting on the sideline earlier today, and I walked up to them. I'm like, right, so who are you guys supporting? Jenny goes, I'm supporting Jamie because she's Australia, she's close, and Chris is going, well, I'm English, so I'm supporting Rachel. So I was like, so there's going to be fights later?
Absolutely. No, there won't be fights after Jamie wins. It'll all be good. And I'm heading to Australia in October and then back again in November. So, if there's Australians watching this broadcast, think kindly on me.
Yep, Jenny's supporting Australia all the way. Since there's no New Zealanders in this final, yep.
No, it's really good actually. All the Kiwis generally are over on Lawn 3 supporting Jessica Bullen. So it's, and indeed the Americans are as well. So it's really good just to see that support in the other finals that are going on.
Oh yes, definitely. Like in the final behind me, yes, I'm sort of supporting Kate, but I'm more supporting Judith because she's the one who beat me up and knocked me out of the bowl.
Yeah, I think Kate's in a bit of trouble here. She's 6-3 down. She is, however, in front of hoop 10.
Yes, but Judith's a really good roqueer.
Yes.
So, I sort of expect Judith to get that roquet, no problem. It looks like Judith's looking to see whether Black can actually run that hoop.
Well, it's also quite difficult in this position because what we've got is that Kate's in front of hoop 10 with Black, but Judith's yellow is in front of hoop 11. I'm not sure if it got there off another ball.
Yeah, no, blue just hit yellow over.
Right, so Kate can't really run hoop 10. You run hoop 10 with Black, you lose the match because yellow's right by hoop 11.
Exactly. Which is what I think Judith's thinking. Hence the reason she's just put her ball in rather than trying to hit Black away, trying to tempt Black by running that hoop.
I don't like where she's put it because I think you can just stop red away.
Yeah.
And in fact, if you don't hold position, then if you've got a decent enough shot, then Black can nudge you back in front. That's right, blue can nudge you back in front. No, she's lost position.
She's lost position. Yeah, see, I love when my opponents put their ball right next door to mine, especially in front of the hoop, because I know I can do a stop shot and I can stop within 2 centimetres of where I've hit it.
It's pretty good to have that shot in your arsenal. And yeah, you're also stopping away the ball that's just played in, so it's got a whole rotation till it can get back and play.
Exactly. And it means you're still there at the hoop and still got control.
It's quite a remarkably different pace to watch this game compared to the final we've been watching. This is just a massive, massive step down in power of the shots they're choosing to play.
Yeah, they're not going for the big long roquets. They've been maybe a little bit more cautious. Trying for the blocks a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking on lawn 1, this yellow would be heading towards corner 4.
Yeah. Oh, she hit red instead. Interesting.
Wow, so yeah, yellow must be blocked on the hoop. We've got blue dead in front of the hoop. Black's rushed red away, so black's pretty much in hoop running position as well.
Yeah.
So I think it's probably all a pretty neutral position.
Thanks, Fran, for answering that question. Yes, the finals are a best of 5. So
Just the main final, I believe, though,
just
isn't it?
I'm not entirely sure. You would have to ask Mr. Manager.
Maybe we can send Dallas.
Yeah. No. Jenny's gone to find my mother. It's like the joys of playing with your family is you always have someone at the tournaments with you, supporting you, you supporting them, you know, all the fun stuff. Okay, so yeah, other than the final, which is best of 5, all the other finals for the bowls, the shield, the plate are best of 3.
It's a bit unheard of to get best of 5s elsewhere. That's why it's so good to get deeper into a tournament so you can play some of those 5s.
Yeah, that's true, because, you know, best of 3 you can normally hold your concentration, but best of 5 you need your mental concentration for that for a lot longer than what you expect.
Yeah, and we saw in Pauline and Mariam's game, and then again in the amazing match we had yesterday of Rachel and Soha, that a best of 5 things can turn around. You can be 2-0 down and come back.
Oh yeah, you know, you can't count your chickens before they've hatched.
Yeah.
Not in this game.
Yeah, you've got the momentum, you're 2-0 up, but things can happen.
Oh yeah. Like, even if you're playing and you're 6-1 down, all of a sudden you decide, oh, screw it, and then you go for roquets and hoop shots that you normally wouldn't, and all of a sudden you're 6-all.
Yeah, you do something to gloriously win the game rather than grind out each hoop as you've been doing, and things can turn around, and momentum can change and luck can change.
Yeah.
I mean, Rachel's had very little luck here.
Yeah, she looked like she was on a roll to begin with, and then all of a sudden the luck changed again.
Yeah, big comeback from Jamie to take that second game.
Yes, definitely. But I think that's partly due to, like, Jamie just keeps her cool and she just keeps on doing what she does.
Yep. And rocking quite an impressive pair of koala socks we've got today. I was hoping the platypuses might come back, but we've got the green socks with koalas on them instead.
Who's that?
Jamie.
Oh, I haven't even noticed the socks. Geez, why didn't someone point that out to me earlier?
And we've got all the, I'm not sure if it's just all the Canberra or probably all the Australian ladies have got yellow and green nail polish.
Yep. Yes, no, they have been busy showing off their nail polish all week to everyone. Slightly jealous. Maybe we should have all gone and got ours done black with white silver ferns on them.
Provided we had the silver touch, it would have been alright. Just black nails, probably too goth for me.
Yeah, no, same here for me. And then I wouldn't hear the end from my grandmother.
Have you had many of your matches on the live stream then, Nat?
Nope, I keep on saying to them you should put me on, and nope, I haven't had any of mine on a live match.
That's a shame.
You could see me in the background of my mother's playoff game standing on court. Where was I on? Yeah, I was on 4 or 7, busy trying to see how my mother was going because I was a bit concerned she wouldn't get through to the knockout. So my dad lovely took a Snapchat of Mum doing a shot with me standing in the background watching and saying to Mum, do you feel like you're being watched?
I'd like to be there for your grandmother's debrief if there was one of your games that was on TV.
Oh yes, no. Most of the time my debrief is stop looking up and you need to swing slower. So, you know, I know all that stuff, but when you're in the middle of the game, you tend to forget about it.
I thought it would be stop giggling at those shots.
No, I think she's given up on that one.
It's just, I love the fact that you enjoy the game so much and you're clearly happy when you're playing.
Yeah, well, I remember, I think I played the Nationals in New Zealand up in Auckland, and someone decided to nickname me the Smiling Assassin because he said just before you take a roquet or something, you get the smile on your face. It's like, thanks.
I remember you used to giggle a lot if you had a shot that didn't work out as well. Rather than showing frustration, it would just be, okay.
I tend to go between giggling and going, and it depends on whether I'm just like, oh my gosh, really? But I'm very good at like blocking my own ball, hitting my own ball, so I just have to laugh at myself because otherwise I'm just going to get so frustrated and it's just like, nah.
Yeah, you get a bit of experience at that.
Yeah, exactly. So,
It was interesting actually, in the Women's World Cup, there's an American, I'm not very good at pronouncing her surname, Megan Rapinoe, one of the best players ever in the women's game, and they got to a penalty shootout and she missed. So she missed the penalty, and that would have been pretty much putting the Americans through. And she got panned so much by the media for just laughing at her own misfortune.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want to do, sit there and cry or curse or...
hang your head in shame. Sometimes you just have to laugh because what else can you do? You're either going to cry or laugh.
Yeah, it's like, oh, thank you, fate.
Yeah, exactly. Estimated time? Well, I'm not too sure, sorry, David.
I think Rachel's having a final nibble, but is chatting with Ian Lyons and her husband Will.
I thought they were only engaged. Am I incorrect?
That's Rachel G, and that's Will G over there.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. I thought they were just engaged, but who knows?
No, they've been married for a wee while. I'm not sure how long. She was Rachel Rowe when she won the Women's World Championships the first time.
That's right, yeah.
It would be good to get a name. I believe she was Rachel Rowe then. It would be good to get your name on it twice with different surnames. I've done that with a couple of trophies over here.
Yeah. It will confuse everyone though.
Yes. Rachel's just kind of relaxing a bit. Jamie's disappeared. I think she had wandered over towards corner 4. Oh, here she is.
It looks like she's preparing to get back onto that lawn. So I'd say we'll be back up and running shortly, I guess.
5 minutes maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Rachel's gone for the BYO lunch option, so she won't be having to queue behind 50 people to get dessert.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Well, I must say, have you had any of the lunches here?
Nope, but I am going to do it today.
You've missed out. The lunches have been superb. It's just been delicious. I mean, the spiced chicken quiche was probably my favourite, but it's been lovely.
Yeah, no, unfortunately my games have sort of interfered a lot with lunch, so, I've just bought my sandwiches so I can eat sort of as I'm playing.
Nothing like a game that finishes at 2:30, is there?
So we've got a question here from Wixie Wix. So what does Rachel need to do differently to win the third? Missed a lot of game 2.
She failed a few hoops in game 1 and missed a few clearances.
Yeah.
So that needs to improve. She got better in game 2. I missed a wee bit as I went to get lunch. I think Jamie's just hitting the middle of everything. So she needs to be a wee bit luckier with Jamie. She's had a couple of bits of misfortune.
She's missed a few rookies in game 2 that normally I would say that she would get. So I think she just needs to maybe focus and get in there. Thanks, Stephen.
Just received a screenshot from Stephen Forster. Hi, Stephen.
Watching us have a talk.
Just glad I declared my allegiance to Australia. Not really allegiance, but to the Australian player.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, if you declared your allegiance to Australia full time, out. No. Go. We will disown you.
I'll get my Australian doubles partner back in November as well. So
nice.
That's important. What does Rachel need to do? Well, her position taking, she's had some cracking shots there as well. I think this match is very even. Needs to be a bit luckier, a bit more successful at the hoops. I believe they're in new holes. They're a lot less floppy than yesterday.
Yeah, which is good because floppy doesn't help my hoop running. Yeah. Actually, nothing really helps my hoop running. So Elizabeth just said that Jamie and Ethan were born in New Zealand and grew up in Australia, so we could technically claim her as New Zealand.
And Jamie learnt to play from her grandfather.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go Kiwi.
Go Kiwi. Kathy, the GC Women's Worlds used to be played every 2 years, but it was getting pretty hard, especially with all the other worlds that get played. So now it gets played every 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, this event's taken tremendous organisation, and in fact, the lawns for Southwick have prioritised this event all year. The hoops have been well out of the correct position. The lawns have still been in excellent condition, but the hoops have been in crazy places just to make sure that they're absolutely perfect for this event. And it's a huge volunteer effort, organising people, marshalling at the car parks, the food,
lunches, the lunch ladies and men, having someone on at the bar.
Vast number of referees.
Yeah, the referees.
Goodness, Francis's hours of refereeing.
Oh yes. I was complaining because she wasn't wearing her green hat on top of her white one today.
Good, she looks lovely there. She's very stylish.
Yeah, she's trying to tell me her jacket's left over from the material of the hats. I said to her, yes, I'm going to believe you because I don't know when I'm going to see you next,
Don't believe a word of it, but there's a gorgeous jacket and you look fantastic today. And also, goodness knows how long it's going to take Alison Morm to recover her energy after this. She's just been a whirlwind.
Oh, yes. A few times I've walked past and she's like, Ashley, you free? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, cool, sit here. I need to go and sort out camera 2, or I need to go and sort out camera 3, or, she's been running left, right and centre like a crazy person.
We're going to let a wee secret out about Alison, because as you've seen, Alison's not playing in this event. And having been teased about it a bit, she's going, well, I don't like standing around waiting for my opponent to play. I think she'd be a wee bit impatient for the pace of this match. But I do know that Alison will be donning her whites and grabbing her mallet and playing golf croquet next week at the Intercounties.
Ooh, nice.
She'll be up in Cheltenham where Division 1 is. I'm going to be back here in about 4 days playing Division 2.
Yeah, I had to love the game. Was it for the barbecue, you against her?
Yes.
And Tim wandering around with a tray, a napkin wrapped over his arm, carrying Alison's wine wherever she went on the lawn.
He also took our clips, but I'm not sure he behaved very honourably in placing those clips at times.
Probably not,
But no, Tim's been great. Tournament director, he's been very calm and just gently behind the scenes made sure things kept going well.
Okay, Jenny, Lester has a question for you. Of the up-and-coming players there, who do you think is most likely to win a World Champs, other than Jamie and Ashley, of course?
Pauline Salib. I don't know how up-and-coming you'd say she is. She's been around for quite a while now.
Well, I can't talk. I worked it out the other day. I've been around for 18 years now playing croquet.
Good on you, Junior.
Yeah, exactly.
Jamie's been playing about 8 years, I think I was told.
Yeah, she's been playing for a while, yes. Me, I don't know if I would actually ever win a World Champs because I tend to lose concentration as I'm playing, which, as Jenny knows, I've played her in the, what was it, quarters or the semis? Quarters?
I don't know, probably quarters. Oh, that was in Egypt, wasn't it?
Yeah, quarters, and I was up, I had control, and I lost the plot.
I mean, I've obviously done quite well in World Championships and got quite far, but very often I've got quite far on weaknesses of opponents and just being really, really lucky. I think the standout was my first ever Golf Croquet World Champs, where that was the round of 16, where Chris Clark and Robert Fulford and Ian Lyons came to watch the match, and towards the end of game 2 my opponent came over and apologised about how nervous he'd been because of those guys watching.
Yeah, no, I'm in that regards I am slightly glad. Oh, it looks like we're
off again.
I am slightly glad I wasn't on the live streaming, because as it is I get distracted about who's watching my game as it is, let alone how many people and where everyone's watching it from.
Happy to be live streamed if I'm playing well.
Yes, exactly.
Let's if it's going badly. Right, what we've got,
looks like Judith has just won that game.
Wow, that was a long contested hoop.
Oh, yes.
Judith has won the bowl 7-6, 7-3.
Yeah.
So back here, Rachel's both her shots actually look like they're a little bit short. So Rachel starting, playing blue in. Jamie looks like she's dead in front of the hoop, and I'm not on a great angle, but do you think red's very easy to clear from here?
That's hard to say. I have a funny feeling that blue can see at least some of that red.
Yeah, maybe able to go south of black. Jamie's gone over and had a good look just to really make her mind up as to the probability she sees of Rachel running this hoop and whether she needs to clear it. And she's just taking position.
Yep, exactly.
So this will be, Rachel will be a bit disappointed at the start that she hasn't just been able to take position and stomp through the hoop. I think she's got a hoop though, she's actually taking it on.
Looks like it.
Needs to run this, just needs to get that confidence.
Oh, yes. Ethan has answered our question. Jamie has been playing for about 8 years now. Introduced by their grandparents in New Zealand and taught by Peter Freer.
Told you she's a Kiwi.
Yep. Now,
hope Ethan's enjoying watching this at home. He must be very proud.
Yes. I'm just wondering whether Jamie and Ethan used to come to the tournaments that my granddad used to host for us kids of grandparents who played croquet.
Well, maybe Ethan will tell you in a bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Jamie seems to be a bit distracted at the moment to follow up that conversation.
Yeah, I might have to find out afterwards, you know. Never know.
Nice shot from Jamie, wee bit further away than she'd like, but she's been running her hoops beautifully.
Oh yes, definitely. You know, I don't think it's worried her too much that she's been a bit far back from the hoop.
Yeah, the only problem is that, like Rachel's done here, you just leave that bit of space between yourself and the hoop for your opponent to play into.
Yeah.
Now that's short as well.
But then again, you know, Jamie's quite a good jumper, so if you get desperate, you can just jump over their ball through the hoop. Done that a few times.
Yeah, won't be jumping this. And again, also, it was a really good opportunity because blue couldn't clear anything.
No, exactly. Unfortunately, when Rachel ran that hoop, she was just too far through to hit it through the hoop and not far enough through to be able to get her mallet behind it to get a nice shot. So,
someone mentioned in the commentary the different sizes of the mallets. I suspect Rachel's is about 11 inches.
Well, Ethan has answered my question.
Oh, excellent.
Never lived in New Zealand while playing croquet, so no, he wasn't part of those lovely tournaments that my granddad used to put on.
Yeah, but Ethan didn't start till much later. Any chance Jamie played?
Yeah, who knows?
I'm guessing maybe not.
Probably not. But yeah.
So in terms of up and coming players, I honestly don't see any of the non-Egyptians that are currently playing winning a world championship. Maybe Debbie. Maybe Debbie, and she's quite new to the game. Alison Morm, if she took it really seriously, she's got a lovely swing.
Oh yes, she did me like a turkey dinner in the Hawke's Bay tournament. So yes. So Jamie just covering that hoop. I'm guessing her plan is to hit the black ball with the red. The only trouble is with that is like you can't really get black far enough to make huge difference.
Yeah, you can't cut black to anywhere that's wide, but if she's caught a ball's it, she can get a reasonable distance on black and maybe can use that blue to protect her own ball.
Yeah, that's true. Nice croquet.
Nice shot. She might have protected it with blue and all red.
Yeah. See, I can't remember who was just saying about Jamie and learning stop shots, but that's one of the places that a good stop shot is awesome. You know.
Yeah, I do think sometimes though she plays those sort of run-on shots to create this sort of block, and she's been really successful at that. Something that Robert Fulford does very well. Yeah, he'll often play a shot, and he's got such good back ball control. He can just move it forward a bit further.
Yeah.
So that it's to his advantage.
Exactly. Well, this is going to be interesting for Jamie. Obviously she can still see the hoop, so she's going for it.
Lovely short hoop.
Yes, lovely hoop. So they were actually asking any, not just women, up-and-comers, any up-and-comers,
Sorry, any
apparently.
up-and-comers.
Or someone else has asked, any up-and-comers.
To win
Any of the world champs, the Open, the women's under-21s,
So, youngsters, well, Ewan Burridge is very interesting, particularly for golf croquet, but he had just a stunning breakthrough in the World Champs, qualifying for the World Champs, and did very, very well in the event. So he's interesting. He's got unlimited power.
Okay, Zachary. So, yes, the basic idea of croquet. We do follow a set way that we run the hoops. And we run them through one side and then we go back around and run them back through the other side. So you will see people who will run them in the back.
So we got this promotional shot that Rachel's just played, because basically black was blocking blue getting to hoop 3. I wasn't sure how easily she could get across, so she's rushed across. But in doing that, basically your blue ball just gets left behind. So really, if you're going to play that promotion, you have to have a crack at running the hoop straight away. And generally when you're the first person to play to a hoop, unless you've blocked yourself, you're not going to play that promotion.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you're really, really down and desperate.
Yeah.
But normally that's only around hoop 10 and 11 that you'll see people start trying to do that. One thing, Zachary, you probably find online somewhere someone has drawn up the flow of the croquet lawn and how to go through the hoops and where, and there's a whole lot of material around from over the years.
If you Google rules of golf croquet, the first link that normally comes up is the simplified rules. Barring that, I offer you my standard recommendation, which is the Taunton Dean Golf Croquet Club. The Taunton Dean Croquet Club, they're both AC and GC.
Yeah.
Stephen Custance Baker's made some fabulous materials available on that, which I recommend to anybody.
Yeah, I've heard also there's a new book out. Is it by Ian?
Ian Burridge's book, not for beginners.
Not for beginners? Okay,
So pretty much any level of improving, but I think as a raw beginner, you'll find other books that are clearer and,
a bit more easier to follow. Yeah.
But yeah, Ian's is excellent, and again, do highly recommend it.
Yep, that is definitely the shot I would have done there.
There I thought Jamie should have taken some relief actually. You could see that her heels were on that thicker grass, so they were above the ball.
Yeah, but I suppose it depends on whether she was comfortable or not. Oh, now I see the socks. Those socks are cool.
Great socks.
It's a shame this camera's not working, because I could zoom up into those socks and show everyone.
Not sure the world's as interested in socks as we are though, Ash.
Maybe not, but they are pretty cool socks.
They are. I was hoping that she'd wear one of the animal socks today.
Nice. Well, she's got to. She's in the final. You've got to show off your animal socks. Where else are you going to wear them? Except for something like this,
Not quite predominantly white, but just a nice national touch. There we go.
Okay, so Zachary, yep, you're correct. 7 points win. First to 7 hoops wins the game, unless you're playing a 19-point game, and then it's first to 10, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the balls, just so you know, to make life a bit easier, tend to get played in order. So they get played blue, red, black and yellow, unless someone decides to play out of order. Would you have done that, Jenny?
The way Jamie can run hoops, yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
I mean, the only other option is clear blue. Blue clears red. You've turned down your chance at a shot at a hoop.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't want to get to the end of a game and say to yourself, I didn't have a shot at hoop 1, but I cleared a few times. I didn't actually have a shot at hoop 2, and I had a chance to shoot at hoop 3, but I cleared a few times.
Yeah, exactly. So Stephen's going, question, ideal lunch, I feel generally sluggish after. Admittedly, most people tend to.
A Southwick salad.
Yes. Pretty much it is, you need to eat, but don't overeat. If you have to. If you have to, eat a little bit, take some with you so you can eat in between games.
Yeah.
That tends to be what I do. I'll have a sandwich or two, and then I will have some other bits and pieces that I will eat in between my games, like bananas or muesli bars, you know, something to keep my energy up and running. So that way I'm not eating huge at lunch, not getting a bit sluggish. I don't know about you, Jenny, what do you do?
I don't know, I normally just have a light lunch. The Nottingham lunches tend to be enormous cooked affairs with enormous puddings, so I avoid that.
Yeah.
But I don't want to have too much, and yeah, I tend to perform poorly in the afternoons if I have had some enormous lunch. Yeah, and I know lots of people have these sports drinks, and I'll often have Powerade Zero just because I like the flavour, so it makes me drink more, but you don't need the electrolytes in this sort of game.
Sometimes you do, especially in like New Zealand and Egypt where it is extremely hot, extremely sunny. Oh, that is unlucky by Jamie.
Yeah, so if you're playing a longer game, but generally you don't need isotonic drinks unless you're playing for more than an hour doing strenuous activities.
Yeah. Admittedly, Mum and I have been drinking a lot of those drinks, but that's because we have had a cold, so we've been trying to kick it as fast as we humanly possibly can.
Yeah, just get some energy back. That's understandable.
Ooh, do you think that's blocked?
Yeah, I think this is the first error we've seen from Jamie.
Yes.
No, not blocked.
Not blocked. I was thinking even if it was blocked, a good rocaer like Jamie can probably 9 times out of 10 hit that black onto that blue.
9 times out of 10.
Yeah. Got to allow for a little bit of error.
7 times out of 10, I reckon. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. They were fairly close together.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how well the camera zoomed in on that shot, but it was sort of side on. That was a beautiful study from Jamie in keeping your eye on the ball that you're hitting.
Oh yes, definitely. Something I need to learn.
Another good shot right in the middle.
Oh yes. Just in case you're wondering, we do stop talking, especially when they're doing shots around this hoop, due to the fact that they are right there and we don't want to interfere with their game.
Or be told off by them.
Yeah, that too. Get the evil eye, you know.
So yeah, Jamie's a bit behind in this hoop because she had that error earlier where she played her own ball, which was half covering the target ball.
Yes, but that was a great roquet with red still being really close to the vicinity, so, you know.
But unfortunately, it might be, I think the black could be open.
I think the black might be open. A bit hard to tell on this angle.
Lovely in the middle again.
Oh. I wish I could roquet like that all the time.
Well, that's the key thing, isn't it? It's all the time.
Yep.
Jamie's hit so many shots just so essentially. It's great.
And it means that her other ball is not going huge distance away. Like, I don't know if anyone on the stream has seen my mother play, but she is a very good roqueer, but at times her ball goes flying.
So I think maybe we had seen black being wired from red there because red chose to take out blue rather than black.
Yep.
These hoops are proving a bit more of a challenge than they have on previous days, with the players are a bit less accurate, or the hoops are nice and tight and firm in the ground.
Oh yes, definitely. Now if you're Rachel here, what would you be doing?
She might have half a yellow. No. I think this is yellow she's clearing.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% certain. Good shot.
Nice.
You can see Rachel moved her ball in probably a good foot there, but that was so that she could get her heels flat on the ground to play the shot properly.
Yeah, exactly. In other games, Debbie is currently up 4-2 in the third, but you can't count Perry out, as we saw in one of the games where she was 5-1 down and managed to get to 7-6.
Yep, and she has just missed, so it looks like Perry will take it at least to 4-3.
Yep.
I'll give you a score update on Jess Bullen when we can move, but that's not right now.
No. So we've had someone ask, when playing, what mental steps do you take to assess what shot you will play?
I'll go and have a look at them. Hang on, we'll just let these ladies get out of the way.
That's a risky shot to play, because if you're not accurate, then
yeah, we risk giving an off, but it's a very difficult shot to play here.
Yeah, but I'm more thinking you've slightly given them a double.
double for Jamie from that range. But yeah, I absolutely get what you mean.
Yeah.
Well, I guess to be fair, you're right. It is kind of double and the in-off possibility, isn't it?
Yes. So yes, Ron Fulford doesn't hit hard, just very accurate. Something I have learnt from playing when I was younger, where I used to hit everything as hard as humanly possible, is that sometimes, no, you don't need to hit hard, especially if you're hitting them towards the boundary. You just need to hit them to the boundary.
Yep.
And then other times, yes, hitting hard is very important.
Yeah, having the ability to hit firmly is important. I mean,
Yes.
Rachel doesn't generally hit it that hard, but when she needs to, she's got that power.
Exactly. I've played a lady, Mavis. Do you remember Mavis?
Yep.
And she never hit you far, but she always hit you. And if you couldn't come back into hoop running position properly or short, then that was it.
Yeah, that was Mavis Brogden. Well, still is.
Yes.
Very good New Zealand player. I played her in my first World Championships.
She is. Now she's coaching the new up-and-comer players in Taranaki. So some of them.
Been doing that for years, hasn't she?
Yes, she has. She's been getting people in from school age to come and play and get them going. Do you think black's over enough?
Yeah, she brushed it over. I don't think she can see all of this.
Obviously she pushed it over too far.
Yeah, because she was obviously nudging over a bit. It's quite hard to control the weight of those. Now we've got a difficult position for Jamie because she wants to move blue out of running position, but if you rush it to the north boundary, it's all over red.
Yep, exactly. But if you don't move it, it's running that hoop.
A snuggle, maybe. Oh, it's a nice effort.
Yeah. She has hit both, but not far enough.
Yeah, that pace, I'm not 100% sure what she was actually trying to achieve there. Might have just been cutting it past black and got too much of it.
Sometimes that shot is one that I just aim up to hopefully hit black as well and just hit as hard as I possibly can and wish that the good luck fairy was on my side. Are you coming to talk now? Oh, it looks like I'm running away and Chris is coming and he'll be able to explain a lot more of the game and tactics.
Well, especially since they're out of our corner now.
Yeah, exactly. And then he'll probably be able to answer you better, Kathy, about what mental steps do you take to assess what shot you'll play. Alright, have fun guys, no arguing.
Thanks Ashley, it's been good fun.
Thanks Ashley. Look at this yellow, look at that yellow, that is dead in front.
That's a cracking shot.
So now this really does need to get rid of the red ideally so it can't clear black, and black is in jumping range.
2-0, great. Thank you.
Oh, that's lovely. That has got the right thing. I just had a chat with Will, and we were both agreeing. I don't think Rachel's clearing hard enough. I think she's being sucked into Jamie's mid-paced game.
It's interesting because Rachel has got a really quite a sort of strongish clearing shot when she wants. She's obviously got the full power, but she's got, she's just got a nice shot that clears a good distance. But like Debbie, actually, Debbie's got a nice firm clearance shot, I think. Rachel's probably a bit firmer.
Rachel's got significantly more power than Debbie.
Right.
So a good clearance. Jamie asking for Frances to come on and move the red in from the boundary because it's on a critical line. Nothing that she's shooting at within 6 yards, so that doesn't need moving. But I think she does have black. It hasn't quite gone as wide as I anticipated. And even if you only move black 3 yards here, the difference in difficulty of the jump shot is quite significant.
Yeah, this is a very straightforward jump shot here. And the difference in difficulty of clearing as well if Rachel decides not to play the jump shot if she gets cleared.
So the match hasn't gone as I anticipated. Jamie has had a really good semi-final first game. She played really well, just made 2 errors as far as I could see in the game, which is a very strong GC performance, but then went significantly downhill in games 2 and 3 yesterday. I think she maintained a very strong level throughout game 2 here.
Yes.
And I just started to see a hint at hoop 3 that she was going off the boil.
Yeah, she had that clearance where she was only partially blocked by herself, which was very surprising that she hit her own ball.
Yep.
That was a significant misplay.
Yep.
And, well, the shot at the hoop from the boundary was actually a pretty reasonable shot.
It was, yeah. I don't know whether you've mentioned the difference in the game because these are fresh hoop holes today.
Yeah, these holes are firmer, and the ball doesn't just sog and sit there, does it?
So balls are bouncing further away, where something might have bounced back to a couple of inches in front on day 7 hoop holes. Now it's bouncing away to the side and by a few feet. So quite a big difference in the overall gameplay. I don't want to be taking many 7-yard hoops on today.
No, I mean there was one that we saw Rachel take, which I think was a hoop 3 as well, where it hit basically all of both wires and spun around the hoop. And you need a fairly firm hoop to get that reaction normally.
You do.
This is just a much better contest with, in terms of what the hoops are providing.
Yep. So big shot. The downside obviously is if you miss it, red goes a million miles away from hoop 5 as well.
Yes.
And throughout this match, Jamie's managed to keep her balls in play, very rarely being taking position from 25 yards away. And this now gives Rachel the opportunity to play the jump. I think she will. I think it is possible to cut the yellow. She could hit the right hand side of the yellow and clear it, but I think she'll take the jump on.
You've got to fancy the jump, especially with red out of play here.
She's going a long way over this. She's hit the crown already once. I don't want to see this go too high. Oh, lovely. That was on its way down when it got to the hoop, wasn't it?
Yeah, moderated her swing really well there. So she got it up steeply, but not too hard.
Okay, so Frances letting us know that red only had half a ball, or maybe 2/3 of a ball to aim at then. And that's a weak positional shot from yellow as well.
Yeah.
We should remember, of course, that Rachel's 4-1 up in this game 2.
Yeah, it was really, really well played from Jamie. Really solid play to come back and particularly win that game.
And some errors as well, I would suggest, from Rachel. Hoop 7 wasn't the strongest set of shots. So just because she's got the 3-1 lead, I don't think it's a major problem, but this yellow is causing an issue. So that's gone too far again.
Yeah, it's not really offering a lot there. And given how close Rachel was playing
this
blue
is short.
in,
This is well short.
it's also the wrong line. It's hitting the hoop, I think.
Sorry, Jenny, you were saying?
Sorry, I was just saying that where Rachel's obviously played blue and very close, it looked like she was looking to play position with blue and clearing with black there.
She's definitely playing the smash with black. Now that blue isn't in good position, and equally importantly red isn't in front either, I think we'll probably see black play into position. Yellow could run, but it's very, very difficult. I don't think it will. It will clear. And whether it clears black or blue, I think that's too close to yellow.
Oh, that's just feeding the ball into yellow, yeah.
When we're coaching just club players, the importance of not allowing your ball that's just played to be cleared, particularly with a stop shot.
And ditto Jamie here has to not just plant yellow there for blue to clear.
Yeah, so it
red's still in trouble.
Needs to squeeze out to the left towards the south boundary, and it's done that a little bit. I'd have preferred it another yard or two.
I think she's played it well. I saw her looking at the shot.
But yeah, much better than a straight stop shot, that. Blue just can't just hit it in the middle, stop there and control the area.
Is she playing the jump here?
I would play the jump here.
It's a very challenging angle, but we've seen Rachel play these shots actually, and she's very good at them. Downside is if you fail this as a jump, you're nowhere.
No, she's just clearing it. And again, if I was clearing that, I think I would have hit that quite a lot harder. I wouldn't have been too worried about blue finishing 6 yards to the side of the hoop.
Yeah, you're sort of torn in two worlds there. Blue finishing, you want it to stay in the vicinity, but it's just such an easy shot for red to come back into good position now, isn't it?
And an easy shot for yellow to clear blue. And yellow's clearing blue to a potentially wide area, whereas, oh dear, all red had to do then was play between blue and the hoop and get in front. So we're getting some comments online. I think I've known Rachel for 15 years, and she's one of the nicest, most fair playing players you could wish to see. So hopefully people who don't know her will take my advice on that line.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I've played her in one of the biggest matches, and very, very nice person to play. Now, there's a comment on the chat when you've got a moment. It's disappeared up the top. Can you please comment when you're playing what mental steps you take to assess what shot you're going to play? Oh, superb shot.
Well,
lovely shot.
I'm trying to first of all find all my possible lines of play, and that in itself is not the most straightforward thing to do. Players will often miss potential lines of play, whether they be promotions or snuggles or going deep instead of taking close position, going crosswide. There are actually so many options that become available.
You can't even just have a checklist, really, can you? You just have to look at the whole picture
and you're often thinking 4 or 5 shots ahead. Rachel's missed that, so
in trouble now.
Red is going to clear black, and I think black will give up.
Yeah, red will clear black somewhere to the south boundary, and Rachel's very sensible here. She'll clear black fairly south as well.
So yeah, red to the clear black to the south boundary, and then black just south of the peg.
Yeah, and so what I meant by south is keeping it almost directly south of the hoop. Rachel's not going to play a 10.5 yard jump shot.
Yeah, and you want red to finish not blocked by the hoop for hoop 6.
Yeah, she's got red in with a bit of blockage there.
Yeah, the peg's going to be a little bit in play. So yeah, Rachel will give up now. Going back to the question.
Oh, it looks like a bit of news from Lawn 3 is that Jessica Bullen's 4-0 up in the deciding game of the plate final.
Good for Jessica.
I know I might sound a bit excited, but she's also Kiwi.
One of the points I wanted to make is we've got 4 finals today, and we've got 6 nationalities. And how positive is that for the sport?
That's great. Yeah, I was noticing that before. So what have we got? We've got
it's a
England,
good shot,
Australia
this.
here.
Excellent.
Plate final is New Zealand, South Africa. New Zealand, America.
Yep.
The Shield final is Australia, another Australian playing
South African.
versus South Africa, and
that's the bowl.
That's the bowl final. The Shield final is Egypt versus England.
Yeah, so 6 different nationalities.
And from 4-2 down, it looks like Perry Hunt is now 6-4 up in their decider against Debbie Lyons.
So great positional shot with yellow through hoop 5, right in front of hoop 6. We're making an assumption that black can see some of it, and this is a blocker. And I don't think that's quite managed to get the block on yellow. So a big shot here.
She's having a look. Do you think she can squeeze between red and
I think there might be, no, I think it's between. I think it's right of red as she looks at it. I think she might be able to just squeeze past the right of it.
So between red and blue potentially.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But again, going back, you got to find all your options first. Once you've found your options, then actually working through the progression of what's likely to happen, work out your percentage. Oh, she's jumping.
She played it well.
Oh, hoop! There we go.
Shot.
So that's a big swing. Got the 4-2 lead. And yeah, work out how likely each option is to succeed. How often am I going to hit that 7-yarder? How often is my opponent going to run their 4-yard hoop? And over time, most players do this as a natural process. It's not a mathematical calculation, is it?
Yeah, I guess that's the thing though, when you're newer to this, remembering what things to look at, because you often talk about clearing the ball that's just played in. So for some people, I need to remember to look at that and think about that. It's been quite fun watching Debbie Lyons play in some of the more tactical situations, because she's quite new to golf croquet, so you can see her thinking through it and sort of waving her hands and pointing at the balls, just to make sure that she hasn't missed something about the rotation of the balls.
That's perfect. That's on the correct side, allowing blue to take control of the northern boundary, and hopefully those last 2 shots are going to be big confidence builders.
Yep. Oh, this is short, is it?
It's close. It's good actually. Oh no, it's short. Seemed to go uphill at the end.
Yes. It's uphill towards hoop 13. What do you think towards hoop 2?
All these lawns run down towards 1 and 4 and up towards 2 and 3. Right. There's also another slope that tends to go a little bit towards the clubhouse on most lawns. Okay. So you get the hang of it, and remember this is day 8 now.
Yeah.
These players have played on lawn 1 multiple times.
Yeah, we're not saying this is any negative about the lawns. Yeah, they're very nice lawns.
Oh, lawns which have feature make the game more interesting in my opinion.
Yes.
It's an extra test of skill for the players.
And these slopes are not huge.
No, it's very minor, but it does make an impact. And there we've seen Jamie continually hit those shots in the middle, and at last, from Rachel's perspective, that one has been hit only quarter ball and yellow's been lost.
Yeah, I think that's the first one that she hasn't just hit in the middle.
So I expect to see red clear blue half ball with both balls going off the north boundary, and if you feel confident you should hit it quarter ball, keeping your ball straighter onto the hoop.
So this is almost the sort of position that we had at hoop 13 yesterday, where Sohar didn't get her ball off the lawn.
Yeah, red has to finish off the lawn here, and preferably by hitting the right hand side of it as fine as you dare. No, that's an alternative. You can hit it that pace and take the short boundary side, but the downside is blue is still quite straight there.
Yeah.
Blue might end up trying to run the hoop.
Yeah, might decide it's got a free go. Yeah, so I mean, what you don't want to do is rush someone off the lawn and leave them a free smash to send you to parts unknown 30 yards away.
And that's one of Rachel's under-hit shots. Generally, if there's a miss from Rachel, positionally, it's short.
Right.
You'll see her start swinging her arms forward as soon as she's hit the ball. She knows she's underhit it,
Yeah,
and she's urging it forward. So I think blue will clear yellow now. She's a very aggressive player, so she might take the hoop on. But I thought after those couple of imperfect shots from Jamie, she might try and keep the pressure on.
Yeah, just keep control here because Jamie has got that clearance on black. If it's open.
And she's missed. So she went for the right shot, but she missed. And again, I would have gone full tilt at that.
Yeah, she's a really good shot. Hit it with your natural firm swing, hitting it in the middle. You know, you are going to stay nearby.
You know, even if yellow and blue disappear miles away, red has to clear black, and black's going to be the first ball back. So it doesn't really matter that blue finishes a long way away, providing yellow finishes even further away.
How hard's Jamie going to hit this one then, do you reckon?
I think she'll probably hit this hard. And in the middle as well, it's a lovely shot, and Rachel's going to be forced to shoot at yellow now.
She hasn't hit it with the sort of power that we'd have seen Soha clearing with.
No. Jamie's max power is probably only 4 yards harder than that. Whereas both Rachel probably could have cleared that past hoop 5.
Yeah, what I do think though is positive about Jamie here with this is she's almost protecting the tempo of her swing.
And given how many times I've used the word tempo to you in your practice over the years, you probably appreciate how important I think tempo is. In the middle, can yellow clear black?
It can clear black, but it's going to end up on the side boundary.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, I think just getting control of the hoop. Will Jamie have a crack at the hoop?
It's an option. Blue is offside.
Jamie's reasonably aggressive as well.
So could be regarded as a free go. I don't think it's very free because black's going to be able to clear yellow a long way away if it bounces to the side.
Yeah,
once blue and red have played back in.
So she's having black.
And you want to hit this either in the middle or preferably just off centre on the right and clear it down towards the blue ball. And that's okay. It's not as hard as I'd like to see it, but the issue is blue's going to just play in, then red's going to play in, and black's not far enough away to protect it from clearing red.
Yeah. And
there wasn't any reason really to not hit that an extra 8 yards further away.
I was surprised how gently she hit that one. So speaking of tempo, there is another player who protects the tempo of their normal swing, which is Matthew Essick.
Yeah, I guess that's possibly true. Matthew probably has a slightly faster tempo in general.
Yep.
And certainly can swing quite quickly with his Solomon grip for clearances, but you know, does have those two styles. Hi Soha. Fantastic effort. That was just Soha coming to say hello to us. Great attempt to defend her title. 6-5 up in the 5th. Looked good for her, didn't it?
Yeah, and really gutsy performance. Just fantastic, both Rachel and Soha.
And I think one of the, oh dear, that's on the wrong side.
The swing didn't come through very well at all there, I didn't think.
No, and now are we going to see at last Rachel's smashy power? I want to hit this hard. There's a small chance blue follows through and moves black, but
there's equally a small chance blue follows through into the jaws of the hoop.
Or rush peels red, but let's just hit it hard.
Let's not think about that one.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
It'd be nice if someone would jump up and put that clip back on. It could impede play.
I thought you should take the hoop on here.
Is she not?
I think I'm not sure.
Yeah, you've got to show your confidence and take advantage of this era.
The reason I thought she was taking the clearance was, do you remember we've spoken about her technique before where the toes on the ground and the heels fractionally raised?
Yes.
Now that's for her normal stroke.
Yep.
When she's trying to play a stop shot clearance, it goes to the correct technique of heel on the ground, toe fractionally raised. And that time the toe was just a mil or two in the air.
Okay.
So that's why I thought it was going to be the clearance, and she hasn't quite got that back ball control that a really good stop shot would provide. Now, can this get wired? This looks good.
Oh, this is a cracking shot.
That looks good. Yeah.
And yeah, that's the punishment you get for not having that full back ball control. Any countries in the top of the game that you think will improve dramatically? Spain.
Well, I'm going to answer that with potentially a country that isn't at the top of the game at the moment.
I know which one you're thinking of too.
Just let Jamie play this before I continue.
Yep.
So I think this is short.
Yeah, very.
But the country I've been impressed with recently is the Czech Republic, or Czechia. And not only did their players in the Europeans look quite strong, understand what they were doing in the game, but I understand they've got half a dozen or more under 21s coming through, and I'm really quite excited about the Czech Republic. So that's my sort of, if you want to call it, improving country that excites me. Obviously Spain are getting stronger all the time, and that would be probably the country you might expect to be rising through the top 10 countries in the world.
Yeah. Interesting to see what New Zealand does over the next few years, because we've still got people like Josh Freeth, Felix Webby, Edmund Fordyce.
And equally interesting to see how the new batch of English players progress. There's a good chunk of those who are not just promising, but are starting to become reasonably experienced.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say the next crop of Kiwis that have really come to the fore and are winning New Zealand championships. Below those three guys, and Duncan's still there. We've got Levi Franks, we've got James and Miles Duggan, and
obviously Josh Winter.
Yeah.
Now, didn't hit that anywhere near as hard as the smash that she missed.
Yeah.
But she's hit it.
Yes.
And in the middle. So not as far south as we might have hoped, but at least it's a forced clearance now, isn't it?
Yeah, Jamie's got to hit back and hit, what, a 16-yarder?
Yeah, and if yellow misses here, blue can play this hoop stroke at medium pace and potentially get in the draws.
Yeah, she's 4-2 up, so
5-2 run by a foot would be fine.
Yeah.
In the draws would be even better, probably.
Yes.
And no need to go hard at it if she doesn't feel comfortable with a hard hoop stroke. And we've got another miss there. So probably as the range just starts coming down, we've seen a few misses from hoop 3 through to hoop 7. Not been as high quality from Jamie as games 1 and 2.
Yeah, the post-lunch session, it's a bit cooler as well. Isn't helping. There's a bit of rain right now. Oh, it's a big near wire ejection, isn't it?
Yeah, and I thought she hit it harder than she needed to. I'd have just been stroking that at the hoop and hoping to either get the jaws or finish dead straight in front.
Yeah, cruising into the jaws was massive.
So, free go for red. Nice and straight, but a good 4-yarder, isn't it?
Yep.
And this weather is meant to last no more than half an hour. So I think...
Oh, it's a very good hoop.
6 all on lawn 7 between Perry Han and Debbie.
But looks like Perry's dead in front of the hoop.
Looks like Debbie's got a 25-yarder to stay in the match.
Meanwhile, in the plate final I've been asked about, can I see a hoop score? Well, I did have a wander up and have a look at the hoop score. Jessica Bullen currently leads Cheryl 6-love.
6-love,
In
wow.
game 3.
Very good for the young Kiwi. The good positional shot with black, and not as good a positional shot with yellow. but red should be able to clear black. Blue will just be trying to get between yellow and the hoop. Another good ball in.
That was a big point. I think Jamie was second favourite a lot of the time in that 7th point there.
Yeah, I think that's a good comment.
So Perryhan with a shot to win the shield. Debbie's got 2 balls on the north boundary. I think Perry's yellow's in front of the hoop as well. She's shooting with red. Yellow might be a bit to the side actually.
No, so that's still alive. Debbie and Perryhan. Red clears black, but black is open on yellow, and I think it will attempt the clearance.
Okay, and you can see how yellow's left that space again for blue to come inside it.
Yeah. Always want to have inside position, and for anyone watching the under-21 Worlds final, as the weather got worse, I wanted the inside position more and more and more.
Yeah, it's just much harder to clear and when it's in bad weather and wind and rain.
That's missed. Now, are we going to see the hoop or an attempted stop shot clearance? And I think we'll be able to tell from the angle the mallet is at, if we can actually see from this far away.
I think given how close she is to the ball, it's a hoop.
That's another stop
it's a
shot.
Lovely stop shot though. She played that well. So yeah, I did think, and we sort of chatted yesterday evening about sometimes it felt like Jamie was a little bit close to the ball when she was playing some of her shots, but partly it's to get that angled mallet. In game 1 at hoop 3, I was watching her walk up to it and I thought, she's a bit close, and she stopped, went back and repositioned herself a little bit further away.
Yeah. So Rachel's gone to what I call the New Zealand position, which is wide on the short boundary side, and red now going to try and nudge the yellow in front, and hasn't managed to get it in front, but red is in front, which is the second part of the shot, isn't it?
Yeah, and if red and yellow are still there after this shot, which they will be, she's got 2 choices. She can get rid of black, or she can play for this block to try and protect the red ball.
Yeah. So this is just trying to bring the hoop back nice and safely. Hitting this in the middle will give her control of the hoop.
And Egypt will be taking a trophy home.
Perryhan wins, is it?
Perryhan wins, yep.
Many congratulations. Lovely, lovely player. Fantastic character, always smiling.
Oh, incredibly nice lady.
Came off the lawn after day 1, having lost both of her matches, with a big smile on her face, and then did well, got through to the knockout. And yeah, one of our favourite players, isn't she?
Absolutely, yeah. And it was that positive attitude that allowed her to just regroup and come back and get herself to this position. So she got to round 2 in the main knockout.
We should probably highlight blue's hit red on the wrong side there. So if red takes position, I think yellow can clear blue towards hoop 4, corner 4 area by hitting it half ball on the right. So just need a good positional shot here, and red and yellow. Oh, that's overhit.
She has hit that hard. I don't think I'd want to get yellow away from the hoop at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, yellow can just take the hoop on if it wants, or it could just stop shot clear black.
Well, black's just offering itself up there, really, isn't it?
If red had been better position, yellow at blue would have been compulsory. But now that red's just drifted on a wee bit, I'm less inclined to take this clearance.
Oh, she's taking that. Big shot, this. So in the plate final, Cheryl's fighting back, and it's now 6-2.
Yeah, control clearance again. Hasn't got it all the way to corner 4, but the line is there, just about 5 yards short of the corner. I think Rachel will shoot.
Oh, and it's a miss. I think Jess has got 2 shots to win the plate final.
If she plays in, she's probably blocked.
You're right, probably blocked given that.
Red has to take the hoop on, and it's cleared blue to the corner just for that reason. And congratulations to Jessica Bullen, 7-2 in the third game, and that'll be a nice little prize, getting a hug from her dad. So many congratulations, Jessica. Part of a croquet playing family. Nathan, her elder brother, and Brian, her dad, both strong players.
And Katrina, her mum, who's a very handy golfer.
She is indeed.
Oh,
that's a lovely shot from Rachel, and so important that yellow will clear this, won't it?
Yes.
It's so good you're going to have 2 goes anyway, and yellow is closer.
Well, it was like this battle that we saw for hoop 12 in the previous game. Just clearance after clearance after clearance. This is just Jamie's central hitting range.
So can she get it back, having had that little drop mid-game here? No, it's missed again. So this is a clear dip in form.
Yes.
And Rachel needs to take advantage of it. Hoop 9 is vital for all, 2 games down. She needs to run 9 up to 10, take a 6-4 lead hopefully after winning 10.
And Rachel's got herself a lovely position to do that as well. That's perfect black. She's not
Needs to
with
keep
that.
going.
That's short.
So whilst it's nice to block red on black, your primary aim is to be in hoop running position. And blue is neither.
I see too many people giving up hoop running position to get the block, and if you get the block it's fantastic, but if you don't and you get cleared, the hoop's back to 50-50. You want that blue in front.
Another miss. So good hoop shot needed now. So it's the opposite to yesterday, isn't it? Rachel had a 2-0 lead yesterday and managed to squeak a win in the 5th.
Yep.
Now she's 2-0 behind. Can she do the fighting back?
Yeah, how will Jamie respond to missing a couple of shots and the pressure of seeing that lead potentially be reduced to 2-1?
Oh, good hoop.
Lovely hoop. So what we have seen of Rachel so far in this tournament, though, she has dropped a few games, and she's just come straight back normally.
Yeah, so good opportunity to get tight into the hoop here. It's uphill.
She struck that well.
It's a positive shot. It's potentially reaching.
That, unfortunately, is a really bad spot to finish. There's all sorts of wide positions you can take now.
So blue needs to play a good shot, doesn't it?
Short.
Needs to keep running. It's just open.
Yeah.
Just open. Her length was good.
Yes.
But just 2.5 balls too far right.
Oh, this is good.
Red plays in, and I think black's going to have to clear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Got a bit of rain falling now, but it's not going to affect these ladies as much as it affects the Egyptian players.
It is going to take a little bit of pace off the lawn though, isn't it? I think we mentioned earlier we thought the lawns were running probably half a second quicker.
Yes.
Being cut again overnight. And got that in the middle, but the ball wasn't on the ground when it made contact, so yellow's followed through a little bit further than ideal. Not a bad thing to have it a bit further away from black, so I don't think she'll be too unhappy. And Rachel's played a pretty good approach there.
lovely smile from Jessica Bullen as she's being congratulated for her win.
And you mentioned the pressure that Rachel potentially coming back here might put on Jamie.
Yep.
I think equally important is the pressure that the winning line approaching brings.
Oh yes. And that's the big thing where you've been there before and done it. You know what it feels like to get over there, and you can keep moving forward.
Yeah.
Where there's almost the fear of the success coming.
So Jamie's looked composed at all times.
Yep.
I saw a little bit of disappointment come in her face when she missed one of her clearances earlier, but generally it's been very composed.
And when she flicked her ball when trying to clear one of Rachel's balls at hoop 3, but not much.
You could take the hoop on here. It's not a bad play. Yeah,
Ooh.
That was a really good effort, wasn't it? That went pretty much at the middle and just got churned out.
That would have gone through on any other hoop. That was a very good shot. Yeah, I think if you'd smoothed that at the hoops that the European Teams champs were using, that was going through every day.
Every time, yeah. So tries to block red at black whilst having in the mind being wired from yellow as a second prize.
It's open on black, definitely. That is runnable but a little bit tricky.
So she's been so good at this length, hasn't she?
Yes.
Just not just hitting, but 3/4 ball or better.
So yeah, blue and yellow are completely wired.
So centre ball clearance needed, and another
Shot,
one
Jamie.
got super shot.
Very good shot. And she needed that because
Absolutely.
She's had 2 misses, 1 sort of third ball.
I think black will play in here again on the eastern side of the hoop. Doesn't want to give yellow an easy stop shot clearance, so will err on the long side, the wired line similar to blue. Potentially a yard further back from the hoop on the same line as blue and yellow.
So just keeping control of that hoop.
Keeping control of the short boundary side, avoiding giving yellow an easy stop shot clearance, and that's excellent.
Well, that's runnable as well.
Yeah. Even if yellow can hit that, it's not going to be able to stun it away.
Yeah, I think we'll see yellow go, 2 or 3 yards away?
I think it'll clear black.
Yeah,
really good shot.
It'll move 2 or 3 yards on clearing the black.
Yeah, and now this is a bit of a problem position for blue. Unless it thinks it can get in the jaws. Oh, this is actually runnable. Never mind jaws.
Oh, she's just in front, isn't she?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was more of an angle there.
Tough shot. Good shot.
Nicely run.
6-4 lead. Black's not the best ball, but that's the lesser of importance, isn't it? Black's the positional ball, blue's the clearing ball. So the positional ball can come in from quite a long way away, but the clearing ball needs to be close, and that red is poor.
Yeah, the red's on the wrong side of the hoop.
So we either want it dead straight in front to be able to run all the way down to 12, or if we're angled, we want it to be on the far side to blue.
Yeah, just give a little bit more distance to blue, and it means that when blue clears red, blue's a little bit further away. And yeah, to be honest, there's that small fraction of a percentage of clearing red and hitting the jaws of the hoop with blue. Less likely she'll be going at the middle of this when she goes to clear with blue.
So black plays in.
Black's too strong.
And that is a lot. She'll be disappointed with that.
Thank
Is yellow far enough?
No.
So blue's going to clear red potentially, and black not being in position is a bit of a problem. Black's runnable though, isn't it?
Black is runnable, yeah.
Yeah.
Fairly central clearance. I think this is going to force black to take the hoop on though, isn't it?
Yes, I think Rachel will be very happy to have a go at the hoop. Remember, she ran hoop 10. Anytime you get a go at 11, you're not that unhappy.
Yeah.
The question, more interesting, is Jamie going to feel the need to clear black to stop that attempt? Or just say, no, I'll let you have that go, and I'm going to try and run it from short and straight.
I fancy just clearing this and keeping it in my own hands.
Yellow can jaws.
She does need to hit this in the middle, but this really is her strength. Not good enough there.
I think black will clear yellow with a good stop shot.
So, for people in England, this event, there'll be a feature about it on ITV Meridian at 6 p.m. this evening.
Great, saw the cameras down earlier. Hopefully we're a positive piece. There's been so much good to report about this tournament. Oh, that's the bevel again.
Dear.
So she had a really bad bevel early in the middle of game 2. Missed by about 4 or 5 balls, and
you can see there the bottom of the mallet came up.
Yes, yeah.
That'd be an interesting one, and for Rachel's own analysis for herself later, is to have a look at that on the stream, possibly not with the highest frame rate, but see if she can see what went wrong there. Oh wow,
that's not good.
I wouldn't have thought she'd want to do that at 6-4 down.
No, I was going to play that at about a third of that pace, just to take the draws. If blue clears you, blue's going to go miles away.
Yeah, if you get the front of the jaws with that, that's really powerful.
Yeah, and obviously the crowd applauding, but it's almost a losing shot, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a shot where you're in a lot of trouble. You're not going to be able to see the hoop.
And she's underhit this again.
Oh, you're back in this now.
All
baby.
blue had to do was take 3 foot straight position there, and it's almost,
Yeah, it's almost
yellow wouldn't be able to hit it. Red would have to do something from the north boundary.
Red would be having a shot at the hoop, I think.
Whereas this is no gimme. Blue at 12 now. Red just playing in.
Oh no, it's still going. I thought red was pulling up. That's a cracking shot.
Black will also try and get a better position to allow blue to clear red rather than have to take on the hoop. Can it play a good positional shot? This looks very good.
This looks stunning.
Ah, that's good. And now I don't think we'll see blue risk that.
No.
Blue will stun red away. Not clear that yellow's got any shot at black.
What we saw Robert Fletcher do in the British Open final was not only would he clear a ball, but he'd rush it to somewhere that was wide.
Yep.
I don't think these players are looking at those sort of options. I'm not sure they've got the power and quite that precision. What's Jamie shooting at?
I'm assuming blue.
Yeah, I don't think she can see black.
Yeah, it was a good effort, not far away from blue. I wouldn't have shot at that. I would have played yellow into position, expecting blue to clear red, rather than take the hoop on.
I think Jamie's shot choice has been justified here.
I think this is the wrong choice.
Yeah, especially given that yellow's now out of play.
I think she'll probably 50-50 to run it. But with yellow out of play...
Yeah, that's just given Jamie a chance to get back into things. I would have had red away.
Yeah, one of the things I've been saying about during the tournament is people haven't been taking on enough hoops. But that was a position with yellow completely in a bad place. I thought just a stun on red, 2 balls, one of them within a couple of feet of the hoop, the other one in front of the hoop.
Interesting. I thought Jamie might take this one on. So is she going to go for the big clearance on blue, do you think?
I think so. And she's played that clearance really, really well.
She has, yeah.
Rachel will just play into position, trying to get very close to red.
Right. Well, yeah, it's still a 10-yarder that Jamie's got to hit, and we've seen that Jamie doesn't have a huge amount of power.
And that's in front, so it's okay. So you would expect this to be at Jamie's full power, wouldn't you?
Yes. But yeah, I'm going to sacrifice power to still keep that accuracy. So maybe to hoop 6 should be cleared.
Missed. So now a nice stun shot away. 2 things you need to avoid. You need to avoid blue hitting red into black.
Yep.
But equally importantly, blue following through and hampering black. That will just allow time for Jamie to get extra shots in.
Thank you.
Lovely. So black's got a clear shot on the hoop. And it wouldn't surprise me to see yellow take the hoop on.
Yeah.
Sorry, red take the hoop on. I know it's in corner 2, but any sort of hit here is handy.
Yeah, you're so far behind in the hoop that she needs to do this. Yeah, I mean, when Jamie was attempting to clear blue before, it was blue, wasn't it? Yeah. I thought she did need to actually swing with a bit more power because she got a really good contact. She was clearing coming up to hoop 13.
Yeah.
All sorts of good things could have happened there.
So I'm pretty sure that unless she misses badly on the left, red's going to be able to get to 13.
It's not going to matter.
That is perfectly true. Okay, 6-5 the other way, isn't it? So I still think I'm taking the hoop on here. Black cannot get to 13. If you run the hoop here, yellow might get first play to 13.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean this is huge. You're absolutely right. Yellow will be moved to a penalty spot, but black cannot get to 13.
And interestingly, at hoop 3 this game, we saw Rachel rush partner in front of the hoop, his first play.
What have we got here?
Oh. Yeah, it was an attempt at the hoop, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's the right choice. And I thought that was an error.
Well, I did think that perhaps she was blocked from getting very close, but I thought she could have probably still taken tight position and agreed.
Well, at worst, she could have jumped over it to the north boundary, straight in front. That's better than rushing. It controls an area of the lawn.
Yeah, rushing, you're just saying I'm 100% going to have a shot at the hoop with wherever I've rushed this ball to.
Well done. So 2-1 to Jamie.
Now we've got a match.
Remember, Jamie's going to get first play to hoop 1.
Yep.
And if it goes to the 5th, she'll get first play to hoop 1 in the 5th as well.
Yes, the only way to go to a 5th is be Rachel winning this 4th game.
Yeah. So that was to me more about a drop-off in Jamie's performance than an increase in Rachel's.
We saw Rachel miss quite a lot of shots actually. We saw the bevel at hoop 11,
yep.
The 2 fairly short shots missed at hoop 7.
Yep.
She did hit a few shots in important times, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Jamie just missed a few shots and failed a couple of hoops. She still ran a couple of hoops really well.
Yeah, so I still think we've got room for 2 more gears from Rachel.
Yep.
Can she step it up now she's got a game under her belt?
And if she does, yeah.
Equally importantly, are we going to see Jamie struggle?
Yep.
as the match goes on. Based upon yesterday, her form sort of dipped as the match went on.
Yeah.
Or are we going to see her come back? As you mentioned, she's dropped the odd game here and there.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in the knockout, where she's won a lot of 2-0 and 3-0. But in the block stage, she did drop the odd game.
Yeah, and she generally regrouped and won the decider quite comfortably. So it could be just a little bit of a loss of concentration. She had to wait quite a long time because she had a very quick... I think she just snacked between games. And Debbie had a proper pause and break for lunch. How's the effect of yesterday's match?
Well, we were talking about that in the semi yesterday. A long match, a high pressure match. Rachel is 23 weeks pregnant. How much has that taken out of her? I don't know. There's only one person who actually knows the answer to that question, isn't there?
Well, possibly two. Will might have an inkling.
So,
but yeah,
I like to have a hard semi-final before a final.
I found before my tough game with Rachel where she just played fantastically, but I had some relatively straightforward matches, and it's nice to be able to build up and have that real challenge.
It is. So I know I spoke to Rachel's very good friend Ian Burridge during the lunch interval.
Yep.
And he said he thought Rachel would either lose 3-0 or win 3-2.
Yeah, getting that momentum back, getting a bit of confidence.
So I think it's tough winning back-to-back games when your opponents had first play at 1.
Yeah.
Equally, I think it's tough winning your first ever World Championship final.
Yes.
So whilst I would normally have a reasonably strong view at this stage, I don't. I still think Rachel's in quite a reasonable position.
Yep.
But I'm worried that if Jamie finds that consistent centre ball clearing that the first two games showed, that's going to be quite a tough level to beat, potentially 2-0 down in each of the next two games.
Yeah, the slowing of the courts with a wee bit of rain we've got here, and just, it's getting a bit greener and it's a bit damper, that's against Jamie because she doesn't clear as far.
Yeah, that's true.
But I look through Jamie's record, particularly the last 2 years is when she's really come through the ranks, and she's been in Australian Open semi-finals, she's won a few Australian women's events, she's won 2 Open bronze medals, so she's been there and played some competitive knockout tournaments and got to the late stages a few times. She hasn't been in the final of a World Championship, admittedly.
With 120 people watching live,
yes,
and another 500 watching online.
Yeah, and I bet there's a lot of Australians online there. It's really early. It must be about 1:30 in the morning in Australia, maybe past midnight. Do stick with it, folks, because I think we've got a real match on our hands now.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who watched the semi-final yesterday will have been glued.
Yeah.
It was fantastic watching. And one of the great things about golf croquet is how games and matches swing one way and then swing the other. And you never know until the last hoop's won who's going to be champion.
Yeah. And, yesterday it was such a privilege to be able to sit here with you commenting on the game and to see these two fantastic players in action.
I certainly enjoyed that, and this has got all the makings of turning into a classic as well.
I'm so pleased that's the case, because yesterday's was such a fantastic match, and you didn't want today's to just be a flatter affair. We haven't got the Egyptians on the sideline shouting bravo.
Yeah, they bring a lot of colour and a lot of excitement to any tournament, don't they?
Yes.
And 13 Egyptian ladies together with a whole contingent of supporters.
Yes.
And many thanks to all of those for making the event such a good, vibrant fixture. And I know we always look forward to this, and it's been another cracking event. And while we've got this break, I think we should mention another fantastic job by Southwick.
Yes.
Lots and lots of volunteers outside on the lawns, doing the lawns, the hoops, inside, all the food, the catering, the bar.
Well, just the grounds around us, they're absolutely gorgeous. They've done so much work, the safety netting, the the safety netting's gone at the moment, so everyone does need to keep a good eye on what's going on around. There hasn't been that many really hard shots, have there?
No. I mean, only a few players here really are power players. Most of the players are precision, touch. So much easier to protect people than at an open event where it's not just a danger of potentially getting your foot hit. You could actually, potentially die. We've had balls moving at head height at 30 miles an hour, and that hasn't been a feature here.
Yeah, someone proudly showed me, I can't even remember who it was now, at Cheltenham, the hole that they'd created in the cladding on the Cheltenham Croquet Club.
Oh dear.
With a shot.
So, game 4. Jamie to play. And red will be the first ball into play. She has a choice of red and yellow, it doesn't really matter either. And Rachel just has to follow with the next in sequence.
This is the first time that Jamie's played in first.
And it's pretty good.
It's actually still travelling, it is good.
So a little bit short, but runnable. Rachel's going to have a wander over and check out the exact angle. I don't think it's good enough to justify shooting it twice. And Rachel has a tendency to play deep.
Yes.
I have a tendency to play inside.
And Soha was playing inside yesterday, wasn't she?
Yep. And both have merit. So I expect black to play further to the south boundary than red is, and just tend to go a yard past red, maybe 5 feet past red.
Yeah, it means that Jamie can't put in an excellent yellow and just smash black away.
Yeah. This looks good.
Do you think that Rachel will have a crack at red? Do you think it's worth a shot?
Yeah, I do. I think red is definitely runnable there, and blue will attempt to clear it.
Oh, that's not very good. It might be a partial block, but you've obviously got that 1 yard range to place blue in. It's just a bit too short, really, yellow.
Yeah, again, has the lawn just slowed down by a yard?
Yeah.
I mentioned it was probably only going to be half an hour, and it's already dried. The rain stopped, and we're starting to see brighter clouds come over.
It's cold though. There's lots of spectators huddled. Yep, so she's having a go with the second ball.
Missed that. And I think we should say there's actually quite a big crowd inside by the bar and having lunch, watching on the big screen inside. Yeah. And yesterday after the semi-final we had a big cheer for Rachel out here, and 10 seconds later we had a big cheer inside as they watched the delayed 10-second coverage, and they weren't quite sure that the big cheer out here had meant that the match was over. So anyway, not that difficult to hoop.
Good opportunity for Jamie to just get back into things.
Oh, lovely. That's all the way up there.
She's hit that hard. She's hit that relatively hard. That's a lovely, lovely shot.
That's one of the best hoop ones we've seen.
Yeah. That was harder than a lot of her clearing shots, though.
Yeah, and black can't finish level with red here. It has to get past it. Can't offer a clearance towards corner 3, and that is very good.
Yeah, some of these days of, particularly the qualifiers, the initial block stages, were some incredibly long days for the volunteers as well.
Yeah, big days.
Yeah, we rock up and the lawn's ready, they're mowed, they're painted, the hoops are in, the coffee's out and ready for us, the order of play's up, all the chairs are ready. So there's been people that have been here incredibly early and staying for the last thing to tidy up after us.
So, can Rachel take advantage of this weak yellow? Hasn't taken advantage of red running the hoop as well as it has, and I think because yellow is poor, red's going to take the hoop on.
Yep, taking the hoop every day here.
If yellow had been at least as good as black, you could have potentially cleared black to a wide position.
Yes.
But here, that's the toe on the ground, so that's a hoop shot. No, it isn't.
Oh, I thought it was a hoop shot.
And again, if you're going to play the clearance, surely you play it with a stop shot.
Yeah.
Surely you try and stop that red in front of the hoop.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie just played through that, and there was a good opportunity for her to stop red in front of the hoop. And I just really liked the idea of her just running that hoop.
I do.
And going 2-0 up.
2-0.
Here we go.
Yeah. It's such a good hoop one shot from no more difficult a place than where she's turned that down. I think black's too close to red. I'm assuming Rachel was trying to block yellow's hoop shot, but why is yellow going to try and run the hoop when red turned it down?
Yeah, yellow's just playing that shot. She's
and
foot short.
I expected Jamie to clear that in the middle, and now Rachel has to clear red hard.
Yes.
Gone for a sip of water. She knows this is a big shot, and she needs to hit it hard as well.
Yeah, but she's been left a relatively short shot. I thought we were going to see, probably she can only get an extra yard. I thought we were going to see blue in corner 2. But she's chosen to maintain that control near the hoop.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good shot. Yellow's in hoop running position.
Yep.
So if blue misses or only moves red by a few yards, red will clear black and yellow is in front. So I think Jamie has prioritised the right thing by making sure yellow's in front, even if it has sacrificed a yard of distance.
Important shot, this.
In the middle.
That's a good shot.
I'm enjoying watching a bench with Rachel's husband Wilgie and Rachel's very good friend Ian Burridge, and their hands were all around their face before that shot was taken, and immediately burst into a round of applause as soon as that was middled.
Yeah, goodness knows how Will's feeling at the moment.
Oh, what a super clearance in the middle, and now black's going to have to do it all again, but without the promise of a strong position. This is only to stay in the hoop.
Well, I was feeling if Jamie didn't clear that, then she was facing that prospect of having been in front of her hoop and still not had a hoop shot.
Exactly. It was a long clearance, wasn't it? It was a good 15-yarder. And this is probably mid-pace. And she's missed. And this could be the 2-0 lead that I mentioned is always possible when you've got first play to hoop 1.
Yep.
Yeah, lovely shot. Nice follow through. Black's being sent to the offside spot. And can we get a good hoop 3 position?
I need to make sure this is deep enough.
Come on, keep coming. Oh,
it's marginal.
Yeah, I think it might just be runnable, but it's not one you're going to run down to hoop 4 very often.
Yeah, I'm putting a jumping ball in first here.
And the range is starting again. I thought it was just clearing and the brighter clouds were coming over. Brolly's going up again around the ground.
So yeah, here I fancy taking jumping position because I think blue's a difficult hoop.
That is a really good red.
Good ball. And you can have a shot at blue with yellow.
Yes. And don't worry, that wasn't thunder. That was just a big crash elsewhere.
Yeah, something going over a bridge, I think.
Now I'm going to play in here, but I'm going to play on the line of blue with hopefully 3 to 4 feet of extra pace. And if I can nudge blue another foot while still, if I miss it, maintaining hoop position, that would be good. And I think that's what she's tried to do. This looks very interesting.
She didn't take a long time to line that up, but she's played a cracking shot.
Yeah, so
that's a lovely shot.
Really good shot. Potentially offers blue the option of a snuggle on red, blocking the hoop and blocking the clearance on black.
Yep.
And yellow now going to try and clear this blue, which we think may be runnable. Oh, I've got another one. Is it wired? It's close to the wire. I think it's just open to the right of the hoop as Rachel looks at it. So
yeah, she's certainly shooting at something here.
It's just open.
Yeah,
Okay,
Chris
so
says it's just open, so that indicates probably got all of it. Good shot, and nice side to hit it, getting blue in front of the hoop, denying red a hoop shot. So she's just going to be trying to clear the black. Lovely, in the middle again, and all the worry of game 3, where we saw those multiple misses, has gone again.
Yeah.
And we've seen 3 or 4 fabulous clearances. Rachel plays back in front, and she's still got control of hoop 3, but only just.
Yeah. And this will be playing in nice and tight.
You want to be past the black so blue can't clear you. And she's underhit that. The good thing is, I think she may have blocked the hoop.
I think that's pretty decent, yeah, and red can see all of black. I thought that Rachel might have taken position with blue there.
No, surely not, with the red being able to clear this almost corner 2.
Yeah, it's a reasonably long half ball contact to achieve that, but fair enough.
One of the reasons that I didn't think Jamie was going to win today was I didn't think Rachel was going to give Jamie as many hoop attempts as his previous opponents had. His previous opponents had played in close and offered up 2-3 yard hoops. I don't think Rachel's going to do that. I think she's going to clear Jamie far more often, and providing her clearance game works, Jamie's going to be forced into 4 and 5 yard hoops rather than 6 and 7 foot hoops.
This shot here, this opportunity here, it's a gentle clearance, yep.
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is exactly what she's done.
Oh, well played.
Centre balls at, leaving black on the lawn so red can clear black.
Yeah.
And it forces blue to clear yellow. So anyone thinking, well, why didn't yellow hit black off the lawn? It's because it's a deliberate play to leave red the clearance. And she's missed that by a ball.
Yep.
And now red will play the shot that we've just mentioned, probably trying to hit it in the middle and stay near the hoop.
Yep.
Another central clearance. It's a good shot.
Oh, she's playing well in this game, Jamie, isn't she?
Yeah, again, you know, if I'm going to ask for more, it's another 5 yards on the shot. But as you mentioned, the tempo is being maintained, and there's a lot to be said for that, isn't there?
Yeah.
What did your team do? Good games. Good.
No, missed by the same margin on the left, and this is now a chance to go 3-0. Looking back to yesterday's semi, Sohar had this sort of chance to go 3-0 up in the decider and failed a couple of hoops.
And failed a chance to go 6-2 up as well, which was huge.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's not just the
lovely
hoop. That is all the way down to hoop 4.
But yeah, that's an important thing. You know, near enough's not good enough at this level, and when you've got an opportunity to create a bit of a break, you have to take it.
Yeah, and the hoop 1 and the hoop 3 were both excellent shots, weren't they?
Yes. So, red pulling up a bit short because yellow's all over blue here. Oh, that's not runnable, is it?
I'm not convinced it is. I think yellow's just going to clear blue, and I'm probably going to hit it on the left hand side and try and get as much distance as I can here. You could try and just hit it in the middle and keep yellow close, but I think she'll fancy a go with red. 3-0 up, she'll really fancy having a go, having had those 2 really good shots.
Oh.
And I didn't think the angle was quite there for that.
Oh, it's close though.
And she's left a comparatively short clearance now.
She has, yes. We'll get the opportunity to see if black is actually in running position.
Indeed.
So, I think given this performance, we are likely to see Jamie at least in the squad, if not in the starting lineup, for the next Openshaw Shield. And the big takeaway for her and for her coaches is just working on building up that power, getting a few yards extra.
Really, perfectly. I entirely agree with everything you said. I'm just amazed blue hasn't cleared red there.
Sorry, yes.
I think she might have got a block, which is a fantastic shot. It's a very ballsy play not to clear red when you're 3-0 down.
So not clearing red, do you think that means that black's not in front of the hoop as well?
Potentially. But I think she has got this block.
You can see a bit of anxiety
No.
in the camp now.
This is clearing black, so indicating that black is in front. I'm just amazed that she played that block rather than the clearance.
Didn't she play it well though?
It's a super shot. Might Jamie take the jump on?
Yeah, I mean you clear black and black's all over yellow, and Rachel does have that extra power.
We've mentioned the importance of trying to get the first go at a hoop. This might be the only attempt Jamie gets to,
yep.
And we're going vertical. Restalks. Is that a reconsidering the shot?
Maybe she just had some doubts and she's going, no, I will do it, but yeah, I've had these doubts, we'll start again. Or it could have just been she found her feet in the wrong position.
And this is simply putting the mallet forward, leaning forward and hitting down through it. Again, height is an advantage.
Yeah.
Both these players quite tall. Rachel's, I think, 5'10".
Right.
And I would say Jamie's about the same.
Yeah, maybe an inch shorter, not sure. Similar heights though. And yeah, you notice that Jamie hits her jump shots, well, a lot of them, very, very flat, whereas Rachel went a lot more vertical.
Yes. Yeah.
But all you need to do is get it over ball height.
So this is angled, but it is runnable.
And it's important. You've got to get that momentum back.
Good shot. And black and blue are a little bit better than red and yellow, aren't they, here? The clearing ball is closer.
The clearing ball's close, the positioning ball's pretty close as well. So yeah, we're going to see blue play in. Oh dear.
That's a bad shot. Sorry, Jenny.
Yeah, sorry, we're going to see blue play in and then black will take the clearance. And particularly, well, with yellow so short, would you potentially go for the central clearance with blue?
No.
There's temptation there.
No, I'm playing in front of the hoop and I'm saying I've been treated to a really close clearance, black on yellow. We mentioned at hoop 11 the last game, if you're not straight in front, you want to be on the far side.
Yes.
And that yellow is not on the far side, and this is simply a 6-yarder.
Yeah.
Maybe 7 at most. And hopefully we're going to see Rachel's clearing game start to pick up. Not just hitting this, but this is a firm clearance.
Yeah, and this is one of Rachel's real strengths as well.
And she hasn't been on the game today. All these shots, which would normally be key, and I think yesterday I mentioned how much she controlled the 4 to 5 transition. She was on top of it every game, and today, missing those shots, it changes the game on its head. It's almost a 4-point swing. She's going to go from being favourite for 5 and 6 to now Jamie being favourite for 5 and 6, and instead of it being 3-all, we might easily soon see it 5-1.
Yeah, she's had a bit of a let off there, and that Jamie's yellow's been lost a bit south of the hoop. It's gone probably a couple of yards further than she wanted, but Jamie is all over this hoop. Now, while Rachel's having a look at this, just a reminder also that ITV Meridian tonight at 6 p.m. this event will be featured. I know there's been some interviews with some of the players involved and some of the organisers and people have contributed a lot to this event. So it's 6 o'clock on ITV Meridian.
And many congratulations to all the organisers on a great event. I know they managed to get Mary Berry to open the event.
Yes.
That's a bit of a coup. And I don't know any of the catering ladies who dared to bake a cake for the opening ceremony with Mary Berry, but anyone who did, well, you're braver than I would be, I know that.
There was a cake. One of the fellas did produce a gorgeous cake that was covered in green fondant icing, and Mary cut the cake.
Oh, in the middle as well.
It's a great clearance. And that's where that yellow's going to be punished a bit, I think.
So it had green fondant icing for the lawn.
And yes, and had little figures on it and balls and hoops.
Oh, I hope it didn't have a soggy bottom.
And I believe Mary's a member at Phyllis Court, is she?
I think that's correct, yeah.
And yeah, an absolute coup just to have someone who's such a celebrity as that to come and open the event. Now, I know some of the ladies were delighted to get photographs with Mary.
So that clearance with blue has given Rachel time to get black in, and black is just going to play between yellow and the hoop, probably closer to the hoop than yellow, and blue is within range of clearing the red.
I think yellow's taking the hoop on though.
I think it depends exactly where black finishes. And that's gone further towards yellow than I might have thought, and I think it's 50-50 now. This looks... I won't say what it looks like because I got it wrong lots of times.
It's hard to tell, isn't it? I like the hoop given how straight Jamie's hitting the ball at the moment.
I think it should be the hoop, yeah.
Take that opportunity.
For 4-1, 2 games to 1 up.
Especially the way she's run the 2 other odd-numbered hoops.
Yeah. Oh, no wire.
That's a lovely hoop.
What a super shot. 4-1. Again, reminding viewers who've just joined us, Rachel was 4-1 up in the second game, wasn't she?
Yes.
And ended up losing without even going to hoop 13.
And without doing a huge amount wrong, I don't think. I think Jamie just played incredibly well and just hit so many shots in the middle.
Yep. So it hasn't run 5 to a great position. It's off the north boundary, but that red's come in lovely and tight.
Yeah, but that said, Jamie didn't, in any sense of the word, smash at hoop 5. She just hit it absolutely beautifully.
No, it was perfectly played for pace. You'd normally expect to catch some wire and slow it down a bit, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But yeah, if you hit them dead straight, then they go through.
Yeah, it was exactly the pace I'd like to see her play it. Now, I'm not sure that Rachel's got the angle to clear red and get in front of hoop 7, has she? It's very risky going across the face of the hoop.
I think it is dangerous. This is a position where I don't tend to clear blue. If I'm 4-1 up, I tend to put another ball into play. But this is clearing blue. The danger is if you miss it, yellow finishes in a bad position for 7.
Yes. And yellow is the clearing ball. Oh, wow.
Got it again. That is very good. And now we've got the risk of rush peeling.
This is a really pretty special performance from Jamie.
Yeah, the form clearly dipped in that third, but it's come straight back again. This is where you're just hoping to play a good shot. Red to the north boundary, blue finishing in front of 7. Well, good hit.
Yep.
Red should clear black at least 10 yards away.
So, question for you, Alex is saying, how do you play against this?
It's really difficult. One of the things I think you have to do is clear Jamie further away. She's hitting 10 yards regularly. I need to force that distance up to 16. And obviously when Rachel's gone harder, she's missed.
Yeah. And I mean, this is where these quadway hoops are also working against Rachel, I think, is that one of the opportunities, if your opponent's just hitting absolutely everything, if you are not getting shots at hoops, at least on the even numbered hoops, you can take position at the boundary and they can't clear you. So yeah, you can have a difficult hoop shot, but these hoops are quite difficult to run from 7 yards.
Very difficult, yeah.
I mean, I know that used to be a bit of a tactic in England among some of the top players to
super
great
shot.
To take that boundary and then have a go at the hoop, but you're just not going to run it very often here.
No, this is a much more rounded game, isn't it? This is more positional. Can you clear in the middle? Can you clear controlling the back ball? And then can you run your hoop afterwards? Every part of the game is challenged.
And to play against that, can you take wide position?
Yes.
Can you hide behind balls? Can you create yourself opportunities where your ball can do more than one thing?
Yeah. So, blue to position, blocking yellow's hoop shot.
And here, can you clear yellow to the south boundary?
And I'm always looking for who's applauding, because if the people directly on the line are applauding, you know it's blocked.
Yeah.
If someone on the side is applauding, you're not quite sure.
Yep.
This looks like red going hard at a double.
It does, doesn't it?
So blue with the hoop on the right hand side maybe.
Yes.
Oh, that's missed by I would say a couple of feet to hit the peg from there.
From that angle, yes, I think I'd agree.
So we haven't seen anything that far away from Jamie, and now black plays in between yellow and blue.
So here you've either got to absolutely nail that block, or yellow needs to be getting towards the south boundary. You need more power to play against what Jamie's doing.
And you can play a double clearance, or you can hop over the black and clear the blue, or you can try the full long jump for the hoop.
Feet are quite close to the ball. This is a jump, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know whether she's just hopping over the black to clear blue, or whether going for the hoop.
Oh, fantastic.
Super shot.
And that one, yeah, I guess black maybe needed to be a bit closer, but it's just very hard to play against this sort of performance.
Yeah, I think Rachel's done everything right there. She's developed the hoop, she's forced a really difficult shot, and her opponent's pulled it off.
Yeah, she's got two balls in front.
In terms of what can she do, well, I think she's done everything right. If your opponent is going to pull out shots like that, you walk off the lawn and you just shake their hand and say, well played.
Yeah. Yep, so composed. This is just an amazing performance in this game. Past midnight in Canberra, no one's sleeping there, I don't think.
No.
No croquet fans anyway.
If you get a close up, you'll see Jamie's got her koala socks on today. Always some type of Australian animal, isn't it?
Yep. Still a fan of the platypus. Yep, Melbourne's all watching, supporting Jamie as well.
And again, black isn't in great position, is it? No. So even when blue gets cleared, if black was in good position, it could just clear red a long way away. But black's not likely to run it a long way down the lawn. In the middle, once again.
Well, that's another requirement playing against this excellence in shooting, is get your position, nail position. And I mean, that's what we saw with Reg and Robert. Robert just took position, while Reg was clearing with more power.
And lovely to see Robert Fulford come down today, our AC World Champion.
Yeah. It just shows the standing that the women's game's got now.
Absolutely. It's been a wonderful summer of croquet in the UK. Yeah, well, got the clearance, but red will clear black.
Yeah, didn't hit it very firmly. So next year's croquet is all in America, isn't it?
Well, we've got the over 50s to look forward to first in October.
Yep,
in
Bunbury.
And then, yeah, America it is.
What have we got there next year?
That's a good question. We've got a GC Worlds, I believe, there.
Yep.
That's later on in the year, October time, I think.
It must be an under 21s again, is there?
And there will be, but that I don't think that's next year. I'm just trying to remember. I can't remember from the top of my head. So anyway, Rachel now has the opportunity to clear the ball that has just played, and if black can hit red dead in the middle, it's back in this hoop.
Oh, it's a great
It's
shot.
very good. It's very good. Yellow will clear black, but black and blue are back probably as minor favourites for the hoop.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shot.
All because of getting to clear the ball that's just played. Obviously that's the same thing that yellow's doing here. Clearing the ball that's just played.
Ooh. Not quite essentially.
And it's gone off the north boundary.
I hope it's all over Australia. We've got people watching. That's fantastic. Wonderful to not just have to rely on a few texts from people that are here and be able to watch the game and follow everything that's going on. It's the under-21s early 2025 in Sarasota in Florida.
There we go.
Time to start fundraising there, Ethan, I think. So Jamie's birthday's in only 2 or 3 days.
Oh, okay. So that red's runnable, and black will be trying to play in between yellow and blue, blocking yellow's clearance, making sure that if it misses on the long side and it's still in the hoop running position. That's very close. I think that's good. Yeah, that's a nod of the head from Jamie. And I'm worried that red might be blocking yellow's hoop shot as well.
I think it is, yeah.
So the only shot available is a double clearance. And when you're 5-1 down, that's the sort of good positional shot you can play to potentially get back into the game.
Yeah, and Rachel's got good position at hoop 7, so she's a great opportunity to run it down towards hoop 8.
Oh no, it was open.
So yeah, 16th, 2 days' time is Jamie's birthday.
I think blue has an open shot on red. Perhaps that little shake of the head meant it just wasn't fully open on it, only had the centre ball rather than the entire ball.
Yeah.
And the rain's starting to come down a little bit more heavily now. My weather forecaster was wrong.
We do have a very good umbrella here though, well protected. Now, I think the adrenaline will be keeping Jamie and Rachel warm.
Big shot. Got it. And just a little bit of it was good enough there.
Well, it hasn't hit the middle of it, but it means that blue's still stayed around. Him? Your husband. Manal passing on her love to you.
Now, I'm going to hit this on the right hand side and try and get red off the north boundary. That shot allows black to come back and immediately clear red.
Yeah.
And get back in the hoop. It's a tough shot.
We haven't seen enough people, I think, recognising the need to get both balls off the lawn. Or choosing different lines of play, to be fair.
I've got a slight preference for red and yellow's position here. Whilst this shot, if played well, does give black and blue the advantage, this is actually quite tough.
Well, it's a shot that Rachel played perfectly before.
And she's gone mid-pace this time, and that's just a neutral getting back into the hoop shot. I think it's sensible.
Yeah, I just want to see her hitting balls a little bit more firmly.
Yeah, hitting that more firmly, and suddenly black could be 12 yards away.
True.
And that's
Very
interesting. That's yellow opting for neutrality rather than going straight in front. Red could still clear black. I would have gone tighter with yellow there. Black can only clear yellow to the side boundary, even if she's dead straight in front, and she's overhit that blue.
You think blue's runnable there? Tapping her toes there, looking a little bit frustrated.
Doesn't look great to me.
This is a danger position because yellow will have a clearance pointing south, or potentially pointing east. A clearance towards a longer boundary.
So yellow will take the hoop on, I expect here. And this is for 6-1.
I quite like this option by Rachel, apart from there's a huge amount at stake. Going down 6-1's a scary mountain to climb back up.
Oh, what a hoop.
Good shot.
6-1, and it's match point time. Championship point time.
So now Jamie can see the finish line.
And to be honest, when I can see the finish line and I'm 6-1 up, I'm less worried about it than when it's 6-4 or 6-5.
Yeah.
Where's blue finishing?
Oh, it's lovely.
No, it
Oh,
isn't.
no, it's gone past,
and there's a massive wide area for red to play into. Wants to make sure it's on the left hand side, on the eastern side.
I want to get this ball down there as well though.
This looks good.
Oh, it's excellent.
That is good. That ball is probably going to get a go at running the hoop for the World Championship. So we didn't know how Jamie was going to react to that weaker performance in Game 3. As it turns out, it's been excellent. Rachel hasn't managed to step a game up, and I think that clearance she missed after hoop 4 was massive.
Yeah, there was that fear that Jamie might just crumble a bit, having had the 2-0 and seen Rachel come back at her. But it's really strong performance. Rachel's
So,
still in this though.
She's going to clear yellow, and red is going to get a chance to win the World Championship. Here we go. Alex Verge, the only previous Australian winner of this event.
I believe Alex is watching this too, very proudly. Yep, Sydney, she's still awake.
The biggest shot of her life. It's a lifeline. How many more of those is Rachel going to need? It's difficult to think that Jamie isn't going to get a few more goes at hoops to win this title. 6-1 up.
Yeah.
But yellow, assuming that black runs this, is not in a good position to take the sort of position at 9 that we're hoping for.
Yeah, Jamie's going to have to make sure she does 100% get south of hoop 9.
Yeah,
Yep,
good shot.
Hoop. And a good smooth shot as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you are in Canberra, bear in mind I believe Jamie's travelling home on her own on Sunday, I think. Get in touch with Ethan, get in touch with the mum, get down to the airport and welcome her home.
I've missed the peg. Is it far enough?
Oh no, is it? Oh, is it?
Oh, it's a brilliant
amazing
shot. What a shot. This is a compulsory 2 shots.
Absolutely, that's a fabulous yellow.
If you don't make contact, you know you've lost.
Yep.
That was played from only about 3 yards out of corner 2.
So do hang around after this match. Don't turn off straight away, because I do know that Alison will be interviewing both of these competitors after the match finishes. She's talked to both ladies and they both agreed to be interviewed. So a bit of a thought to the block, but also you want to keep that in running position.
So this is to stay in the event, isn't it?
Nope.
And it's not going to be the exciting boundary jump from Alex Verge at 6-all in the 5th. It's going to be a 2-foot straight hoop 9 to win 3 games to 1.
Earned with a perfect positional shot.
Magnificent positional shot, yeah. Jamie Gumbrell, 2023 Women's GC World Champion. Many congratulations.
And now we see some emotion from Jamie, a lovely smile there.
Bad luck to Rachel, fantastic match yesterday. Great tournament and a very worthy winner. Those controlled clearances throughout the match. Slight dip in the 3rd game, but game 1, 2 and 4 they were controlled and in the middle, weren't they?
Oh yes, Jamie just hit the ball so well.
And hoop 1 and hoop 3 in that final game both run down to the even numbered hoop 2 and 4, both from quite challenging positions.
And hoop 5 just absolutely no wire.
Yeah, absolutely. So strong performance. Rachel probably will be disappointed with her own performance, but nevertheless very fine performance from Jamie.
Jamie has just been so good. So the Americans now congratulating her, everyone lining up, mum and dad on the way to say well done. Yeah, I think it's all just sinking in now for Jamie. Very, very worthy winner.
So all the other events have finished as well.
Yep,
so the timing's been great.
Do you want to just recap the winners of the other events?
Let's go through it. So the plate, Jessica Bullen from New Zealand. And
beat Cheryl Bromley 2-1.
Yes. The bowl, that was won by, was it Judith?
Judith Hannacum.
From South Africa.
Beat Kate McLaughlin, the Australian.
And the shield was won by Perihan Eloui from Egypt against Debbie Lyons from England. And you've just seen the Australian winner Jamie Gumbrell against Rachel G from England. So very much a world championship. These events have developed incredibly well over the past 20 years, and we're now having great competitors from all around the world. Great to see Mexico in this event. Lots of Spanish players starting to come through.
The Latvian player had a very strong performance.
Sylvia, excellent. You know, we're going to get stronger and stronger as the years go by, and everything starts somewhere. And I've been very fortunate to be involved. I was at the first World Championship, which was AC then in 1989, and seeing the development of each country has been wonderful. America now becoming enormously strong.
Incredibly so, yes.
Golf croquet becoming popular all over the world. And you know, many events. We're now going to have an over 60s event, changing from the over 50s after this next one. And it's been really good, and the WCF deserve a lot of praise. I think one of the people we haven't mentioned so far is Mike Town.
Yes.
Mike's done a wonderful job managing, and Tim King has helped.
So we've now got the prize giving coming up. I'm assuming we're going to cut to that.
So we'll stop commentating, and hopefully Alison will sort out some footage of the closing ceremony, and then the interviews with both finalists.
Yep. Thanks very much, Chris.
Need help? Yep.
Yep. But I have to go around.
And then straight to there.
Straight where? This way?
Sorry. It's totally gone.
Here?
Really well.
So we are.
Hi. I'll just leave that there for a second.
Yeah, okay.
No, you can't sit there.
Someone else can't. As an official photographer, should I come and sit on the floor? Yeah, I'm used to it. Oh, yeah. Tragic.
I don't even know if I'm in the right place.
Ladies and gentlemen, to start the proceedings, we're going to be a bit like the BBC, and we're going to hand over to a lady presenter to do the interview. So, Alison, over to you.
Thank you, everyone. I hope that you've all enjoyed the week, and today, as much as I have, it's been phenomenal. What an experience, and let's just put our hands together to Rachel. Well done. Incredible play. Well fought. Yesterday was a huge day, and I'm sure you'll all agree with me. We all just are in awe of that girl's play. But let's have a quick hello to our new Women's World Champion for Golf Croquet, Jamie. Hello. Jamie, well done. You have our hearts. We think you're a robot. We don't understand how you do, but it's been amazing. I interviewed Rob Fulford earlier, and he said your position, your hoop running, your striking, your everything was amazing. And we all agree, don't we? We all agree. If there's one word that sums up your feelings right now, what would it be?
Disbelief.
Disbelief. Well, we believe it because we saw it, and we think you were amazing. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done, Jamie.
Now call on the President of the WCF, Ian Barry.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to see so many people still here, and I think you might be getting wet, so I won't keep you too long. First of all, there's various thank yous to say. Thank you to the Croquet Association for agreeing to host the event, and the Southwick Club for providing the facilities that we've had today. The committee that was chaired by Jonathan, Dave King, who I know has done a lot of the work throughout the week, and everyone involved with the catering. So thank you very much to Southwick Croquet Club. And of course, I'm not going to forget Steve the groundsman. Now I've looked at my notes. So thank you to Steve, who I understand did lots of work all through the week. Now, during the week, there was a little social evening, and there were two competitions within that. The darts, which was won by Gabrielle Higgins, and the skittles, that was won by Maha. We have a small prize for you. Next we'll move on to the tournament officials, who have given up an awful lot of time to make sure this event was a success. We had Tim King, the tournament director, Ian Cobbold, the tournament referee, and he was obviously assisted by lots and lots of other referees, including Francis at the final. And there were various ball boys that were provided throughout the week as well, who I know were appreciated by the players. So thank you to all of you. And finally, we have the mastermind of the entire event, who has spent most of the week camped out here, I think. So we've got a little bottle of wine for him. That's Mike Tan, the tournament manager. So we'll now move on to the consolation event presentations. There were, as well as the final that most of us were watching, there were 3 other events which are having finals today, and we actually had, throughout all the events, we actually had 6 countries represented in these finals, so that was quite good in terms of everyone keeping an interest until the end. So there were 3 consolation events. The plate competition, for those that didn't make it through to the knockout, was won by Jessica Bullen of New Zealand. The bowl was won by Judith Hanneken from South Africa. And the final consolation event, the Shield, was won by Perihan Elwi. Now, before we move on to the presentations for the main event, the medals and the trophy, there's one other group of people, well, two other groups of people who I'd like to say thank you to. First of all, to those that were involved with the live streaming, the commentators, the producers, the cameraman, everyone that was involved. You brought the event to, I think, literally thousands of people around the world, if I understood the viewing numbers right. So thank you very much to them. I know your efforts were greatly appreciated, and that was all also masterminded by Alison Morm. So Alison, we have a... And the final group of people I want to thank are all the visitors from around the world. We had a marvellous entry for all over the world. In these days it's very expensive for you all to come here, I know, and particularly the contingent from Egypt, having all 13 of you, I think, and that was just makes the tournament, you make a whole new atmosphere to the event, and we really appreciate you coming. And everyone else from whether the Antipodes, Spain, Europe, America, South Africa, you're all there, so thank you all very much for coming. So moving on to the main event, where we had some fantastic competition that we watched on those live streams, most of us. The bronze medalists, the losing semi-finalists, were Sohar Mustafa and Maram Nabil, both from Egypt. You want it? Oh, here we go. This is Maram's medal. Now, given the number of times it's been held, I think this was the 7th, wasn't it? It's quite surprising that no one's managed to get their name on the trophy twice, and unfortunately that remains the case. Our silver medalist was Rachel G. And finally, the winner, the World Croquet Federation Women's Golf Croquet World Champion from Australia, is Jamie Gumbrell. You get a nice place as well. I think you're more interested in this.
I'd just like to thank everybody involved in this, to all the referees, to the tournament managers, everyone in the kitchen, everyone involved with live streaming, and to all the players. It's been amazing. It's been really tough as well. And also, Rachel, that last game, I don't know where you went, but yes, you definitely did not make it easy. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that concludes the presentation. So we look forward to seeing you at many WCF events in the future. Thank you very much for coming.
Well, thanks for coming down here. Yes. Is it still on? Hi everybody. Sorry, one last announcement. You need to pay your bar bill if you haven't already. Thank you.
Unless you can stop paying my expenses to go around the world. Well, I did speak to one of the guys at the AC
No, we need instructions as to what you want to do.
Maybe we may need to automate the drill. Well, we can take them now or get it
That would be difficult. I think we've got to go more down and unbounded. What we could do is, where we've got
drove back to Hampshire while someone was checking.
Yeah. No, I don't.
And thank you very much everyone for watching. We've had such an amazing tournament. Congratulations to all the players, all the winners, and huge congratulations to Jamie. Wasn't she fantastic? We look forward to bringing you some more croquet in the future. Stick with us, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel / Croquet England, and I'm sure we'll be back with more croquet very soon in the future.